You're listening to part 4 of a 5-part podcast. The other parts are available in your podcast feed right now. Timecodes are in the description of this episode down below for when each film is discussed and when we are joined by each of our special guests. Enjoy.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Richard, we're at an interesting point in the Scooby-Doo podcast, my friend, because we're now at a film that, 20 films ago, we were like, oh, it'll be ages till we get to that film. And I can't help, this is movie 28. When we were doing Barbie, we were less than 10 away from the end now. It doesn't feel, I don't feel like
I've achieved anything.
I felt more of a sense of closure by this point in the Barbie episode. This feels like it's going slower and faster at the same time. Like faster in the sense that I think maybe because I was expectant of more movies, it hasn't felt as much of a marathon, but also slower in the sense that I'm not reaching as many conclusions as I was reaching with Barbie, and I still need to get an eye exam and get new glasses. I really need to make sure that storyline is wrapped up before the podcast ends.
Yeah, you've only got
bad storytelling.
19 films to go.
Yeah. Oh no.
I think getting an eye exam is pretty easy. Like you can just go do it.
Yeah, but remember the storyline? Was that on the Scooby-Doo podcast about how I had no debit card anymore? Was that on the Scooby-Doo podcast? Was that a Patreon episode?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you should tell the story just in case.
I tried to get a new debit card because my current one was expiring, and I basically it was the banking equivalent of when you try to open the door as someone's unlocking it, and so you open it and it undoes the unlock. If it's like that, and basically I had to go in and get my own debit card, and so now I can actually pay for an eye exam. So maybe I'll do that.
Wow.
All right,
but also the fun thing about this is that because we share an email account, the Cult Pop Show email, I've been getting 3 emails a day from PayPal being like, thanks for your purchase with Uber Eats.
I'll pay it back. We are going to talk about now Scooby-Doo Adventures, the Mystery Map, the first film in the Scooby-Doo series.
I want to bring up still about this debit card thing.
Okay.
Did you never because you could still access your bank account. So could you not have transferred money to one of your flatmates and went grocery shopping with them or anything like that?
They don't like me asking them to do things.
Right.
I barely got Lucas to guest star on the podcast. No, it just didn't seem like that big of a deal. I think one of my flatmates bought me a pizza one night.
Interesting. Yeah, there was a night where I was like, well, AJ must be hungry. I haven't got an Uber Eats notification. Must do that.
That's probably it. Yeah. All right, so here we are talking about Scooby-Doo Adventures, the mystery map in 2013. Scooby-Doo Adventures. Oh, this must be the start of a new series, Richard. It's a new moniker.
This is our new Fairytopia or something.
Yeah. This was directed by, by all accounts, a man who does not exist called Joe McNoff. Who his only IMDb credit is this film. It only has one critic review on Rotten Tomatoes, and it's from Common Sense Media, who gave it 2 out of 5 stars. The review reads thusly: the fluffy puppets skew far younger than the average Scooby-Doo audience of kids aged 6 to 9, and the story might have been served better if the cartoon crew had been able to put some style behind the mild scares. Because of course this is the puppet one. Remember I was talking about this? This is the one we discovered after we'd already committed to the podcast. We discovered that it wasn't there weren't 47 Scooby-Doo movies because this one's only 45 minutes long, and we may have found out a reason for that, Richard. But before that, can you tell us what is Scooby-Doo Adventures: The Mystery Map about?
Well, I'm currently I just thought I'd quickly check because Yomak Knopf feels so much like a like a anagram and like an anagram, right?
It does, yeah, it does. It is. I can tell you, it is a pseudonym. I have that later on.
Oh, right. Is it of someone named John Campo?
Maybe it is. I didn't find out who it was a pseudonym for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Anyway, yeah, Scooby-Doo Adventures. It's really, I mean, it very much feels like 2 episodes of something. And it's the first one is they're hanging out in their treehouse, which is instead of, I guess, the Mystery Machine, they're in a treehouse in this canon, and they order a pizza, which is delivered by this pizza guy, and then they eat the whole pizza, but there's a map inside the pizza, and so they go on an adventure to find the treasure of Gnarly Beard the pirate, and then it turns out that it's the pizza guy.
Yeah, he's the bad guy. Yep, Stu Stokowski was dressed as the Phantom Parrot. He is Gnarlybeard's 6th great-grandkid, and the treasure belonged to him, apparently. And then we get another little storyline.
Where it turns out that there was a piece missing from the map, so the treasure wasn't actually where they thought it was going to be. It was in a slightly different place, so they go on another adventure. It turns out that Scooby ate part of the map.
Yep, and they encounter the ghost of Gnarlybeard himself, who's played by John Rhys Davies. And it turns out to be Shirley Stokowski, who is Stu's sister, who also was trying to find the treasure. Yeah. So again, this is done with puppets, so I guess there was an element of me that was like excited to see this, especially with it kind of breaking our format by only being 45 minutes long. I was hoping to find out more information about that. I couldn't really. It's I guess what we thought was what delineated it as a movie on Wikipedia is more delineating the direct-to-video releases, and I think the other ones might be TV releases, and maybe that's the difference, and that just happens to be the only direct-to-video release that is under an hour. So I don't know. Maybe that's the qualifier. But yeah, as you said, the film is very clearly the first 2 episodes of a TV show that were never picked up. And I am not surprised. I was hoping this would be fun and a nice change of pace, but I just found it like super tacky and amateur and kind of disappointing and boring. What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's like... It's very clearly aimed at a different demographic, and I'm kind of fine with that. It's like, yeah, you can aim one of these a little bit younger, and I mean, if this was a after school not cartoon, but puppet show for much younger audiences, which teaches them to be wary of strangers and all these kind of ideas, I wouldn't hate it. But as just this lone anomaly in the Scooby-Doo canon, it's very strange.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that part either. It's more I feel like the puppetry itself was real half-baked. It felt like there are people involved in the Muppets doing this. Like the Jim Henson crew helped out somewhat, but it doesn't feel like it's got the same polish as what we've come to expect from the Muppies, Richard. And you can see elements of the TV show it was going to be that are left in the final product. There's a very clear break, as we said, between the 2 episodes. The 2 plots you could pretty easily make completely different from each other, and the stuff which was clearly intended to be recurring gags, like I'd imagine every episode of Scooby-Doo Adventures, Scooby would eat a Scooby snack and he'd get so pumped that he'd transform into some kind of convenient object or vehicle that gets the gang out of trouble, because in both parts, in the first part he gets fed a Scooby snack and turns into a giant bowling ball that they used to get out of a cave, and in the second half he turns into a rocket ship, which gets them off, I think, Gnarlybeard's ship. Did you like that?
Gets them off. Yeah, I thought that was it's fun.
Yeah, I felt like that was like I can see the allure, and we created all these there'd be a warehouse full of different Scooby-Doo shaped or Scooby-Doo patterned objects and things.
Yeah, and they'd get auctioned off for charity in 20 years after the show.
Yeah,
but they I thought that was a fun little running gag, and it's like you say, it's clearly would have been like an every episode thing. Also, just on like, so you said when he eats a Scooby snack, I always get a kick out of watching puppets eat. I just think it's the funniest thing. Like the way like Cookie Monster eats cookies, where he just like, you know, shoving them into his mouth and just like mashing them with the puppeteer's hand. And they do it in this with the like pizza that they order, and they go, I always find that very humorous.
Yeah. Sounds like you maybe had a better time with this than I did.
Yeah, I mean, I just like, it was 45 minutes. It was...
Yeah, I guess so. I put this pretty low on my ranking. I think that
same.
In terms of the caliber to expect, this is like... I prefer this to the live-action prequels, but not by too much. I guess it's shorter, so therefore more palatable, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I put it pretty low as well, but I just don't have, like, that much of a problem with it. It's fine to have something to break up the... Especially when we're coming off the back of, like, we just recorded so many in a row together that this was, like, such a nice little...
Yeah, that's a good point.
...palate cleanser after it. I will say it's interesting talking about, like, you know, the reactions to Scooby-Doo things, because just for context for people listening to this in about a month's time, where we are in the history of Scooby-Doo is that the white male genocide actually just started. Velma released this week, and yeah, not great reviews for that show. The first, I think, 2 episodes are out.
Well, not great. Not a great look for Mindy Kaling either, who was caught red-handed liking a J.K. Rowling clapback on Twitter. Did you see that?
Oh, really? No.
Yeah. So, wow. Why would you? If I was like famous in Hollywood, I guess I don't actually share the opinions of J.K. Rowling, but if I secretly did, I just wouldn't interact with her on Twitter. I feel like it's a death sentence at the moment.
Yeah, I'd be or liking things on Twitter is just too dangerous. Because even like, you know, you can see a funny joke and then it's like, oh, it's from an anti-vax Trump supporter, and you're like, fuck, well, now I'm cancelled.
Yeah. The Samuel Jackson was caught liking a bunch of porn the other week, so that's fun.
Well, so was it. Bob Odenkirk followed that foot fetish page.
Well, speaking of Velma, Velma's actually got a new voice actress in this. She's played and puppeted by one Stephanie D'Abruzzo. And of all the publications on the internet, the TV pilot theory that we have was basically confirmed in a Scoobypedia exclusive interview with her. So the same site we've been going to get all our bullshit like information from is the one that interviewed her and got the scoop. So she said the scoop. She believes it was supposed to be a TV show and that she was hoping that she would get a job out of it, basically, to be a recurring show. She also, other tidbits from the interview include that D'Abruzzo, she feels guilty that she was the only puppeteer whose voice was used for her character, and apparently the other puppeteers expected they would make the final cut too, but the regular voice actors were brought on for the other characters. The other puppeteers include Muppet vets Eric Jacobson, Matt Vogel, and David Rudman, who did the rest of the mystery gang, but they were not selected. The regular voice cast, except for Velma, went and overdubbed all the audio. And you know, it's up to snuff. It's Shaggy. It's Matthew Lillard doing Shaggy. It's Frank Welker doing Fred. So good on them, or not good on them, whatever your opinion is. And also, according to IMDb, this is a piece of IMDb trivia, this movie marks the first and only time Stephanie D'Abruzzo voices Velma, a role that presumably could have gone to the then current Velma, Mindy Cohn. So IMDb trivia is stroppy about it as well. And D'Abruzzo says, is the one that says in this interview that Joe McNoff is a pseudonym, but doesn't say for who, but she does indicate she does know who. Which is interesting, isn't it? Like, is it someone real famous? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Joe McNoff. Yeah. Jonathan Jacobo. The pterodactyl ghost.
Yeah. It actually turns out to be like Christopher Nolan. It's like a full-on director. They're like, no, they're going by Joe McNoff for the stupid puppet film. who would be the most surprising director to find out directed this movie?
One of us.
Was it you? Because it wasn't me. Imagine if
It was.
28 films into Scooby-Doo, you're like, AJ, I'm involved in the franchise, and it is every criticism you've given it has offended me as a person.
Yeah. But it's also just like, I've been wanting, it just hasn't come up.
No, yeah, right. There's never been
I haven't
an
been keeping it
opportunity.
from you. Yeah. It just never felt right to bring it up.
All right, well, fair enough. As it stands, as we said at the start, this is the only production released under the Scooby-Doo Adventures banner, which is presumably what the TV show was going to be called, Scooby-Doo Adventures. But since, interestingly enough, the puppets, the design of the characters and the puppets in this film are actually based on their designs from the 90s Scooby-Doo show, A Pup Named Scooby-Doo, when they were kids, surely this should have been called A Puppet Named Scooby-Doo.
That's such an AJ like
a
title.
A pun is an AJ title, is it? Not something you would like? Not for you.
Nah, I don't like it. I think pun titles are the worst.
Well, but
I
surely
detest puns.
surely
and farts.
There's a way to sell the concept more than Scooby-Doo Adventures, I guess.
Yeah, right.
Scooby-Doo's felt mysteries.
Yeah, I was gonna say felt. Yeah, Scooby-Doo felt off.
Felt up.
Yeah.
Felt up Scooby-Doo. All right, well, this is pretty late into the podcast, isn't it? The final thing I have to say about this failed TV pilot, is that part of the cheapness of it, I think, is exemplified by the fact that it repeats songs from the band Just for Laughs that we've already heard in the last few movies.
Dig it.
Yeah.
Dig it. Dig it. Scooby-Doo.
So we hear songs from Camp Scare, Legend of the Phantasaur, and Abracadabra Doo, the latter of which the chorus is like, Abracadabra Doo! So it just says the name of another movie, and it plays one of them like 3 times, I think, throughout the 45 minutes, and it's just really like, I think ultimately that's what I have to say about it, is it just feels cheap. It feels like a puppet Scooby-Doo is a promising prospect, but This is I don't think they did a good enough job with this one.
Yeah, I mean, you say it feels cheap, but like puppets are quite expensive to make.
Well, that's even
tried to
more.
Make your own.
Maybe that's where all the budget went.
On felt.
I stumbled across a pretty interesting website that maybe we should look at another point, because I didn't copy it down. But it was when I was looking to see if this was a cancelled TV show, and I was Googling all sorts of buzz terms to try and figure that out. And I found like a blog someone wrote that compiled all the cancelled Scooby-Doo projects over the years.
Ooh.
And that could be a fun thing to look at. One of them was Hanna-Barbera Babies, which would have been a crossover. And like, because it was talking about, we talked about this on the, when we covered the first live action film, that a live action film was proposed as early as the 1970s, and I wonder what they would have used. Do you think it would have been? I reckon what a 1970s Scooby-Doo movie would have. I was going to say, would they have used puppets like this, but I don't think they would have. I think it would have just been an actual trained Great Dane, and it just wouldn't have talked. It would just eat heaps.
Yeah,
and that would be the way they would do it.
Yeah, did they do like talking talking animal movies back then?
In the 1970s.
Like...
Well, they did talking animal cartoons, so why not?
Yeah.
But I just think it would have been too practically difficult for them to do it, I guess. Milo and Otis is from, like, the 70s.
Talking animal movies... 1970s. I mean, like, the animals actually talked in... there was A Boy and His Dog was like the only
a 70s classic.
Yeah. But you know, like that sort of the dog's telepathic in this one. So it's set, the tagline for this for A Boy and His Dog from 1975 is, "The year is 2024, a future you'll probably live to see."
Well, we hope so.
And it's an R-rated, rather kinky tale of survival. Well, now I've got to go to the... I'm going to have to go to the parents' guide on IMDb. Let's... where's that pesky parents' guide? I can't they keep moving it. Here it is.
IMDb's such a mess now.
He has sex with a woman, and we see her topless after they had sex. We see her walk around nude, breasts visible, bottom not quite.
Oh no.
And then there's a scene where people extract semen from the main character. You see the semen entering a tube.
What the hell is that? This sounded like a child's, like, a boy and his dog, about a talking telepathic dog. And it's like there is semen extraction scenes in this.
Yeah, some scenes of fighting are intense, but the movie is slightly comic.
Okay, well, it sounds...
What the fuck is this movie?
Horrific. It
Jesus.
sounds like some of our friends of... do you know the term nanar?
No.
So it's a French term. It's Birdemic, The Room. So Bad They're Good movies are nanar.
Right.
It sounds like we've got some nanar fans in the Discord that might want to check out A Boy and His Dog.
Yeah. It was... the film is... It's based on a book. It's a cycle of narratives by Harlan Ellison, who wrote I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream.
Okay, so maybe it's not nanar. Maybe this is actually a very serious
It
adaptation.
has 78% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Fuck it. Someone suggested it for GMP. We'll watch it.
Yeah. There were rumours regarding a sequel called A Girl and Her Dog, but it never happened.
God. Well, we'll go check that out later on, but right now, Richard, we have to check out another little Scooby-Doo
Another little boy and his dog.
called Scooby-Doo Stage Fright. Let's hop to it.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Dig it, dig it, dig it, Scooby-Doo. Ah, what a horrible, horrible band that is to be stuck in my head. Welcome, everyone, to our conversation about Scooby-Doo Stage Fright. This also came out in 2013, directed by an MF named Victor Cook. It has no critical score on Rotten Tomatoes. Probably don't need to say that at this point anymore. What is Scooby-Doo Stage Fright about, Richard?
Scooby-Doo Stage Fright is about the gang head to Chicago, the Windy City, where they want to go on a show called Talent Star, American Idol sort of competition. Fred and Daphne are finalists, but then they realize that where it's happening, the big finale, they're being terrorized by a phantom, and then the sort of the big reveal of it is that pretty much every suspect ends up being one of the phantoms.
Well, they don't know that there's multiple phantoms until they keep unraveling
and then it's revealed
and
there's another one and another one and another one. The phantom keeps taking out finalists, and then it gets to the final at the end.
Not killing them, just making them unable to perform.
And it gets to the end, and you've got like this cute little girl who wants to win the money for her mum or whatever. And then
she's a violinist.
Yeah. And then Fred and Daphne are also on the final, and they make a point of being like, Fred and Daphne were better than the girl, but they're letting her win.
yeah.
Which is
also
funny.
this horrible little girl who comes third.
Yeah. The best part of this film is there's the reveal midway through when they finally unmask the Phantom, and it's very Phantom of the Opera, this guy who lives beneath it, and he's unmasked, and he's like, he's a guy they haven't seen yet. He's just a normal looking dude, and he's like, I'm cursed to haunt this building as the Phantom because I'm so hideous I cannot walk amongst, the people above. And they're like, oh, you're fine looking. And he goes, no, look in the mirror, look at me, I look hideous. And turns out he's only ever, for the last 20 years, or 40 years, he's only ever seen his face in a funhouse mirror and just thought he was hideous, and so hid down here. But he was like, as a Phantom, hadn't been really doing anything wrong, was only using the costume to like sneak in and out to get groceries and whatnot. But I thought that was such a fucking funny reveal.
Yeah, I agree.
Such a brilliant moment.
Yeah.
And also just relatable that this guy thinks he's so ugly that he hides away from society.
Yeah. Yeah. So he ends up replacing the host of the show in the end as the new host, because the actual host, Brick Pimento, played by Wayne Brady, was one of the Phantoms. The other Phantoms include Mel Richmond, Lance Damon, Dewey Ottoman, and as to Brick Pimento. Their motives they all have different motives as well. They're not working together. They've all just seen that being a Phantom can get you what you want. So Mel Richmond wants to burn down his money-losing theatre for the insurance money. Lance Damon was dressing up as the Phantom so that his daughter will win the talent contest. Dewey Ottoman is dressing up as the Phantom because he wants to steal the soap diamond to add to his collection of cleanliness treasures, and he specifies he's only got 2 at the moment, and that's not what does he say? That's not a collection. 3 is a collection. 2 is just what does he say? Do you remember?
2 is poo.
No, he says, shut up, dude. What are you talking about? I'm going to find this. It's real funny. And then Brick Pimento is doing it because the ratings were dropping. A classic motivation for any Hollywood villain in any cartoon movie ever. Sorry, I'm just going to try find it's a real funny line. I don't want to half remember things.
Yeah. While you remember that, the other thing that's sort of a big plot element in this film is the will they, won't they of Fred and Daphne is like brought to a head here.
Oh, it's the most interesting and compelling that dynamic has been.
So like Daphne is losing sleep at night, and not to bring this up again, but she goes out to the balcony in like a full-on like negligee. It's insane. Like it's absolutely insane that you would draw this character in a kid's film wearing that. Like it's God. It feels like it belongs in something like A Boy and His Dog, like R-rated. But yeah, the dynamic between Fred and Daphne is it's fun, and it does feel kind of rewarding because we've seen just little hints at this, and it's never been like front and center in any of the movies. It's just been like there's been a little bit of jealousy or whatever, but it feels like in this one that we're finally going to get them, actually being a real couple. The film ends with them both about to profess their love for each other, and then they head to Goose Lake
to get the Goose Lake monster.
But they I was upset that it didn't because also the whole film we only really follow Daphne talking to Velma about how she feels about Fred, and Velma gets something like, just talk to fucking him about it, I don't care. And then at the end they're in the mystery machine, they're heading off, and she's having one last chat to Velma, and Velma's like, look, for the last fucking time, bitch, talk to him. And then it cuts to outside, and for the first time we see that Fred is grappling with the same emotions and is saying,
being
hey,
the most
guys,
vulnerable with Shaggy he's ever been thus far.
And Scooby. And he's talking to them about how, oh my god, you guys, I think I have a crush on Velma, and Shaggy and
on
Scooby.
Daphne, not Velma.
On
God,
Daphne.
imagine if he had a crush on Velma. Oh my god, that'd be so enriching.
That would crush her.
Because they had to do an encore because they were a finalist. So they do the song they've been practicing, and then they perform another song in which Daphne has secretly written lyrics that are confessing her love for Fred, and they play that together live, and they're both wondering, like, can they kiss at the end of this performance? They're both wondering, did he just kiss me?
Was that just part of the performance?
It's part of the performance. The line is... So they go, so you were the one who stole the other artifacts, and Dewey replies, but you need 3 things to make a collection. 3 things. 2 is just bookends. Yeah. So, I loved this one. I thought I've been positive about a few of them recently, but that's more been like, okay, cool. No, there's some interesting. This is like, I put this on, not on 1.5 speed or nothing, Richard, and I just passively watched it and I enjoyed it and I thought it was really funny. And it didn't feel like a chore for some, compared to how some of the other ones have felt. As you said, the reveal of the fandom was hilarious. There's a part in it where, for whatever reason, Scooby has to dress up as an old man, and Shaggy's teaching him how to be an old man. It's like, you got to say, "You new fandangled kids" and stuff. And then when one of the Phantoms is arrested, I think it's Mel Richmond, he's like, "And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your nosy old guy." It's so funny. It's genuinely really, really funny. And
and also, like, Scooby's character work on the old guy was pretty good.
Yeah. And the whole multiple Phantoms thing, like, as it started revealing, I was like, this is such a great subversion of the formula that it's like, what if it was fucking everyone?
Yeah.
I actually kind of wish they went further and there were like half a dozen Phantoms instead of just the 4 or 5.
But also the fact that they're not working together, they just all independently had the same idea. Yeah, brilliant.
It's great. It's so funny. And so I thought that was a really great twist. You mentioned before there's a scene where Velma wakes up. She wakes up in the hotel room and Daphne's bed is empty. And she's like, oh, what's going on? And she sees Daphne out on the balcony in the middle of the night. As you said, she's wearing maybe the sexiest pajamas I've ever seen in a children's cartoon. It's like I know we've talked about this a lot, and I don't necessarily want to dwell on it as much as this, but it's like a flowy sort of skirt and then just a very deep necklined it's negligee. It is like,
and she keeps like folding her arms, which just press her breasts together.
But like, if this was live action, who cares? This is what the human body does. This is drawn. There were decisions made for Daphne to have a heaving bosom in this artistic design. It's just interesting. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not even, real talk. It's obviously it's a cartoon, so I'm not like an absolute.
I'm not gonna
like
leave my girlfriend for it.
No, yeah, but it's just interesting that this was like, I didn't check, but I bet Common Sense Media has something to say about it. You
better fucking check, AJ.
That's more my point. But furthermore, this scene. So Velma's like, what's wrong? And Daphne's like, oh, I'm in love with Fred. And I just thought it's a very brief scene, but I found it like super authentic and sincere. There's a famous X-Files episode called Quagmire. Released before Family Guy, which is basically like them looking for a local Loch Ness Monster copy, right, in a swamp. And it's just a regular episode of the X-Files, but then at the start of the third act, they get stranded in the middle of the swamp.
Oh, is this the episode on the rock?
On the rock, the episode on the rock, or the conversation on the rock. And the whole episode slows down to have a conversation about Mulder and Scully's dynamic with each other. And it just feels so out of nowhere. And it reminded me of that. Like, it felt like there was some kind of like moment where all these writers of these Scooby-Doo movies who just are churning out these like fun, kid-friendly adventures are like, I'm bored, let's explore these characters a little bit. And the scene is like a minute long, so it's nothing, it's nothing too extensive. But it reminded me of that, and I thought it was really sweet. And I guess, I don't know, like, I've had so many crushes on
Daphne,
my best friends in my life, right? And so it's just an interesting dynamic to see in a movie, to be like, I'm in love with this person I see every day. I'm in love with this person that has, been a part of my life for, in this case, 45 years, but not, I guess not literally. But like, do you have a lot of crushes on friends? Or do you?
So many.
Yeah.
An unhealthy amount.
Yeah, same. I'm a crush fiend, Richard. Most of the women in my life, I've either had a crush on or do currently.
Yeah.
If they're over 18, of course, and not related to me. I crush at crushes.
Nice.
And so, like, I guess it's just like, I'm a sucker for like unresolved sexual tension or unresolved romantic tension in TV shows and stuff. I mean, again, to bring up the X-Files, probably the most compelling part of the show. And I think it's always so exciting when it's done in a kids thing, because it's like, this is a way to introduce kids to like what the world can sometimes be like in a more profound and explorative way than just solving crimes and mysteries. It's like, yeah, and sometimes you're in love with your singing partner and you don't know if they like you back because everything is performance, you know?
That happens all the time, man.
But it does.
Just kid stuff.
It actually kind of does. The situation of not knowing if someone's actually into you or just because the thing you're working on together requires them to be close to you. That's relatable as hell. Like, I don't know. I just thought it was cool. It just really resonated with me.
Okay, nerd.
Yeah, I ranked this second. This is my second placed Scooby-Doo movie. It's behind Zombie Island. Very surprising to find a legitimate gem past the halfway mark of the series. Though I will say, I think the fuck AJ era has been my favorite era. Like, I think the globe-trotting bad font choice era was like, that's what I'm going to remember as the hard yards. I guess we've still got probably a couple more eras to go. Yeah. But at the moment when I think about it, those were the hardest ones to get through, whereas I've quite enjoyed a lot of this era.
The post-fuck AJ.
Yeah. Well, I think we still are, because this still opens with the thing that I think postmarks or signposts the fuck AJ era is there'll be an opening sequence done in a different animation style. Feels like that's the signature, which this has. Yeah, I think that this distinction of a good Scooby-Doo movie is shared by a couple of the other movies, but in this case, I really it just feels like you can feel the creative team were passionate about specifically this one. And it wasn't just like one they churned. Do you agree? Like, it feels like someone was like, I can tell a cool story with this, you know?
Yeah. It's people being having fun.
Common Sense Media, I haven't looked up what they said about, you can look that up if you like, but I can tell you that they praised Wayne Brady's performance as Brick Pimento, calling it extremely believable.
Horrifically believable.
Where is it just in the reviews that it says these things? Oh no, there's sex, romance, and nudity. All right, here we go. Sex, romance, and nudity on Common Sense Media. It's got 2 stars out of 5, which isn't too bad. And it says, Daphne is shown in a cleavage-bearing nightgown and she's preoccupied with her crush on Fred for all of the movie. There's one public kiss and another scene in which a man stares at a beautiful young woman. A talent show contestant wears tight, skimpy outfits. And then there's a little flag and it says, did you know you can flag iffy stuff with plus? Adjust limits for sex, romance, and nudity in your kids' entertainment guide. So there you go. They're not that nerdy about it, I guess. It's just like...
I guess it's like when you compare it to something like, I don't know, A Boy and His Dog. It looks quite tame in comparison.
I want to talk about... It's high time we talk about the food in a Scooby-Doo movie, I think. Okay. Because... There's a scene in this where Shaggy and Scooby, who you might have noticed have fuck all to do in this movie and are barely part of the plot, they like they wolf down like a couple of pizzas each, and the whole joke is like, oh, we can do it. And it got me thinking about how pizza looks in cartoons. And I reckon the cheese on pizza in like Scooby-Doo and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff, I feel like cheese doesn't look like that in real life. Richard's holding up a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles bottle. A property he does not like, so I don't know why.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. It's the
is that the upcoming one?
Yeah.
What's the deal with that? Is that going to be animated?
Yeah, I think so, and it's Seth Rogen produced.
Oh, right.
I don't know, mate. I just get the drink bottle.
I just think it looks like this delicious syrupy cheesy sauce in cartoons, and it doesn't look like that in real life.
There's such a specific pizza from something that I can picture in my mind, but I'm trying to work out what the surrounding IP is. But it's like one of the, like, it looks kind of gross and like like I'm thinking it's like a Ren and Stimpy or something like that,
right?
Like something that is deliberate. No, it's Invader Zim is what it is.
Okay.
That it's deliberately kind of a gross exaggeration of how it looks in TV shows, but just like super greasy, super disgusting. But yeah, it's like the liquid nature of the cheese.
Unrealistic cheese standards, I think, cartoons set for us. Like, I want to eat that version of pizza, but the one we get... Because, like, I think you can add, like... Say you add, like, extra cheese to your Pizza Hut pizza. You can kind of get a cheese stretch. You can kind of get a situation like that. But if you're going high class, if you get, like, a high class, like, New York slice from, like, Sal's, or I went to a place in Christchurch yesterday called Pretty Good Pizza. That was really nice. It was pretty good. And that
just as the prophecy foretold.
And that is cheese on it, but it's not cheese stretching. It's like authentic New York pizza doesn't seem to prioritize cheese that much, you know? It's more about the sauce and the base itself.
The sauce.
So this is me saying I wish I could have pizza right now.
Yeah. Are you going to get pizza for dinner?
I had pizza from Pretty Good Pizza the other day. I shouldn't do pizza twice in 3 days.
Yeah, that hasn't stopped you before, though, has it?
No, I had McDonald's twice yesterday, actually. I had McDonald's for breakfast, and then I had McDonald's after we finished recording the most disappointing films of 2022, or whatever we're calling that episode. That's where we are in the timeline, folks. I ordered McDonald's again and didn't realize till it got to my house that I was like, oh my God, this is the second McDonald's I've ordered today.
Wow. What was the last meal you cooked for yourself?
I do HelloFresh, so I cooked a really nice salmon and mashed potato thing the other day. It was delicious. Salmon is so good. I've been sleeping on salmon for like most of my life.
Salmon's really nice.
I just wrote it off because it was like, I'm not a fish guy, but I really like salmon, and I
do you like olives?
Become a fish guy. Same exact situation, getting really into olives. Yeah,
olives are fucking incredible. I think it's like the dried olives though. They're like black, when you buy like a pizza bread or something like that and it has those like sliced black olives on them, those are disgusting.
Yeah, I want my olives to be juicy and pop in my mouth as I bite them. And
like olives, like proper marinated olives.
I'll say it. I reckon olives is one of the strongest flavors I've ever tasted in something. Nothing really tastes like an olive. And when you bite into like a big juicy olive, it is such a rich flavor. And you don't get that with a lot of other vegetables.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I had the very similar food, but I went to this like very fancy, I didn't realize at the time, it was like, some friends of mine were leaving to go live in the States. And they were like, yeah, we're just doing like a dinner, come along. And then when it got to the end of the night, they sort of, when we got there, they're like, we've ordered for everyone, we're doing like, all these courses or whatever. And like 3 times what I thought was the main course came out. And then I was like, oh my God, there's more. And it was like $140 per person or something like that. And I was like, okay, I don't know that I would have come if I knew it cost as much. But they had this like raw fish come out with drizzled with like lemon, olive oil, and capers. And
I'm not a big capers guy.
Like, I didn't think I was either, but holy fuck, these were amazing. And it was like, so because they were just sort of sprinkled on top, so it wasn't something that you like make sure you have in every bite. So at the end of it, there was just a shit ton of capers left on the plate. And just as people were looking around, not looking at me, I would grab one and like, oh my God, they were just these little flavor explosions. They were incredible.
Well, maybe, I was wrong about olives and salmon. Maybe I need to give capers another crack.
I think it's definitely like when you go to like a restaurant of that quality, it's like anything you have is going to be like fucking incredible. Anything you have is going to
be good. Yeah. Remember like 3 years ago when we decided we'd go fine dining together and we just
with the Patreon money, that was going to be like what we were going to spend it on.
We never did.
Yeah, we still need to. I still think about that from time to time.
Scooby, at the start of this film, once again drives the mystery machine, and everyone's shocked. And this has been a recurring beat, and is in fact so recurring it's listed as a goof on the Scoobypedia that they do or don't know that he could drive the mystery machine. And the last sort of plot thing I wanted to talk about in this movie, as you mentioned it before, so Fred and Daphne do their encore, and everyone claps, and they effectively they tie with the little girl, the violinist girl who wants to save her family's farm. And then in order to throw the competition, they start telling jokes that Shaggy's been telling them the whole movie and they lose points But how do you lose points in like a voting system? Do people call up to
people call back and be like, "Don't take it away, give it to the girl."
Yeah. So apparently this is the last film in the series to be released under the Warner Premiere label due to Warner Premiere's dissolution in the previous year. And I think that this may mean that this is the final film of the fuck AJ era. Like, I think that this might be the final one that has that alternate animated title sequence. This era coincided, as we said many times before, but explicitly not connected to Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, which aired its series final a few months earlier than this movie's release. And I do wonder if Scooby-Doo Adventures the Mystery Map, or a puppet named Scooby-Doo, as I prefer to think of it, I do wonder if that was geared up to be the 2013 new Scooby-Doo show. But it wasn't, because the next show it didn't come out till 2015. So we're missing a couple. And the next film, which we're about to talk about as well, is not. I wouldn't consider it part of the fuck AJ era. I think it doesn't have that same.
It
style
feels like
opening
part
sequence.
of a new era. Yeah,
feels like part of a new era, and I haven't seen the one after it yet, so it remains to be seen if we're going to dip back into the hallmarks of the fuck AJ era. But I feel like this could be it, and we're entering a new whatever era for the Scooby-Doo films.
It kind of seems like, just from what I know of the ones that are coming up, we've got, WrestleMania comes as the immediate next film. There's one where they go to the moon, I think. There's one where they hang out with Kiss. There's a Batman one.
It's like a crossover.
That it's like a crossover, or like it's like all the shark jumping ideas.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So maybe that'll be the new era. We can't just choose if it's an era. If these start with animated opening sequences, then fine, it's still the fuck AJ era. Yeah. But the next one doesn't. But I also wouldn't consider the Music of the Vampire to be in the fuck AJ era. That's like a standalone thing, because that didn't have.
Yeah, because it was a musical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot to discuss.
And we've got a new guest to bring on to talk to us about Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery. So let's bring them on now. Let's jump back into this theme music that you've probably heard so much of already. And has it changed yet? Or is it going to change this time? I don't know. I'm not up to that part in the edit. So let's jump in and see.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Welcome back to our ongoing trek into the Scooby-Doo-niverse. We are here with a new guest, which is why I sound like I'm starting an episode and not 30 movies into an episode. Here we are with New Zealand comedian Rhys Mathewson. How are you?
Oh, great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Oh, good. Thank you for being on.
More importantly, how are you doing? Mentally, physically?
Well, I'm in higher spirits than we were the other day. The other day we had to watch like 9 movies over the course of 2.5 days to like meet certain guest appearances. And we had a little bit of a break, and the last one we watched before this one was pretty good. So I felt okay. I'm feeling more relaxed than I was when we covered like Scooby-Doo and the Music of the Vampire, for example.
And physically, I'm no different than usual, which is not great.
Yeah. Physically, I haven't felt good for about 13 years, but so we are here to talk about Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery in 2014. And Rhys, we brought you on because you had a wrestling podcast on was it on the Little Empire Network?
It was.
Yeah. Tell us about that.
It was called 2.5 Count. It was me and a comedian, Jermaine Ross, and a not comedian, Spencer Dowson, kind of recapping and like going through like 2 or 3 big things that had happened in the wrestling world that week.
Yeah, and I know Spencer Dowson. That's funny.
Yeah, Spencer and Jermaine getting into arguments, and me not really having an opinion either way, and just needling them. It was a good time.
It's a classic podcast dynamic. And so with you here on the show, the question we've asked each guest so far is, what is your history with Scooby-Doo? But also, I guess, what is your history with wrestling? I guess there's a nexus of interest here.
You're doubly qualified.
He might hate Scooby-Doo, we don't know.
No, I love Scooby-Doo. Like, very fond memories from childhood of, like, singing the Scooby-Doo song with my brother from, like, all throughout, basically. But my memory is shocking, so none of the specifics are really there.
Right, well, he's a dog, and he's got some human friends.
Who is this lady in the glasses? And in terms of wrestling, kind of was a fan as a teenager. As a fan when I was like 7 or 8, and then picked it up again when I was like 14. And Sky One used to do SmackDown and Raw in like 4 or 5 hours on a Saturday afternoon. And whereas my brother would be out playing sport, I'd be inside eating hot dogs.
Yes.
Watching John Cena and Batista.
I only ever saw the end of those because Sky One on Saturday would, after Raw, would do the Super Simpsons Saturday where they would play The Simpsons for like 5 hours, and I would always just have to catch the end of that to get ready for my Super Simpsons Saturday.
Yeah, are either of you guys fans of wrestling?
No, not at all.
No, I do. I'm starting to see the appeal a little bit, but not enough to get into it myself. But like, I know there's sort of like, wrestling's kind of like an SNL type thing where it's like the eras of wrestlers are like, you know, you feel such a kinship to what was big when you were into it. So this film has a lot of guest stars. Are these guys you were fans of, kind of thing?
Oh, Some of them are just all-time classics, you know, like, weirdly, this is at a time when John Cena, the worm had just turned on him. He was really despised by, like, the adult fans for quite some time because he would just always win. It was just, like, no matter what you throw at him, he manages to overcome the odds, but he was beloved by children. But around kind of 2014 is when he was like, well, I'm starting to do movies and stuff. I'm not going to be here as much, and started losing and being really interesting.
Yeah, because what's his sort of like character?
He's about 3 things. He's about hustle, loyalty, and respect.
Nice. I'm sure that's a hilarious reference to his act.
He has it on all his shirts. It's the thing. Right. It's just, you know, like, he's a stand-up dude who fights for what's right. He originally had a gimmick where he was a rapper called the Doctor of Thugonomics.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm on board.
And then he kind of like segued from that into like military adjacent, like respect the troops, take my dog tags off and kiss them before I do my match. And then he just became like, I wear a t-shirt that is in a bright colour that changes every 6 months so we can make some merch out of children. And he holds the record for the most Make-A-Wish wishes fulfilled.
True.
Yeah, so he was like, he walked the walk.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I enjoy John Cena. I think we talked about this on a podcast recently about how, like, he seems to be doing now what The Rock thought he was doing in terms of, like, the transition of wrestler to actor, because The Rock has now just exposed himself as this, like, thin-skinned little baby that makes terrible movies where he only plays the most powerful person. But whereas John Cena has a lot more fun with the idea of his character. Like, his first film roles were in Fred, when he played Fred's, like, imaginary dad to, like, hide the fact that he had an abusive, absent father. And yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah, but I don't know. The Rock did that too. Like, The Rock is weirdly in the Reno 911 movie.
Oh, really?
For like one scene, like not even 6 minutes, like 3 minutes. He's like, my name is the Condor and I'm here to train you, and then blows up. Like, he did do the weird stuff as well, and then realized that everyone just wants to see him
paid his dues,
be amazing all of the time.
Well, I think that's what he wants to think people want to see. Maybe. But my exposure to John Cena, the first time I ever heard the name John Cena was when I was 11 years old, and there was a misbehaving student at my intermediate school. The kind of, he misbehaved so bad he'd be led out to morning tea early because it was just let him on the playground first. And
Wow.
he would claim that John Cena was his uncle, and that John Cena was going to come pick him up in a helicopter. And I remember one time I had PE, and I was sitting on the basketball court at the end of PE, interval was next, and I looked over and saw the John Cena kid walk out onto the playground by himself, and he looked over at me, and he's like probably 50 meters away, and he did the like hand thing that John Cena
can't
does.
see me.
You can't see me. And it was just such a funny memory of mine. This kid doing you can't see me from 50 meters away.
I mean, before the helicopter, he might have got away with that.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't know. Maybe he was. Yeah, maybe he was his nephew.
A bunch of kids went to my primary school. I know who none of their uncles were.
Yeah.
No proof was ever provided. As soon as you say, and not only that, he's coming in a helicopter, that's when you've got to show receipts.
Yeah, exactly. So, Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery. As we said, it came out in 2014. It was directed by Brandon Vietti. It doesn't have a critic score on Rotten Tomatoes. Can either of you tell us what the movie is about?
Wait, hold on. Every movie has a score on Rotten Tomatoes. What are you talking about?
You have not done a podcast on low-budget franchises for 7 years, Rhys, because no, a lot of movies do not have a Rotten Tomatoes score. I think if it's not released in theaters, it's very unlikely it'll have a Rotten Tomatoes score.
It needs over 5 reviews, I believe, to get it to warrant a score.
Yeah. A straight-to-video release having a Rotten Tomatoes score is actually quite a good omen. Often, like it means that it was worth something. So this does not. So you take whatever meaning from that. But yeah, Rhys, could you tell us what the movie's about?
The movie is about Shaggy and Scooby are watching wrestling at home. They're playing a wrestling video game and they win it. And at the end of the video game, it's like, you've completed the final level. If you can do this incredible dance perfectly, which Scooby does, they win the chance to go to WWE City.
Yeah, and can I just say, I thought that's one of the most far-fetched things we've seen in this whole franchise. The idea that a video game, which presumably you could buy from anywhere at any time, has the secret ending that gives you tickets for something. Like, what if no one won it? What if the tickets weren't claimed in time? It's such a vague
That's more
setup.
unrealistic than a talking dog.
I think so.
I don't know. I feel like wrestling fans would have been all in there.
That's true.
Like they would have what if they don't sell and the game's been out 12 hours? Oh, someone's already done it, and then a third person's done it and has got a YouTube video complaining that they didn't get their tickets.
Yeah.
I've misjudged wrestling fans. Okay, fair enough.
So they. First of all, we see the Miz go for a jog and get attacked by a bear.
A monster bear, a ghost bear, sort of.
So, set up the villain. It's this ghost bear that seems to be attacking wrestlers. Shaggy and Scooby beg Fred, Velma, and Daphne to take them to let them go to WrestleMania. And what I loved is they have all of this proof of look at all the things we've done, and you really get a sense of how much how damaging it is to them spiritually to be in the costumes and be the bait.
Yeah, they basically say, no, we don't want to go with you to WrestleMania City, I believe is the name of where WrestleMania takes place. And they're like, no, we're not going to take you. And then Shaggy's like, need I remind you all the bullshit I've done for you? And
you shaved me. You shaved me and the hair never grew back in some places.
I'm glad you brought that up. So they're like, remember when we had to shave Scooby so he was a chihuahua or something like that? And then Scooby-Doo says what I reckon is the most legible sentence sentence we've heard in the franchise yet. Because usually it's sort of just like vague, but he goes, instead of like, he goes like, yeah, and some of the hair still hasn't grown back. And it's such a decipherable sentence. It was kind of off-putting.
I will say, like, from my memory of Scooby-Doo as a kid, he is far more legible now. Like, he's far more understandable. So that when he goes like, it's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
It really feels like Scooby should have more choice in what's going on.
He's clearly sentient enough that he should be able to make these decisions.
Yeah. Maybe it's just like as you've grown older, you've learned to decipher Scooblish more.
That's true.
Scooblish, I love that.
Yeah, like every year the Christmas tree gets smaller, but it's actually Rhys you who has grown.
Wow.
That's really beautiful. Every year, Scooby-Doo gets more intelligible to the point that one day I'll be an 85-year-old man listening to a perfectly reasonable dog. So they go along to WWE City, meet some characters along the way, meet all the wrestlers, John Cena, Sin Cara, who's a luchador who does not speak, so has no lines in the movie, and is not acknowledged in the credits. Which I thought was remarkable. Then the bear attacks. Scooby gets framed for trying to steal the WWE Championship, which is like in this locked vault, secure. The championship's been vacated, so until a new champion's crowned, we're going to put it in this safe. And it turns out that the dance sequence at the end of the game was actually training to beat all of the lasers and the security to get this championship. Yeah. In some sort of Manchurian candidate situation. And I just, at this point, I want to stop down and just ask, if you had to have any of the mystery team be a Manchurian candidate, who would it be?
What makes a good Manchurian candidate, I guess, is the question. What are you looking for?
I think I've got to go Fred.
Because everyone's going to believe the straight white man if he's tried to get into, you know, like he's got that level of privilege that will make people inherently trust him. I
didn't even think about that, but that's that's me probably just looking at taking my own privilege for granted. No, I would say because of the moments when the traps are working, they always cut to a shot of Fred, and it's a real menacing glee on his face of like, yes. So I think he'd really mastermind it well. Who would you guys take?
I think the worst one you could take would be the dog. Probably the worst Manchurian candidate you could go for. What about you, Richard? What do you think?
I don't know enough about the Manchurian candidate to comment, I think.
Someone gets hypnotized into killing the president. It's like the activation phase will be sent, and then they're like,
that's insane.
They're on their way.
What the heck? Is that true?
Did that happen?
No, it's a movie. Wait. Okay, how many president assassinations have there been? 4? And you thought one of them was by a Manchurian candidate?
No, see, Rhys, what I was doing was I pretended to not know for comedic effect.
Okay, phew.
I would go Daphne because she can
the sex appeal.
The sex appeal thing, the bombshell. She's gonna get through some doors. Especially with the gross, creepy presidents we've had in the last few years.
Okay, that I'm on board with. Daphne being sexy, that's a conversation. You guys might have talked about it already.
We talked about it a lot.
She was wearing a negligee in the last film.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, AJ used the term heaving bosom.
Wow. Okay. So so they are sexualizing her.
Yeah.
But for sure. It's like very notable. Maybe not so much in this one though.
But Leary presidents, I'm on board with. You could I'd say 41 out of the 42 would be like, come on in.
Yeah. Speaking of Leary presidents, What is the deal with Vince McMahon?
Oh,
Like, I've been seeing his name in headlines lately, and then like he left and now he's taken back. Like, what has happened with Vince McMahon?
yeah.
I actually hoped that he would end up being the guy behind the bear mask, and it'd be like, he's the villain, just like in real life.
What a
But no,
treat.
that didn't happen.
Yeah, so like it was really fun. There's a point in the movie where everyone's like, "Oh my god, it's Mr. McMahon. He's a legend. He's such a great guy." And objectively, he's a real bad man. He's a really, really bad man. So he has a history of like allegedly covering up a murder that Jimmy Superfly Snooker did in the 80s.
Right.
Wow.
But recently, what happened in the last year, which has been a crazy time for the WWE, it came out that he had some relations with female employees and paid millions in hush money from the corporate account. There was some element of gross power dynamics and coercion amongst those relationships as well. So he got booted. He got kicked out as chairman of the board and stepped away. And they were investigating into. Largely, it was like the spending of the money, not the weird gross shit, which was upsetting.
Yeah, right.
It was like.
It was his crimes against capitalism that he was really being taken down for.
Yeah, exactly. And so he stepped away, and his daughter, Stephanie McMahon, and her husband, Triple H, have kind of stepped up into running the company. And by and large, doing a great job.
Wow.
Like, the problem with WWE for so long has been Vince McMahon. He is an insane man in his 80s who would rather... Someone described it as, like, he would rather make 10 cents his way than $1 someone else's. And that is what's happening. He just does bad ideas that no one likes, but he can because he's a billionaire.
Right.
And so it started going great. And then because he's still like the majority shareholder, he's just muscled his way back in. So he's like, it's been enough time. The investigation's closed. I'm coming back and we're selling the company. It is like the real life Succession at the moment. It's incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, so he last week he sent a letter to the board being like, in the interest of the shareholders, which is like, read between the lines, brackets, me. I'm coming back. And they were like, don't, and he was like, suck it.
They should work this into like the storyline of the like wrestling. That's all I know about wrestling is that there are storylines. And you could make this a metaphor. Does he wrestle himself?
He did in the past. Yeah, he's won the Royal Rumble before. He is I will say, like, he is one of the most iconic wrestling characters in the pantheon of wrestling. WWE reached its heights because Stone Cold Steve Austin was your redneck badass who was standing up to his evil boss. That was the storyline for a couple of years, and it was incredible.
Nice. Well, yeah, so he, of course, Vince McMahon is in this movie voicing himself, and as we said, along with John Cena. We've also got Santino Marella, The Miz, as you said, Triple H, as you mentioned before, Rhys, Michael Cole, Brodus Clay, Kane, AJ Lee, and appearing but not saying anything, so effectively not having anything to do with the movie because it's a cartoon. We also see Sin Cara, Jenny Lawler, Sergeant Slaughter, Jimmy Hart, Big Show, Albert Del Rio, Cameron, and Naomi, all wrestlers I do not recognize in cartoon form or real life form.
And you got most of those names right, man.
Oh, awesome. what a success. So, at the end of this movie, the ghost bear is taken down and the mask is removed to reveal that it was Cookie the whole time, who is the coach for one of the wannabe wrestlers who was mad that he never got to get the championship belt. So he created this whole ghost bear stuff to try and steal it. What did you think of this movie, Rhys? And as a wrestling fan, did this do anything for you?
Look, I mean, I found the first half tough going, I will say. I kind of watched it in two sittings. I watched the first half last night and the second half today. Maybe today I was just in a better mood, but like, I think that's the thing of the mystery, right? Like, it's the sunk cost fallacy, where like an hour into it, you're like, regardless of how this is, I do need to know who did it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't like, there was something about it that was not, it just didn't live up to my memories of it. There were some funny jokes in there, I'll say that. Like, punching a guy out of clothes is objectively funny. Scooby hitting the tree, and then like just an imprint of his face on the other side coming out. And I will say, I really liked the update on like the old Hanna-Barbera chase scenes that I'm used to, you know, where it's just a corridor with doors, things opening and closing. That whole cave sequence where the camera's actually like moving and following them through this labyrinth, I thought was really fun and impressive.
Yeah, I agree. I think as well the animation has taken a slight increase.
This is our first one on the in our folder that's in 1080.
Yeah, and I had to download it instead of watch it off the Google Drive because it wasn't playing. So that's promising. And I enjoyed how it looked, I guess, but it'd be mean to say it's not self-aware, because it is self-aware. It knows it's doing something a bit silly. I just guess I didn't find it that funny to make all these
You're
jokes.
Not in on
and
the joke,
sense, the sense of humor was like, yeah, all right, I get it. But I found it. I was like half falling asleep through a lot of this movie, and I think that's not something I would say for every Scooby-Doo movie, so it's clearly something to do with this one.
Yeah, I kind of enjoyed this one, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I liked how silly it was. Maybe I liked those extra pixels in the 1080 file. But I don't know. I thought John Cena was fun, and it's seeing someone play themselves, and you know, someone who's at this point not really an actor. It's like still a pretty good performance, and maybe a vocal performance. I didn't think I would really recognize John Cena's voice, but then as soon as he started talking, I was like, oh yeah, no, I do know what John Cena sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, I will say from a wrestling perspective, it's bonkers the people they got to do it.
Yeah.
Like John Cena, big name. Triple H, big name. And his voice reads are, I think, very funny. Like, it's ridiculous that a human being talks like that. But, like, Brodus Clay, the Funkasaurus, was a flash in the pan. Like, this movie must have been made within, like, the 6 months where he was getting TV time. And then disappeared. Like, he is now a,
Right.
I thought about giving you guys, like, a Where Are They Now for everyone of all of the wrestlers. Santino Marella still working in different companies. AJ Lee, now a very successful comic book author, and she wrote a book about, like, she's just gotten out of the wrestling game, but has built a following of, like, you can do it, young girls, that kind of thing. Brodus Clay is now a Fox News commentator, who is insane.
God, what a, like, delegitimizing thing to do for your already, like, it's hard to believe news company is like, this ex-wrestler is now our commentator.
Yeah, and now to speak on Biden's documents, the Funkasaurus.
Yeah.
And Kane is a mayor of a town.
Wow.
He's a mayor of Knox County, and I don't know if this has been proved, so I'm going to say allegedly, but allegedly, like, has had like, leaned into the alt-rightness a bit, you know, hunting where the ducks are, and allegedly made council employees just, like, clean up his house, like mow his lawns and shit, and there's been a bit of allegations around that.
Wow. Those are some tame allegations compared to what I expected when you said allegedly for a wrestler. Nice. Well, I thought it was interesting that this film is the first, in terms of the films we've watched, not the TV shows, it's the first, like, big, silly crossover we've seen, where it's, like, Scooby-Doo featuring this other IP. But that is, like, pretty integral to Scooby-Doo as a brand, and has been featuring guest stars in episode to episode since it began. And this isn't even the first time that WWE themselves have been involved with Scooby-Doo. They'd shown up before in a 1990 episode of a pup named Scooby-Doo called WrestleManiacs, and they were also in a 2005 episode of What's New Scooby-Doo, which was also called WrestleManiacs. But this is the second franchise, as you said before, we've covered ever to feature John Cena in a pre-film career role after Fred, where both this and Fred, it's like he is giving it his all. It's really charming and funny. It'd be very, like, as you say, like some of the other wrestlers in this race, it's clear that like they'd never been in a voice booth before, and they're sort of just reading lines. But he's going for it, and I really like
he's
that.
serving cunt.
Absolutely. This is also not the first WWE produced film that we've talked about on the podcast, Richard, because The Scorpion King, which we talked about a couple years back, was a WWE produced film, and even further back, Jingle All the Way 2 was also a WWE film.
Starring Larry the Cable Guy. Famous wrestler.
It made me think he was a wrestler, because I was like, yeah, he must be a wrestler because he's in a WWE movie. And
I think the Sinbad character in it was a wrestler, right? Or something.
Maybe. Yeah.
Sinbad?
Like Sinbad the comedian, who's in the first Jingle All the Way. In the second one, the character who fills that archetype, I think, is a wrestler, but it has been several years since I've seen that movie, and it is very bad, so don't necessarily hold me to that.
I bet.
In the world of Hanna-Barbera as well, this is not the only film of this era to coincide with the WWE. There is one more Scooby-Doo movie, which we'll be covering in a few movies' time, called Scooby-Doo and WWE, Curse of the Speed Demon. But there's also the Flintstones and WWE Stone Age SmackDown, and the Jetsons and WWE Robo WrestleMania. And it made me think there's got to be a podcast about WWE movies, right? Like, it is such a beautifully niche.
There's a podcast about fucking everything.
Yeah, so it feels like if there isn't, someone should start one, because it's like this has got to be content galore. These weird WWE movies where they insert wrestlers, and some of them are sequels to movies that were not WWE movies.
Yeah,
like Surf's Up 2, the animated one. That's a WWE movie for some reason.
It's been a great time, guys, but I've got to go. I've just had a multi-million-dollar idea.
Well, was there any other things that you guys wanted to bring up about this movie? Do you have any notes, Rhys, or anything you wanted to riff about?
Yes, a couple. Because I was making notes on my phone as it went through.
Nice.
Firstly, the most realistic part of the movie was right at the end, where the blonde lady who's like just a corporate shell is sucking up to Vince McMahon, and he yells at her. Like, that was the closest to the real WWE.
Nice.
When did WWE like begin?
Oh, ages ago. Like, I want to say the 50s or 60s.
Oh, wow.
It was started by Vince McMahon's dad as a territory in New York State, and then he took it over, and then between kind of Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan, basically expanded to the point of monopoly across the country.
Yeah, and like, is it just WWE, or is there like other ones?
So there are others. It's the three biggest countries for wrestling are America, Mexico. Like, lucha wrestling is still massive. There's a couple of companies there. Japan. Like, the now third biggest wrestling company in the world is in Japan, because after World War II, they would pay American pro wrestlers to come over and lose to Japanese wrestlers to help restore national pride.
And it worked.
That's one of my favorite. And it worked. But there's a second... There was like WCW in the 2000s, late 90s, that was like competing against WWE and was bigger.
Wow.
I'm kind of familiar with WCW. My brother, when we were kids, had a phase, which I never quite understood till he was an adult and came out as gay, and it was like, well, that's probably why he wanted to watch the wrestlers. But we had
meaty men slapping me.
Yeah. We had the PlayStation 1 game WCW Nitro.
That's a good one.
And I remember the main thing I remember about it was discovering the like plethora of cheat codes for it that could unlock you like 30 characters, and they were like a skeleton and a grizzly bear and stuff. So that's
bear.
The main
that's
memory.
Insane. That's an unfair advantage.
Yeah.
And nowadays there's a new company called AEW, which was set up by some people like indie wrestling, kind of with the rise of the internet and Twitter and stuff, kind of became massive. They've set up their own company, and it's owned by the guy who owns the Jacksonville Jaguars NFL team.
Nice.
And is doing really well, like is like a legitimate
is it like
competitor.
one of these things where like wrestling fans are like they want a competitor? Because do people not like WWE? Is that like, or they're just shackled with it?
Well, like so much, like wrestling culture, particularly like the online wrestling community, is so much of like that classic nerd thing of, I love this thing and here's everything I hate about it.
Right, yeah, like Star Wars fans kind of thing.
Yeah, like like I love wrestling so much. Every decision Vince McMahon makes is dumb. Raw sucks. This sucks. All that sort of thing. So having alternatives has kind of forced everyone to up their game, and there's just so much more like for everyone. There's this is a real tangent.
No,
there's a Japanese wrestling company called DDT, that is like the most silly wrestling promotion of all, where they've got this one championship belt that can be won at any time by anyone, and the winners include like a blow-up doll, like 3 separate ladders. Like a ladder's just fallen on the champion and stayed there for 3 seconds, and the ladder's become the champion. The belt itself has been the champion of the belt.
This sounds like the cheat codes from WCW Nitro.
Yeah, like a 10-foot tall and a guy in an inflatable panda suit. Like, it's like wrestling's so good, you guys. You should really watch wrestling. Like, I don't think anyone watching this movie has really got a taste of what the greatness of what wrestling can be. Like, it's very much like, it's the sort of thing where, like, if I had a kid and I wanted to like slowly try and get them into the wrestling that I like, to be like, see, watch this. It can be fun. But like it scratches none of the itch, really.
Right. One of the fun little behind the scenes pieces of trivia I know about wrestling is that like when Paige became like the next champ or whatever the thing was, she then had a bunch of like sex tapes leaked, and in one of them the guy she was with came all over the championship belt, and so they were like, we're redesigning the belt and we're going to have a new belt from now on. And you know, never officially announced why, but it was like the old one did get cum all over it.
Was this the one from Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery?
The Paige is in Curse of the Speed Demon, presumably.
Wow. I wonder if this will come up.
Yeah, probably.
So anyway, here are my 2 questions that I had for the movie. Number 1 is canonically, how old are they? Because Fred tells them to go to bed. How old are Shaggy and Scooby?
Annoyingly, like 17.
Yeah. I think it goes back and forth depending on where the continuity is. In the Zombie Island, which is one of the first straight-to-video movies, they are explicitly adults. It's supposed to take place after Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?
And then it's like they've broken up and they're getting back together kind of thing.
Yeah, and in what one was it? The Legend of the Phantasaur, which was a few movies ago. Fred talks about trying to get his like biology homework in on time or something like that, and it was like, what on earth? It was mind blowing to hear it, because I was like, I thought these guys were like 40 years old.
They are still called meddling kids, and I think
true.
Canonically they're supposed to be about 17. But any film where it doesn't specifically mention their age, you kind of assume that they're a bit older.
So, if they're canonically 17, the previous movie where Daphne was in lingerie...
See, this is why I said it's so annoying. That it's
according to America, a crime?
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, you'll have these things where she's drawn so fucking sexily, and then she'll be like... And then she'll be like, "Oh, I have to get to science class." And it's like, but the thing is that it's like, this is, like we just spoke about this, but someone has chosen to draw her like that. This is a middle-aged man, presumably, who said, no, make the cleavage a little bit longer. Make her make her bosom a little bit more heaving.
I love long titties. Oh, the longer the better.
Girl, how long those titties?
Tell you what, I'm a size king. I'll admit it. And my other question was, are Daphne and Fred together?
So this is
wonderful question.
The last film, like, there's been a bit of a will they, won't they throughout every film, and sometimes it's just, quite often, like in this film, it's just one of them having the hots for a new character and the other one is visibly jealous. At the end of like the last film, that will they, won't they finally came to a head, and the film ends with them like about to profess their love for each other, and it feels like, oh cool, we're finally getting, we're going to have them be a couple, and they're going to have like really, and then this one, she's just so hot for John Cena.
Well, and this one's a soft reboot as well. So, like we finally got to the precipice of Fred and Daphne getting together, and then they've reset the continuity again, as they do every few movies. So, dunno, Rhys, couldn't tell you. I think it's definitely something they want you to think about and want you to be invested in, but it's also something I don't think we'll ever see any Scooby-Doo movies where it's like they are a couple and continue forward as a couple. I think it's too enticing to do the will they, won't they thing.
It's one of the unbreakable rules of the Scooby-verse.
Yeah.
Right.
Or it might not be. We still have like 17 to go. I don't know.
Have you got anything else you wanted to talk about, Rhys, or should we wrap this thing up?
I'm trying to think. I mean, now I'm thinking, like, you guys know there was a Scooby-Doo porn parody, right?
Of course.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I don't know
I've
if I
seen it.
Okay.
I believe
you should review that one. Like, where does that fit in the
from
canon?
memory, I think
we could probably get away with doing that for our Patreon show.
I think Brie Olsen is in it. I think she plays Daphne from memory. I've actually seen it, like, genuinely.
That's a name I haven't thought of in years. No, that's kind of everything on my list. Is there anything more like you guys want to know about, like, the wrestling side of it?
It is.
What do you reckon, Richard?
Awesome.
Do we have any more wrestling questions?
Let me. I'll get you the rest of the cast of Scooby-Doo, a Triple X parody. You got Brie Olsen as Daphne, Bobby Starr as Velma, Chad Alva as Shaggy, Michael Vegas as Fred, and Evan Stone as the Demon.
Okay, well, I'm glad we got that established.
Yeah.
In a way, I guess like the storyline of porn and the storyline of wrestling feel like they occupy a similar. You know what I mean? It's like these soap opera-esque things that don't really need story, but
it's also like these things where people are like, "Oh, don't you know it's all fake?" And it's like, yeah, but I still enjoy it.
Oh, okay. Hard disagree on that.
Okay.
The story is not superfluous to the wrestling. If anything, the wrestling is superfluous to wrestling. Like,
understood.
The beautiful thing about wrestling is that it is like, it is theatre, but it is the most accessible, lowest common denominator. Yeah. Like, it's like anyone who would go, I hate plays, I ain't going to no play, would be like, hell yes, the wrestling. It's all about the characters. It's all about, like, the motivation. One of the best storylines in wrestling over the past decade was two wrestlers in Japan who have, like, slow burnt a gay love storyline across, like, 3 or 4 different promotions and are currently broken up. Like, it's just...
Wow.
It's like, when it's good, it's so good. I can't express to you, like, it's better than any sport because it's like sport has an element of uncontrollability to it.
Right.
You know, like they can actually plan perfect moments. It's divine.
That's a good point.
Well, I mean, I would say porn's kind of similar.
No, there's a lot more unplanned accidents that you can't take back in porn, I think. Hey, Rhys, what is your birthday, if I may be so bold as to ask?
26th of November.
26th of November. What we've been doing with all our guests is telling them their Scooby-Doo villain horoscope. And we've collated the debut of every Scooby-Doo villain across all the different TV shows over the years to tell you which villain debuted on your birthday. So the 26th of November, I can tell you, was... It is... you can get the Frankenstein. You got Frankenstein from the new Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo show, Season 1, Episode 11, Who's Minding the Monster, from 1983. So does that resonate with you, Frankenstein, at all? Sometimes they resonate with guests, and I was hoping it would happen every time, but we're losing that ratio a bit, I think, as the show goes on.
Well, you backed me into a corner. Yes, it resonates with me in some ways.
You didn't have to say that. Thank you.
In some ways, I feel like the villagers are afraid of me, but they know not what a gentle soul I can be.
Do you reckon it's Frankenstein's monster or Frankenstein in this episode? Do you reckon they've done the Frankenstein
Well, I actually
thing?
think that Frankenstein was the real monster.
Okay, interesting.
In hell.
Richard, do you want to lead us through our final game for
All right.
record?
What are your impressions like? Are you an impressions kind of guy? I know you do stand-up comedy, and I presume that involves a lot of impressions.
Yeah. Wow. When was the last
That is the
time
funniest thing I've ever seen in impressions, so I'll
what we've been getting our guests to do is perform for us, and the way we would like you to perform is that we will ask you in a moment to do an impression of Scooby-Doo, and then we will judge that out of 3. If it's good enough, you will then move on to do a Shaggy impression. Once again, that'll be judged out of 3. If that's good enough, you then get an opportunity. The floor is yours to do an impression of anyone from Scooby-Doo or Hanna-Barbera, or I guess WrestleMania. That
yeah, it's open
the floor for you. But also, very crucially, you don't have to do this if you don't. You can just say no.
Are you competitive, Rhys?
Very much so. So what's the record? What's the record of like stages that impressions someone's got through?
Someone on our leaderboard, American comedian Lily Hansen has gotten up to 8.5 points for a pretty good Scooby, then a great Shaggy, and then a great Yogi Bear. So 8.5 is the score to beat.
Okay, cool. Let's do it.
All right. Can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
Shaggy.
Wow, the puffed up cheeks, the air and the sort of what's it called? Like the jowls of a dog. I heard them, Richard.
I could hear his jowls.
It was really Scooby-Doo. I reckon that's a 3. I reckon that's a really good Scooby.
Good. Yeah.
All right, off to a good start. Can you give us a Shaggy impression?
Oh, I don't know, Scoob.
That's pretty
good.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That was good. I reckon. What do you reckon, Richard? You reckon that's a
2.5?
Yeah, I reckon a 2.5. I'll give that 2.5. And now the floor is yours. Pick a character. You could do a well-known Hanna-Barbera character, or you could do I guess a WrestleMania character we've never heard of, and then just tell us it's a 3 out of 3.
Oh, this is risky, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to try for a Muttley from Wacky Races.
Oh, I think Hamish Parkinson did us a Muttley, so...
Oh, he'd be a great Muttley.
Have a direct comparison.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I shouldn't have chosen that. I've really backed myself into a corner. I thought I could do a Muttley. Here we go.
I can tell you his Muttley was 2.5, so there is room for improvement.
Like, okay. You just got to do it. No,
What do we reckon, Richard?
Do we take his first one?
Oh,
it has to be the first one.
got cocky. I got real cocky.
What do we? Yeah. So should we? Should we give you another? Do we give people other goes, or is that?
No. You live by the attempt. By the attempt, I went looking for Muttley, and I could only find Marge Simpson.
Okay, well let's go maybe a 1.5 for the Muttley then. And what does that bring the total score to?
So I've written perfect Scooby, great Shaggy, the worst Muttley I've ever heard. So that is 5.5, 6, 7 points. So you are tied with Alexei Toliopoulos in fifth place.
Phenomenal company to be in. God, I'd love another crack at that. I tell you, it's so competitive. Tell you what, when you guys do the porn parody, I'll come back for that one.
Okay.
And
sounds good.
Do a parody of the.
And I'll do
Moans.
No, it's still all Hanna-Barbera characters, just in a context that feels at best grim.
Yeah,
I should point out that Rhys and I work in the same building, and so I'm now looking forward to like walking past my desk, which is in quite a high traffic area every day. Just be like, just give me another chance. I can do Adam Ant for you.
You're like working quietly on your work, and then you just hear this like excellent Muttley from behind you, like right in your ear.
Like Top Cat coming my way.
Yeah. I will say this, Rhys, well done for accepting the challenge. Not everyone has been as competitive as you, and it feels a lot more rewarding when they're like, I have to do this.
I mean, great for you guys. What a horrible note for me to end on.
Well,
I just get to go into the rest of my day going, you idiot. You idiot. You should have gone safe. You should have gone with
At least it's like 6 p.m. though, so the rest of your day isn't that long.
Yes.
So you only have a few hours to wallow in sorrow.
Yeah. Famously, by 6:45, it's Jim Jam's time.
Rhys, if people enjoyed your comedic stylings, your fantastic Muttley, where can they find you on the internet? Do you want to plug anything?
Yeah, so I just deactivated my Twitter account, so that's gone. That was probably where I was most prolific. You can find me on Instagram at Rhys Mathewson. Mm-hmm. I am going to build a website soon. I had a website, and then I forgot to pay the domain, and then it got taken over by a Chinese gambling company. Nice. And then they made such little money off it, they gave it back.
Nice.
So I finally got rhysmathewson.com back. Watch the space.
That's so good. And what was the name of your wrestling podcast if people want to go back and find that? Is it still available online?
I have no idea. 2.5 counts.
WrestleManiacs.
Well, thank you so much, Rhys, and we will now march forward valiantly to the next film in the franchise, which I can tell you is called Scooby-Doo, Frankencreepy. So we'll let you know how that one looks. I haven't seen it yet. I'm excited. But thank you so much, Rhys, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Well, Richard,
AJ, I want to ask you.
Yes.
About the storyline.
About the storyline. I went and got an eye exam today, everyone.
Excuse the pun.
I stared into the
abyss.
I stared into the little machine and saw that very ominous hot air balloon down at the edge of a highway. Mm-hmm. And I said to the guy, I was like, "Listen, I'm gonna need to hold my eye open." And he was like, "Yep, that's cool." And he still felt a little impatient with me because I was like holding my eye up, trying to like not blink as it puffed me. And I was like,
the puff of air is the worst fucking thing. It's not the hot air balloon that puffs you, though. Like,
no,
are these separate things? Like, are you saying?
No, you look at the hot air balloon and then it goes. Pff.
Right. The hot air is not coming from the balloon.
It's not hot air. I know. Actually, you're right. The hot air balloon's for focusing. The green light is what you stare at, and it puffs you.
Yeah.
I don't think it's coming from the green light either.
Okay, it sounds like you're a bit stupid, maybe. At least you've got your looks. And by looks, I mean your ability to look is perfect, right?
Well, maybe not for long. No. So I went in and met with a Richard, a very cute optometrist. Oh my god, she was looked about my age, very smiley. I would love to tell you that I flirted with her. I did not. Because she's just doing her job, and who am I to come in?
Is this another dig at me for flirting with our guests?
Do you want me to leave that in? Because we haven't said that on the podcast.
Well, we're spinning plates here. AJ accused me of flirting with our guests.
I didn't accuse you. I just said
I didn't accuse you. You fucking did it.
I said you're a flirt.
Well, I have not stopped thinking about it since you said it.
I know, because you keep bringing it up long after I've forgotten about it. Anyway, so I told her which numbers looked the best when she'd asked me 1 or 2, etc. The whole, what I imagine a lot of...
Can I say
provided,
you look the best?
What I imagine has provided a lot of fodder for observational stand-up comics over the years about getting eye exams.
You ever notice how 1 and 2 don't look that different?
She told me something interesting, which is that my short-sightedness has gotten better. As in, which I didn't think could happen. I just thought your eyes got worse and worse until you died.
Like you're better at being short-sighted.
No, like the vision is healing, but the astigmatism in my eye is getting worse.
So you're actually worse at being short-sighted.
Yeah. I guess that's a better way to say it.
It's
then
a much worse way to say it.
And then she told me that, Richard, I might not be able to be looking at your lovely face for very long on the Zoom. Imagine if this was devastating news and I'm just riffing on it. If I found out I was going blind, I would not be recording the podcast. I would probably quit the podcast.
I wouldn't have wasted my last precious months of vision watching Frankencreepy.
Yeah. No, she showed me an X-ray of the back of my eye. It's not an X-ray, it's like a really bright photograph. And there's a tiny little tear in my retina, which she said is...
you were crying.
No, I actually said a hole to you when I messaged you about it earlier today because I knew that tear would be confusing. But there's a tiny little hole in the back of my retina.
But you think our audience is intelligent enough that they'll pick it up?
Smarter than you, cunt. She said that the retina is like a sheet of Glad wrap, and that there's a little hole in it, and that by the looks of it, it is very old, and she's surprised it hasn't been caught in previous eye exams. But she said it's probably nothing, don't need to worry about it, but I'll refer you.
Did you say, well, my previous eye exams weren't as good looking as you? I mean, they weren't as good at looking at my eye.
They weren't as positively ravishing. No, and so she's referred to me to someone who may or may not take me on board to wait for an email. But I went home, I bought glasses online, like I said I would. Mm-hmm. And I'm waiting for them.
What site did you use?
What one did I use? There were a couple I was looking at, but the one that I used, the one that felt easiest to use, Zeni Optical.
How do you spell that?
Zenni. And I bought some circular bad boys.
Did you buy the Vooglum round green?
I don't know what they're called.
Full rim. They look pretty cool. Did you get like the round ones? Are they like a thick rim or a wireframe?
A wireframe, because I thought the thick rims, the roundness is lost in them. I think
the thick rims, you would look too much like you do in that ad.
Yeah, right. Totally. That commercial I did for a retirement.
A fucking nerd. You look like a nerd.
I wanted to go full Harry Potter, and I think I got the like most circumference I could. So they haven't arrived yet, but I guess that'll be the final part of the story. Unless I go blind, that would also be a good end.
Listeners, should I buy the same glasses as AJ?
You don't know what ones I got.
Would that be funny?
Do you have your eye exam results? Do you know?
I do have them somewhere. Were they $9.95, your glasses?
No, those were the cheaper ones. I got like $30 ones.
Oh, okay. Damn. All right, everyone. That's where your Patreon money's going.
Scooby-Doo!
God damn.
I can probably tell you the ones I got. You had to do your own pupil measurements for these websites. Yeah. It's scary.
Did you not get your pupil measurements?
Well, I thought it would come with it, but it didn't tell me them.
Yeah, I after we had this conversation, I was like, Maybe I should. Well, I actually was going to buy some more from Bailey Nelson, but I mean, like when they're $6.95 for a pair of glasses. But yes, I went back and I found my old prescription, and then because I was like, you need like the actual prescription, which is like the point. I'm minus 1.5, 1.75 in the other eye or something. And then it has like your angle and then the pupil distance. Correct. What do you actually need?
Your pupil distance, a lot of places apparently don't give you them.
Right, okay.
And so you got to measure them yourself or with a friend, which I was lucky enough to do. I cannot
which is
find
very presumptuous.
like the name of the pair. Okay, here we go. I got the rimless glasses 3229411. I can show you a picture of them. Do you want me to just send you a picture of them?
Yep. All right, got them.
All right.
$32.95. This would be very funny. Yeah, they're actually completely rimless. They're not even wireframes.
Yeah, mate.
So you did actually lie to me and the audience just then, which is
or am I stupid and dumb?
Yeah. Would you rather be known as a liar or stupid and dumb?
I think stupid and dumb for sure.
I think a liar.
Yeah, I knew you would think that.
Well, I think because you're stupid and dumb, you would already think that. Well, we're talking about Scooby-Doo Frankencreepy, and
right.
You know how like the last few ones that I was in charge of, I went to Common Sense Media to fill out the episode's runtime. I had something else planned for this film, and I'm just going to shut those tabs right now because I think we've spoken enough about eyeglasses that we don't need it. So,
well, was it cool? Can we do it for another film, or was it only for?
Yeah. Well, we might do it for Moon Monster Madness next. We'll just see how the discussion goes. But Scooby-Doo Frankencreepy. Woohoo! This came out in 2014. It premiered at San Diego Comic-Con, which I know a few of these have done.
Oh wow!
Which is it's just. I remember the Courage the Cowardly Dog. I remember actually the Return to Zombie Island. I remember that being a big thing. Like, you know, because that was like 2019 or whatever. When we're actually actively following Comic-Con updates, and then it's like, for those not paying attention to Marvel, if you go to Hall G, you will see the premiere of the new Scooby-Doo film.
Yeah. So,
what is Scooby-Doo Frankencreepy, directed by Paul McAvoy, about?
So it turns out that Velma has got old money. She's got a family from she descends from a family of Dinkelsteins or something like that.
Von Dinkelstein.
Von Dinkelstein. And they get asked to go to this Transylvania, Philadelphia or something like that. It's not the actual Transylvania, where it's sort of like a German settlement, where there are legends of a monster. It is said that all of the Dinkelsteins went crazy trying to create essentially Frankenstein's monster. And this isn't a case of like no one's heard of Frankenstein. This is they bring up Frankenstein in the story.
Mary Shelley is name dropped.
Yeah, and they go, it's similar to Frankenstein, which is
they say that Mary Shelley
based it,
was inspired by this true life event to write.
Yeah, and like the amount of media over the years that has parodied Frankenstein, this might be the only one to do it this way. Usually it's just like swept under the rug. But what's that trope you like where the thing exists as well as the parody of the thing?
Yeah, it's like the Mr. Ersatz.
Yeah. It's surprising.
You know what's really funny? You mentioned that is that the tab I shut was TV Tropes.
Here we go.
Moon Monster Madness.
It's funny to see it done in a non-comedic way. Like usually I'm used to like, here's this app I'm using called Lover. It works like this. Oh, that sounds pretty similar to Tinder. And it's like, that the joke being that both exist.
Yeah, you're used to watching New Girl.
Yeah, well, I'm actually just, that's a second-hand recollection.
From me, who's used to watching New Girl.
But in this, it was just like, no, we're acknowledging it up front. So they go to this town, and it's said that they are to be cursed, Richard. They will lose the thing they love the most. At the start of the film, the mystery machine blows up in maybe the most like close to dying these characters have ever come. And then as they're investigating all the creepy goings on in Transylvania, Velma succumbs, despite being a skeptic, succumbs to being the Dinkelstein curse of becoming obsessed with bringing the monster to life.
Yeah, and we also find out that it's her family's reputation for the Frankencreepy thing that is why she's such a skeptic and devotes her life to exposing fakes.
Velma, Daphne becomes fat, and her hair
She becomes a size 8.
Yeah, and Shaggy and Scooby are no longer scared, but they are no longer hungry either. They, a bunch of stuff happens.
Fred losing the mystery machine was his one.
Yeah. And then at the end, they solve the mystery and find out that like a remarkable amount of stuff was up, just like can be explained away, because it's something like Velma was hypnotized into going crazy. Daphne was actually wearing a puffed up suit that she didn't realize. And Shaggy and Scooby both had acupuncture needles placed in their pants,
in their
lederhosen, which
turned off their like fear receptors, but also their hunger receptors.
Yep. And in the end, they're like, oh, well, who did it? Who is the monster? And it turns out it's like 8 different characters from Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Like the original show that have come back for revenge. And like a really interesting sort of meta look back at the rest of the series. And in the end, as they're driving away, they reflect on the fact that the curse could never have been real because the thing that actually matters to them the most is each other.
Yeah, the friends they made along the way. So, yeah, the culprits and their motives are Cuthbert Crawls, C.L. Magnus, Lila, and Mamma Mione. And they formed a conspiracy group to exact their revenge on the gang for uncovering their past illegal acts, which sent them to prison. Which is interesting. According to IMDb, this is the first time in the Scooby-Doo animated canon that the bad guy's motivation isn't monetary, it's revenge on the gang specifically.
Right. Do you think that's true?
I don't know. Not enough to look it up or anything. But I mean, I was presented with the information. I had no reason to question it. What did you think of this one?
I don't know, man. I think that, first of all, I was falling asleep through a lot of it, like desperately trying to keep my eyes open because I think in general, the level to which I am sick of Scooby-Doo has reached, like, it now... my brain shuts off when I watch it, and it's now harder to watch just to keep my brain active so I can take in information. I thought that I didn't really like it that much, but I thought it was interesting that we have entered this new era now that feels very familiar. This one came out 2014. That wasn't that long ago, so we're seeing humor that's still there's still remnants of it in today's comedy.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like the humor. This one does feel like a bit of a soft reboot for the series. Not as dramatic as some of the changes in tone we've seen before, but yeah, there's such a distinct personality to this movie that's carried on the next few at least.
Yeah, I would say WrestleMania started it, but it was too early to
that's a good
tell.
point, yeah. Well, WrestleMania also had, it's like, oh, is this just WrestleMania's influence? Is this the fact that they've got this whole other sandbox to play in?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would give some examples of like jokes, but I know that I've been writing down notes as I go for these movies, but the last couple, I remembered something, which is that writing things down is for nerds, and so I've decided to just forget things like a cool person.
Like you've gone from Velma to Shaggy in the space of only a few movies.
Yeah. Maybe I'll start again. I do. My issue, I think, is I've been leaving my Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves notepad like after referring to the notes while recording. I leave it in my office. And then it's so hot up here, of course I'm going to watch the movie downstairs. Then I want to come back up and get my Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves notepad and matching pen.
So the fact is we have definitely exited the fuck AJ era, and I wasn't sure at first because we are still getting like opening sequences that sometimes have different animation styles in it, but I think maybe that's a carryover, and what we're really seeing here is a very distinct sense of humor change, a very distinct personality change, a lot more focused, as we saw with WWE and as we'll see in a couple of movies' time with Kiss. There's a lot of focus on
spoilers
stars, and yeah, I think I have a prediction that once this all ends, the fuck AJ era will go down as like the most I enjoyed these films, because there's something, dare I say, Seth MacFarlane-esque about these later movies that we've watched that I haven't really I haven't hated them all, but it's just, I don't know, and it's like, it's weird to see such modern convention. Like this one starts with Daphne is hosting like a live stream on the internet, and it's like this could have come out in 2022 and I wouldn't have been like, this is an odd, this is antiquated. Like it could just as well be a 2022 joke that they're all on the internet and doing live streams. And I have a pitch for what I think we should nickname this era, Richard.
Yeah, go on. I was just doing my B-reel.
Sorry. I reckon the pitch for this episode, for this era, is the IP flex era. Because in the WrestleMania episode, it did have this little opening sequence where it showed like classic clips from Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? And in this one, it's literally flexing the old episode plots and rehashing them, and we'll see a bit more of that going forward.
The idea of flexing these episodes, like, it was two lawyers.
Yeah, so I think that's what it's doing. It's we're getting our first reflective Scooby-Doo movies, our first sort of nostalgic level Scooby-Doo movies, and I'll be interested to see if there are any more eras before we catch up to modern day and what those might be.
Well, I know like one of the most recent ones is a Courage the Cowardly Dog crossover, and so that feels very IP flexy, and then also another recent one is the Return to Zombie Island.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like maybe we're here to stay.
Maybe we're coming to an end as well, and that would be good because I'm getting over these. I'm going crazy. Scooby-Doo it's stopped being an exciting, silly thing I'm doing and has become part of my life, which is...
Did you mention it to the optometrist at all?
No. What a great flirt that would have been.
Yeah. So, what are you Scooby-Dooing tonight?
She was a total Daphne, dude. Seriously.
Oh, really?
What did you think of this one?
I enjoyed the new sense of humor, and it's borderline like lol so random, but it's like the evolution of that we got in the mid 2010s, and I think it adds a nice pace to it. There's every now like
no, that's you putting it on 2.5 speed to watch it.
Oh yeah, 2.5 speed. It's this. It's also like it's almost like this. There's a blasé sort of nature to the jokes. They're not like
cynical.
Well, gang, looks like we're making a joke now. There's so many jokes that are just like, no one reacts to something that someone said, but it's like the funniest thing in the whole movie.
Yeah, right.
Again, I forgot the examples, but I'm cool. But yeah, and I think that adds a nice pace to it, like in this weird way that the movie's not stopping for you to laugh at jokes all the time, but. Yeah, those are the ones that really surprise you.
I can tell you a joke that is maybe the most emblematic joke in the film, which is actually in the credits of the film. Nerds you saw watching Daphne's live stream at the start of the movie play over the credits, and they talk about the various goofs and mistakes that can be spotted in the movie itself. Like, in this scene, Shaggy's shown wearing underwear, but then in this scene, he's wearing his pants again.
He's got his fucking cock out.
It's like dismantling cartoon logic. And like Harley Quinn, the TV show, did a very similar joke like a year and a half ago. And it's like, that's how close, like, it's weird, I guess. This is a multitude of weird things. It's weird because we started watching these when they were coming out in the late 80s, and now they're catching up to modern day. But what's also weird, Richard, is we still have so many fucking films to go, and we're already up to, like, modern sensibilities of humor.
Bro, we get to we get to the pandemic and we still have quite a few to go.
Oh, God, no. It's happening! Like, Barbie was exciting. Every Barbie movie we watched gave us something new and something exciting. The strikes are so much softer with Scooby-Doo. It's like we could... I remember when we watched Barbie and the Secret...
You want your strikes to be softer.
I don't know.
Like if your parents are hitting you and stuff.
Jeez, we really have been recording for that many hours, huh? I remember when we watched Barbie and the Secret Door, and it was like, this is a crazy film. There is crazy shit going on in this film.
Bro, this is door.
and Scooby-Doo, Frankencreepy, as an example, is like, oh wow, look, they brought back characters from, like, I'm not as excited by the randomness, the also randomness that's going on. And I don't know. I can't believe that
it's not butter.
What number movie is this?
This is 31.
So if we equate that to Barbie, we only had 6...
Do you want me to tell you what the equivalent number Barbie film was?
So we only had 6 films left when we were doing Barbie. It does not...
Little did we fucking know, eh?
It does not feel like we are as far through Scooby-Doo as we were that far through Barbie.
Oh, bro. 31 was Barbie and her sisters and the Great Puppy Adventure, which was legitimately a pretty good film.
Yeah. I don't know, it's weird, like... I always thought about, like, when Better Call Saul season 4 ended, and no spoilers. I'm just saying. I'm speaking in vague terms here. Better Call Saul season 4 ended, and I was reflecting on how slow the show was, because remember where Breaking Bad season 4 ended, and it was like, this could be the series finale potentially.
Well, yeah, it was written as a series finale, yeah.
And it's like they feel completely different, despite being at the same point in the story, and I think that's how I feel right now. Is it does not feel. For better or worse, it does not feel like I've watched 31 Scooby-Doo movies, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it doesn't feel like I've watched 31 Scooby-Doo movies. At the time of recording, I've watched 33, but I don't know, because I've found them easier to watch, and I still am.
Can I float to you that Barbie was a better franchise than Scooby-Doo? Like, when we rank this.
No, you can't.
I don't know. It's just, it's all about...
I think you're in a pit at the moment, and I'm here on the other side, letting you know that it does get better.
Okay, thank you so much.
Because I was in a pit, like we gave you your little depression episodes, fans. Not as much as we did with Barbie by this point, but there's still time for us to get depressed.
What are you talking about?
But I think that, the episodes where we were just like, fuck, man, I'm not feeling this. I'm past that now. I'm past that.
I'm past it, but I'm entering something else. I'm entering just like...
Well, maybe you're just being confronted with your own mortality, knowing that your eyes might not be all they're cracked up to be.
You're wording this like you'd told, like, hate to say I told you so, but you shouldn't have invested so much of your value into your eyeballs.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you name yourself IJ...
Is that what you've been calling me this entire time?
Yeah. That's, you're playing with fire there.
Which
is bad for your eyes.
Frankencreepy. I'm trying to think of...
What did you think about the fact that, like, Daphne becomes, let's say, a little overweight, and becomes so horrified with her appearance that she attempts suicide?
Does she?
Well, presumably off screen, but it's her whole thing in this film was like, oh my god, my hair's frizzy and I'm fat. I don't deserve to live anymore.
You know what, Richard? I thought she looked beautiful.
I thought she did too, if she was of age. But which is not made clear in the film. But I will say,
I do or do not find her beautiful, depending on how old she's supposed to be in the film.
Yeah, Yeah, like, also the fact that it's like, because she's like, oh, do you have this in a size 2? And they're like, oh, no, only in a size 8. And she gets this fucking burlap sack of a thing. But it's like, that's not what a size 8 looks like. And also, if you're telling, little girls that, like, hey, if you grow up to be a size 8, not only will you look like this, but you also will not be worthy of love from other people, but also yourself.
Yeah, I'll say it, Rich. It's a bad message to put out into your 2014 children's movie, and it damn near ruins the film. But the film also tells you like that true bravery is actually it doesn't tell you that, does it? It tells you true bravery is but an acupuncture prick away.
Is but a needle in thine butt.
I don't know. I didn't love this one, but what does that even mean in the context of...
Yeah, well, what is love?
Damn.
Baby, don't hurt me. This film has a pretty fucking weird ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get the mystery machine back, or they get a new one, it's fixed, and now it has fucking rocket boosters, and they take off and they fly away into presumably outer space.
Well, they fly off a cliff in what they're treating like a roller coaster. But if I was in that car, Richard, I would be like, "Land the fucking car!
Land the car!"
Like, I would be so freaked out, and I'd be sitting next to my talking dog who's just going, "Scooby-Dooby-Doo!" And that's how the film ends. I didn't want to do the voice.
I think that's good. I think, yeah. Well, let's move on. Where do they end up when they fly to space?
Oh, is it connected?
Well, not directly, but it feels like it teases.
Thematically.
Yeah, thematically. like this transition will be a thematic transition. All right, well, I'm going to stop recording, so...
Oh, God!
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
The moon?
I hate this. The moon. The moon. Nature's last, the final frontier. Moon. You know what they say.
This film came out. Oh,
sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I won't fucking tell you the release date.
Daphne's catchphrase is Jeepers. A few movies back, potentially like 13 movies ago, we said we couldn't remember Daphne's catchphrase. It's Jeepers.
Yeah, that did. I made a mental note of that. I forgot, like a cool person. So this came out in 2015. Also directed by Paul McAvoy. Yeah, it was. What's this one about?
Does this one...
It's called Scooby-Doo Moon Monster Madness. I don't think I actually said
something I didn't know till I'd finished the film. And I was like, Moon Monster Madness was the title of that? Does this coincide with a new TV show? I think maybe Be Cool Scooby-Doo started coming out. And I could be wrong. It might not be Be Cool Scooby-Doo. But I'd be curious as to... It was?
Yeah.
I'd be curious as to if Be Cool Scooby-Doo has the same new era sense of humor that we've been talking about.
Yeah, well, Be Cool Scooby-Doo, I remember, had like a drastic redesign of the characters, and people were like, no, this.
Are you sure?
Not like this. Not like, yes.
Is that Be Cool Scooby-Doo? Okay, so it's not the same design.
No, it's not. It's not at all the same design.
Is this the one with? Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. No, that's totally.
Well, I'm going to send it to you anyway.
I thought this was one of the ones that returned to the house style.
Yeah, no, these are like the fucking ugliest ones you've ever seen.
This is like modern.
You're better at describing abstract concepts than I am, so can you tell me what people they look like and go through left to right?
Yeah, okay, so they've got like big circle eyes now. They look a bit like, you know, that Netflix and adult animation house style,
like hoops.
Yeah, it's not exactly that, but it is quite an upsetting. Scooby-Doo especially looks like a different character. Velma also looks pretty different to the rest of them. Apparently, not a bad show though.
Oh really? Yeah, this is so. Be Cool Scooby-Doo. Kate McCutcheon takes over the voice of Velma, and the next film we're talking about is Mindy Cohn's last one as Velma.
Wow, interesting. She does look like a Kate McCutcheon character in this one.
Yeah,
the screenshot. Okay, so the Moon Monster is. This was one of the more interesting ones we've watched in terms of quality, I think, because I thought...
because they go to the fucking moon.
I thought it started out real bad. I was like, God, this is asinine. And then by the end, I thought it was actually pretty good. There's a billionaire, there's an Elon Musk type, an idealist's Elon Musk type who wants to do like citizens go to space kind of thing. And it was a competition, and the 5 people that won it were the mystery gang and Scooby-Doo, who's not a person. And so already, I don't know, I just felt like it was like, was there not a better way to get them into space, then have them all win the competition? It actually opens with Daphne sitting her driver's exam and failing it, and they go into space, and it soon becomes clear that there is an alien on board, and there's a whole other bunch of people on in the crew that are there for different reasons. The ship starts losing oxygen or something, so they do an emergency landing on the dark side of the moon, where this idealist Elon Musk has spent the last 10 years building a moon city there. And they land there, and it's sort of just they pad out the time until they reveal who the alien is. I sent you a clip from this movie because I thought it was so funny. Like, you'd already seen it, but I videoed it and sent it back to you. Where there's a robot that's introduced at one point, and it looks like the robot that Bender marries in the second episode of Futurama, called like Destroy Bot or something like that.
The Crushinator.
The Crushinator, yes. And its name's Caroline, and it shows up, and they're like, one of the characters is like, Caroline, and then the Ridley, her name is Ridley, and she's the alien. The alien's a real kook character. She runs into screen and goes, "That's not Caroline. She's different." And I just loved the line delivery. It felt so weird. And then Velma, who's been skeptic the whole time, goes, "She's not, that is Caroline. She's not different at," and then it transforms into this other robot. And the voice acting, Mindy Cohn's voice acting, it's all in one unbroken thing. It's like, that is Caroline. She's not different. Oh, that's so funny. And then it shoots everyone. And she's like, "That is different." And I thought that was a great gag.
I do have to ask, were you high when you said that to me?
No.
That is insane.
No, I genuinely thought it was funny.
Because your giggle at the end of the clip was like...
This is how I laugh.
It was a very stoned laugh.
I wish we could put it up to the vote whether or not I should get stoned for one of these Scooby-Doo conversations. Because it feels like it should happen, because I got drunk on the Barbie one, and Shaggy's a stoner.
We don't know that.
I have not gotten stoned.
We
don't know that! Sorry, what were you saying?
I reckon maybe you should eat dog food on an episode.
So Scooby snacks? Okay, no, that's fine. It ends, it's revealed that it was the alien was actually the woman that was sucking up to Daphne and trying to befriend her and turning Velma and Daphne against each other. And she gets back to Earth after trying to explode the space station and claim everyone was killed by an alien. But they all get back to Earth, and and I thought the most significant thing about this, Richard, was that this whole adventure, them escaping an exploding moon base on a spaceship, I was like, cartoons are funny, right? Because cartoons, you can literally do anything.
Cartoons are so funny.
And the thing is,
have you seen Rick and Morty? That shit's hilarious.
We're at that point in the timeline, everyone, where it's not cool to joke about Rick and Morty anymore.
At least we've still got good old Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern.
She'll brighten my spirits. Imagine listening to this out of context, like listening to this in the past, like this was sent back to us a week ago.
Yeah.
Be like, did Jacinda Ardern get cancelled?
Yeah. Was Jacinda Ardern on Rick and Morty?
So, anyway, cartoons are funny because, you've got one movie where they go to this quaint little New England town and solve a mystery. And then in the same series, there's a scene where they're flying a spaceship away from an exploding moon. And it's like, in real life, this would be, by a wide margin, the most significant thing that would ever happen in the Mystery X lives. Like this would be, when they're looking back on their life on their deathbed, they will not think about all of the mysteries, but they will be thinking about the time they were in space. And when
they're probably won't even be thinking about the dog.
No, because the dog will be long dead.
The dog will be long dead. They'll have another dog.
Another joke I cracked up at in this was like, when they're escaping the exploding moon base, and one of the guys on the board is like, damn, looks like $10 billion going up in smoke. I thought that was funny. So yeah, what do you think of this one?
Well, I just want to make a note of pointing out the culprit and their motivation, because you got quite angry at me before for saying that I should.
I was not angry at you. I also just said who it was.
Well, I just want to make sure that everyone knows that it was Shannon Lucas as the alien, who wanted to make sure that space was only accessible for experts instead of anyone, which is what the venerable billionaire wanted to do.
What a strange motivation that is. And it feels political,
I'm
not sure which
thing.
side.
It's a money thing. Yeah, I didn't love this one.
Because you hate space.
Yeah, I hate space.
Hey, we finally got our In Space sequel, 32 films in.
Yeah, I did. I looked that up quite early on. That I was like, there must be an episode or something. I was like, oh, there's a movie.
Yes.
I was like, what's it called? And I was like, oh, okay, I should have known it was Moon Monster Madness. Was the fun when they fucking go to space.
I thought like the alien design, it's very derivative of Ridley Scott's Alien.
It's very Geiger-esque.
But it looked
Geiger-ian.
cool. It looked cool.
Yep.
And there's a bit where Shaggy and Scooby escape it by driving on a moon buggy on the moon. And I was like, this is a pretty good action
And you're
scene.
like, if you're gonna drive a moon buggy anywhere, that's where I'll do it.
it's a good action scene, I thought. Like it climbs onto it and Shaggy's like kicking at it like furiously. It felt like a real horror movie almost. And I also really liked the character of U-Boat, who's a football player that for some reason is on board as well, who seems really stoic, and Shaggy and Scooby are massive fans of. And then at one point they're like, how do you do all this without being scared? And he says, I'm scared all the time. And I thought, what a great message to put in your buried deep in your Scooby-Doo space movie, that he talks about how he gets scared of almost everything, and he lists a bunch of things, including public speaking and aliens, and then is like, you got to find a way to move on past it, and the way that he copes is by singing, and then he sings a song that's like, fair is a 4-letter word. It was real funny. And Shaggy and Scooby learn that the way they move past it is through eating, which isn't quite as healthy.
How would you feel if I told you that this is not the first time they've been to space?
I would be furious, Richard. I would literally start crying and shaking.
Okay, well, let me meet you in the middle somewhere then. Scooby and Shaggy have already been to space several times before this film.
Several times.
Yeah, as recently as the short film Scooby-Doo, Mecha Mutt Menace.
Okay.
That's Mecha as in like Mecha Godzilla, not the place of worship. Imagine that.
Oh.
There's a Mutt Menace running around in Mecha.
Okay, so...
And they go to space in it.
Yeah. Interesting. So, but like, that's the Scooby-Doo franchise, bigger than the movies, but including the TV shows, is just
bigger than all of us.
It's just rife with retcons and and
Yeah,
reboots and things.
we learn in this one that Shaggy's name, according to his driver's license, is Shaggy.
Yeah, well, there's a retcon. We also have Velma.
Scooby-Doo has a driver's license that says Scooby-Doo on it, not Scoobit.
Oh, Velma is a skeptic and doesn't believe in aliens, despite meeting one in Scooby-Doo Alien
Shaggy
Invaders.
tried to fuck one.
Shaggy tried to fuck one. Why doesn't he try to fuck this one? That's my question.
He didn't sing a song about how much we want to fuck this one.
How good was that song, man?
Yeah, when he's like, it'd be so groovy
It'd be
to
so
have sex with
groovy.
you.
He does say 1969 in it. I'm going to look up those lyrics.
That is the sexiest.
Shaggy,
fucking
groovy
Shaggy
lyrics.
69.
Shaggy, Rule 34.
AJ, I want to give you to give me a letter from A to Z.
Our house will be so very fine, we'll fill it up with stuff from 1969, is the lyric. A letter from A to Z. Richard, I'll do you one better. I'll give you 5 letters from A to
I'll
Z.
give you the entire fucking alphabet.
Yeah.
Okay, give me 5 letters. Do you know what I'm getting at here? Or why are you giving me 5
I
letters?
just wanted to bump up those numbers. All right. 5 letters. R.
Just go one at a time. So R. I'm on tvtropes.com and there's a bunch of tropes listed in this that are included in this film. If you don't know what TV Tropes is, it's a great website that you can lose hours in, and a bunch of stuff that you're like, oh, I've seen a joke that kind of resembles that before, and it's like, here's a list of every TV show that's used that joke. So in R, you've got the trope is called running gag. Fred being much more boneheadedly clueless than usual and endlessly annoying the heck out of the 2 veteran astronauts. Yeah, he is a bit of a bonehead in this one with his the space helmet. He never presses the intercom so people can't fucking hear him.
He's never been closer to his Freddie Prinze Jr. form, I think.
Well, I would say in the 2 live action ones.
No, I think this is closer.
Oh, well, okay, do you want to give me another one of your 5 letters?
I.
You've got innocently insensitive, which is Fred accidentally offends 2 astronauts by reminding them that their mission occurred before he was born.
God, it's so crazy to hear something you don't realize is a trope being described, and you're like, oh yeah, that's in heaps of things.
Yeah.
And those are also about the same thing. Those 2 tropes are referring to the same thing.
All right, well, let's see if we can get 5 tropes about the same thing.
Okay.
All right, another letter.
C.
You've got crush filter. When Hudson becomes attracted to Ridley, the camera zooms in, the lighting changes, and she seems to shake her hair.
Yep.
All right, another one.
H.
You've got hypocritical humor. Velma says that everybody needs to calm down and then begins squeeing when the boarding is announced.
That
also,
is a trope.
Ridley obsessively believes in aliens and that they're dangerous, but when Mr. Inc. each narrate what they believe the alien is all about and what to do, Ridley reacts as surrounded by idiots, which is another trope. All right, what have we got? 2 more? One more. A.
I don't know if you noticed, but I've been spelling your name because I love you.
Wow.
I'm not going to get to the end, though.
Value. Well, let's do my whole name then.
Okay. You do have 2 R's in your name, though. So.
Yeah, well, there's more than one.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So, artistic license. Physics. When the artificial gravity is turned off in the moon base, all the characters start floating. In reality, the moon does have gravity, so the characters should have become lighter, but not weightless.
Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. Huh.
Right, what next?
R.
I would not have picked up that you did. Real men wear pink. Football star U-Boat likes to sing.
You know, you say you wouldn't have picked up. There's a lot of things I do for you that you don't pick up on.
Like what?
Like choosing your name in the TV Tropes game.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. And D, the trope is driving test.
Oh.
The film begins and ends with Daphne learning how to drive and not quite succeeding at it either.
Yes. Very good.
She does learn how to fly a fucking spaceship, though.
Well, that's the bookends, is that she's shown at the start not knowing how to drive, and is then by the end, everyone gets this will be on TV Tropes on that section. Everyone who could drive the spaceship gets knocked out by a falling piece of debris, and Velma goes, "But they're all wearing helmets." And so Daphne has to drive it as a bookend to her doing the driving test. But like just pointing out a plot hole.
Lampshade hanging. After everyone gets knocked out when debris hits them, Velma mentions, but they're all wearing helmets.
Wow, I could probably guess. What is more disturbing about this?
There's also a TV trope entry for tap on the head. During the climax, a running gag has Hudson, Sly, Clark, Shaggy, Scooby, U-Boat, Ham, and Ridley get knocked out by chunks of I-beam the moment they suggest they should be the one to pilot the ship, while Velma and Daphne react with increasing incredulity. Yeah.
What is disturbing about this is the implication that this is a road that is well traveled, and we are far from the first people on the internet to have dissected Scooby-Doo movies to such a degree, right? Because someone's filled out a whole TV tropes page for it, and like I guess like the same thing was true of Barbie, but I feel like this is a lot more popular than Barbie ever was.
Yeah, well, speaking of a lot more popular, why don't we get a guest on who's a lot more popular than us?
Okay.
He had to wake up early. This is a shorter segment, even though it's the one about the moon.
That's the thing about the moon.
He's actually not very popular, that next guest. Okay. He's actually a loser.
Oh my god. Well, let's bring him on.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
That voice you just heard, like immediately, I'm not talking about myself throwing to the music. I'm talking about the voice singing the song is our good friend Carlyle Laurent.
Hey, Carlyle.
Wouldn't it be special if we had him here right now?
Hi guys. I'm so excited.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo! Yeah,
let me tell you, it's been a hellish week watching 40 Barbie movies, but I'm here to talk about them. I'm excited.
Oh no! He did not.
It's Chris.
Oh, it's another person in the background of Carlyle's Zoom call. What could be happening here?
And he's fully clothed.
He's fully clothed.
AJ, you might not be familiar with this, but
this is called Pop Chat.
I record with Carlyle a lot more frequently than you do. Not for like a year though, but Chris is very frequently unclothed in the background of Carlyle's shots, and when I point it out, he takes his clothes off.
Yeah,
nice. You guys, of course, host a podcast together. Would you like to mention that up top or not?
Yeah,
I don't want to.
We haven't started. We haven't started our new season yet. Maybe we'll hype it up and we'll release it on the same day as this. Take that, AJ! All your hard work for nothing.
So you guys, of course, host a podcast for everyone, which is a podcast largely about, or in broad terms, about music. And Carlyle, you being a musician, we thought who better to get on whichever Scooby-Doo movie about music lands on a guest spot than our good friend Carlyle. And Richard, what movie is this, etc.?
This is a Scooby-Doo and Kiss rock and roll mystery. And it's directed by Spike Brandt and Tony Trivoni.
That's a good name. I didn't know it was directed by Tony Trivoni, but now I automatically
it's like Cervoni. Cervone. It could be like
shit. Then never mind.
Yeah, it's like a boring name, unfortunately. I mean, it's no Carlyle Laurent. Sorry about it, but yeah, no, it's funny that we obviously commissioned Carlyle to sing the song you've been hearing that you're probably well sick of by this point, and he was like, "I will do it if I could join you for Scooby-Doo and Kiss rock and roll mystery." And then we were like, "Fuck, what do we do?" And then we looked at our spreadsheet and. 1 in 3 chance that happened to be one of the ones we needed a guest for, so we were like, okay.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, because AJ, you were saying just there, we were like, what musical one should we get him on? And I was like, that is not how that happened. I was going to make a joke like, oh, well, these guys begged me to come on, and that's much less the case than I strong-armed my way on.
using my services as blackmail.
This was months ago that we planned all this, I guess.
We get a lot of people when I tell them about my podcast, they're like, well, if you ever need a guest, and it's like, well, do you have anything to offer?
The kind of self-assured, obnoxious arrogance you can only get this many tens of hours into a podcast.
Well, yeah. I thought you were going to say you can only get as a white man.
No, well, that too.
That is very true. So, yeah, Scooby-Doo and Kiss, Rock and Roll Mystery. Carlyle, as our guest, we've sort of been asking everyone this just to get to know you a little bit better. We normally would just ask, what is your history with Scooby-Doo? But I'm going to add the addendum to that. What is your history with Kiss?
Okay, I don't give a shit about Kiss. I'm just going to say that right off the top.
Oh, big words for someone who covered a Kiss song.
Yeah, that's. I was just stealing their labor. That's what I'm about. But
is this a good time to mention as well that before watching this, I couldn't have named you a Kiss song. I would have said I've never heard a Kiss song until I watched this movie, and I was like, okay, I recognize some of these.
There are like 3 Kiss songs that I know, and that's because I knew 2 of them already, and the third one is in this movie. And I've seen this movie 3. I'd say this is probably the worst movie I've ever watched 3 times of my own volition.
Oh my god! This is the first time this has happened on the podcast. I don't think
because Carlyle said, "Can I guest on this one? It's crazy," and so I was like, "Oh,
he's seen it. He's seen it."
Yeah, well, so tell us about your history with Scooby-Doo. Is it something that you grew up with, that you're a fan of Scooby-Doo?
Scooby-Doo, much bigger history with. My first album, that's not true. My second album that I ever owned was a present. I got it with a CD Walkman, and it was the soundtrack to the first live-action Scooby-Doo movie. Wow. So that album holds a very special place in my heart, but I also watched a lot of Scooby-Doo growing up, and then I had a little resurgence of it lately, and I'm personally fascinated to learn how you guys are getting on and how you're feeling, because once upon a time, me and my friends, we tried to do, this was a couple of years ago, a bracket in our Discord server about all of the Scooby-Doo movies, which means I attempted to watch all the Scooby-Doo movies and promptly gave up because they're largely quite shit.
How far did you get?
Oh, well, we didn't do them in order, so I was doing them in the order of the bracket, but I did watch like 12 or something Scooby-Doo movies, and we haven't, and so that's much less of a commitment than what you guys have even watched already.
Well, it's interesting because anyone that we've had on that's sort of been a fan of Scooby-Doo so far is like, oh yeah, I grew up with a couple of these films kind of thing. But where did this rank for you then in the pantheon of the few that you did watch?
So this is going to be funny to you. Me watching this film, nothing to do with that bracket. Me and my housemates were just on Amazon Prime one day, and it was there, and we're like, yeah, that sounds like a laugh. Watched it, we were like, well, that was not what I was expecting. So then we went to a house party, and we were like, we got the thing for you guys to do, because, you know, no house party can really get kicking off without a Scooby-Doo feature-length film. And we put it on, and then you guys begged me to come on this podcast, and I watched it again.
Nice. So I just want to jump on there and tell a funny putting something on at a party story. So I was at a birthday party. It was like one of these, like the first year out of high school kind of thing, and the party was a little bit lame. Like, it wasn't going super well, and there was a group of like 2 or 3 of us that were like, should we go get something to eat? We'll go somewhere else. But we put on, you know, the He-Man Hey Yeah video?
Very familiar, yes.
Yeah. That's Four Non-Blondes, What's Up? That we put on a 10-hour version of that, watched it like once or twice.
What's Up?
Yeah. Even though the lyrics say what's going on.
It's called What's Going On.
Okay.
No, it's called What's Up.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So we put it on, and then we're like, this will be funny. Let's just leave the party. Over an hour later, we get a text from someone at the party being like, hey, do you mind if we turn your video off?
And did you say no?
That's phenomenal.
Sorry, we'll be back. We're still using it.
Have you guys watched Sense8?
No.
No.
So I I didn't know. So I've been aware of that video, that He-Man rendition of that song, for since I was like 11 or something, because it was a huge meme. But I wasn't aware that was a cover of a real song. And the Four Non Blondes original version is used as to kind of to put some glitter on a very tender moment in Sense8, and they're all kind of singing this song but separately all over the world, and it's this wonderful bonding moment for them. And I could not stop laughing because I didn't know this song existed. So I was like, did they cover the He-Man song for this moment? What the fuck?
And he said... It's the best part.
Oh my God!
AJ, do you have any funny putting something on at a party stories?
The New Year's party I just had, at some point someone put on The Room while the party was dying down, and I can tell you it was, just for me anyway, distinctly not very funny. And I think one of my flatmates was very loudly in front of the people who'd put it on, was like, "Are we not past this? Is this still funny?"
I think that if they had put on Brie Larson starring Room,
right,
the very serious drama, that's so much less funny that it becomes so much funnier.
Yeah, well, after The Room was put on, something replaced it, at 3 a.m, I announced to everyone that not only was Crazy Frog still an active YouTube channel, but there's a storyline that's been existing on the Crazy Frog YouTube channel since 5 years ago, and they upload big budget music videos all the time. And we watched all the Crazy Frog music videos, and I very loudly talked about how much I loved Crazy Frog's little penis and how it was the best part.
Wow.
And I was like, I just want to flick it. You can't tell me you don't want to flick Crazy Frog's little penis. Chuck that in
I'd never dream of telling you I don't want to flick Crazy Frog's little penis.
Chuck that in the out-of-context quotes on the Discord.
So, Carlyle, I want you to do me a favour. I want you to tell me, what is Scooby-Doo and Kiss Rock and Roll Mystery about?
Okay, so... the Scooby Gang are on their way to Kiss World, because this is set in a continuity where Kiss are popular enough in 2015 to maintain an entire theme park.
Hey, WWE had a city in the WWE movie.
Really?
Yeah. I think this is just part of the reality of living in this
universe. That's just how it is. Okay. And the Scooby-Doo gang, who are all 15 or something, are all massive fans except for Fred. I'm
glad you brought up the age, because let's come back to that after you.
Oh yeah. I know what you're gonna want to talk about. But yeah, they're on the way to Kiss World, and meanwhile at Kiss World, there's a little mystery unfolding, because there's a witch lady who's terrifying the people at Kiss World by shouting what sounds a lot like either "Give me Bob" or "Give me fuck," and you later find out was "Give me rock." And so the Mystery Inc. are like, well, we're here to solve this mystery. And Kiss are like, well, did you know we're actually big mystery solvers and we don't need you? But they learn to get along.
So the end of the cold open of this, the Kiss World manager is like, I'm going to get the hottest young mystery solvers on board. And then after the cold open, we see the Mystery Gang show up, and we're like, well, clearly these are the hottest young mystery solvers on board. And then we find out, no, they're actually not there because they were called. They're there because they're big Kiss fans. And then they're like, well, who's the hottest mystery solver? Which turns out to be Kiss themselves. So this setup that was clearly written to signpost the Mystery Gang is not only not referring to them, but it's referring to the subject matter of the theme park itself. What a massive coincidence.
The guy calling the head of Kiss World never put two and two together.
Yeah.
The band were the same group as the Mystery Solvers.
Yeah, so they all kind of split up and go looking for this movie. Shaggy and Scooby, in their trademark ways, get themselves into a little bit of trouble with this Crimson Witch, and they get saved by Kiss, who have superpowers. They are extra-dimensional entities with superpowers.
Just like in real life.
Just like in real life.
And they come from a dimension called like Kistopia or something,
Yeah.
where everyone, and I thought this was a nice touch if you're going to claim that your band are actually interdimensional aliens, everyone from their home dimension wears the makeup. So it's like, it's not part of the band, they're just 4 people from this dimension where this is very
Hysteria.
Hysteria, sorry.
Yeah, and speaking of Kysteria, they eventually put together that this Crimson Witch is after the Rock of Kysteria, which cover stories would suggest that that was a sort of commemorative fake black diamond that was given to them by the city of Detroit for writing the song Detroit Rock City. But in fact, it's actually a real diamond that was made by music in order to stop another world entity called the Destroyer and trap him in what I think was a volcano.
Yes.
So, for reasons extremely unclear to me, they get Shaggy and Scooby to act as bait to trap this Crimson Witch by just giving them the real rock and letting them out, just letting them out. Then it goes wrong, and the witch gets it and goes through a portal to go awaken the Destroyer. So Kiss activate their floating guitar-shaped space ship and summon a wormhole of their own, going through it while Shaggy and Scooby are being attacked by the Crimson Witch to the tune of I Was Made for Lovin' You, which is a good song. I'd say that's probably the only Kiss song that I really like.
We will talk about that.
Yeah, they get to Kysteria. They meet some of the other Kiss people, I guess.
Kysterians.
Yeah.
People who live on Kysteria Lane. That was a Desperate Housewives reference for you, AJ.
Oh, thank you. I'll put that in my pocket for later.
Yeah, they come up with the plan to use their superpowers to fight the bad guy. So they have a big fight out to try to get the rock back, but they fail and the Destroyer is awakened. So then they get Velma's rational thinking mind to be like, well, if rock is what put him away in the first place, more rock could destroy the Destroyer.
Right on, Velma.
She's got that metal spirit.
Yeah.
And so the rock go back to the other dimension, our dimension, because this takes place in a realistic world that we take part in.
Well, there's 3 dimensions. There's Kysteria, there's our real world dimension where we're recording this podcast, and then there's the dimension where Kiss are super popular in 2015.
And they go back to that one and play a free rock concert so that the power of rock, those levels are, nigh unimaginable. While the humans, the mortal humans, get back in the Kiss spaceship and try and lure the Destroyer into, I guess, close enough to the portal, because he never really comes through, but I guess just close enough to the portal that the power of rock can destroy him, and then the power of rock destroys him, while all the other Mr. Ink guys are kind of put into a coma, and when they wake up, they do the whole, oh, that was a dream, this is Scooby-Doo bit, and it's revealed that the Crimson Witch was actually head of security Delilah Domino. And then it turns out, no, that it all did happen, and Kiss do have superpowers.
Scooby-Doo.
So I guess they framed Delilah Domino.
Well, I guess both could be true, but Scooby-Doo do this thing where they will face the characters with undeniable interdimensional or magical odds, and then it'll be like, it was a projector that was hidden, something you absolutely could have noticed in the heat of the moment, but didn't. And in this, it's claimed that the gas that the Scarlet Witch, or whatever her name is, was letting off was actually a hallucinogen that made everyone think that they went to another dimension.
So just to clarify on you're right, the Delilah Domino was the Crimson Witch in the real world. There may have been 2 witches. It's possible that there's a real one who wants to use the rock of Kysteria to unlock the Destroyer, and to Delilah Domino, it was just a priceless diamond and wanted it for monetary reasons. I will say it's interesting, watching along these films and trying to work out the mystery. I think this one made a very fatal mistake. So, Paula Peretti, I think, plays the Paula Perrette, who's from NCIS. She's Abby Shooter on NCIS. I like her as an actress. she doesn't have the most amazing range as a voice actor, and there's a scene where, like, back to back, you hear the Crimson Witch and her. Like, it's separate scenes. It cuts from the Delilah Domino talking, and then cuts to the Crimson Witch talking. I was like, that's the same voice.
Well, I didn't notice
So I worked
that.
it out very quickly.
I didn't notice that either.
Wow, clearly this film is too smart for you and I, Carlyle, but not smart enough for Richard.
I have to get up pretty early in the morning to get one over on old Richard.
You should rent a van and go around solving mysteries.
Yeah, just be like, same voice actress. I know who's behind the mask.
Yeah.
One thing I'd like to talk about here that we mentioned before is Carlyle, Richard and I have been having maybe one of the most, like, dicey ongoing conversations throughout these tens of hours. We talked for quite a long time about how in one of them, Daphne is seen in several bikinis, and other ones you see her in, like, really sexy clothing, and we waxed lyrical about how fucking sexy Daphne is. And then and then
you come on our podcast and tell us she's 15.
Well, you're not the only one to bring that up. Other people have brought that up, and I think we've discussed it as well, that sometimes the age is specified or alluded to, and sometimes it's not. But this is the first one where... so Daphne is a big fan of one of the Kiss members, like the Star Child.
Yes,
and
Star Child, whose real name is Paul Stanley.
They are flirting throughout this whole thing like it is no one's business. At the end, they even share a kiss. No pun intended. Now,
I think you intended that pun.
For
the record, while recording this, he was 63.
Okay.
The character is 63.
Is this this whole thing we're talking about how like the ages of the characters fluctuates depending on what they need them to do in the episode or the movie itself, or is this a realistic depiction of the fact that aging rock stars will fuck anyone without asking how old they are first?
I've been thinking about this a lot.
As a rock star who's getting a bit long in the tooth.
as a budding rock star, I want to know just how far I can go. But there's like three ways to think about this, where it's like, one, you take it at kind of literally based on everything you know about the characters, and in that, Paul Stanley, who is now 70, 63 at the time, Daphne... It's often not really specified, but she's generally between like 13 and 16, so somewhere in that range.
The only time I think we've heard their age actually being said was 17.
Okay, so 13 and 18 then. That way, it looks terrible. It looks really bad, and it's like a concerted effort on Paul Stanley's part, because like you see the band in a huddle at one point, and he's like, "I'm making my moves on the blonde." So it's like a movie-wide thing.
There is no blonde. Well, Fred's the blonde. That would have been a whole nother conversation.
The other way to look at it is you look at a kind of, I don't know, the best version of these characters. So you can say, well, maybe this isn't set literally today. It's set when Kiss were huge. Even then,
she'd be even younger.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, if your settings were like when the Scooby-Doo like came out in like original Mystery Incorporated TV series, they were, I'm pretty sure, like 13. So that's even worse, because then they're probably late 20s, early 30s, and she's like 13. Yeah. Or you could look at it like they are extra-dimensional aliens, and none of this means anything to them. They don't abide by our human morals, and it would be silly to teach it to them.
Yeah, I mean, who's gonna convict them?
Yeah,
interesting.
I'd like to see you try. This was Paul Stanley making a challenge to any authority to try and convict him on this.
It's just so funny. Like, obviously, the real answer, right, is they don't want you to think about it, and they want you to think that everyone is this amalgamous age of consent. It's all fine. But even then, it is a rock star, a person of influence, like being like, yeah, this chick's a fan of me, I'm gonna have my way with her, and
I'm gonna fucking mech on her.
And that still in itself is still, I think, an ever so slightly outdated way of looking at this sort of situation as well. Certainly not as bad if a consenting fan wishes to sow their royal oats with a famous rock star, but yeah.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the band Kiss. Because you mentioned, Carlyle, you're not a fan of theirs. I messaged AJ while watching this film and said, do you want to know a fun fact about Kiss? They suck. So, and AJ, you didn't even know any Kiss songs.
I knew them now that I've heard the movie started. I was like, do I know any Kiss songs? And then, like, I can't remember what they are now, but a couple of them played. Yeah, I know that one. There's one about rocking a city or something that I think I recognise.
Get up, everybody. Yeah.
What's the first one that played in the opening credits?
Rock and Roll All Night.
I knew Rock and Roll All Night.
Because that one's used as, like, the title sequence, and I was really disappointed when it wasn't like a Scuba-fied version.
I thought
was
so
really
too.
looking forward to like Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Bow, 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 that never happened.
I think, AJ, you probably had a similar realization. I think a lot of people come to. It's like I remember a time when I was like, I don't think I know any Kiss songs. And then I found out that I was made for loving you. And I was like, oh my God, this is like this fucking, the war paint, the demon, this like the greatest metal band of all time. And I was like, this is the wimpiest song I've ever heard. Like,
that's the fuck.
Yeah.
See, it's hard for me to like Kiss songs because Kiss themselves suck.
Yeah.
Like they're annoying people, especially Gene Simmons.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like one thing they'll do is they'll be like, rock is dead. No one's making real rock anymore. You were a fucking pop band, okay? And there's no shame in that, but stop pretending you weren't.
Well, they're still called like a metal band. Like,
yeah,
it's insane.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And I'll say it. While we're dumping on Kiss, I'll say it. Of all the makeup, I reckon the cat one looks stupid and off-brand.
Yeah.
They shouldn't do
so
the cat
stupid.
one. The other ones are like, as you say, it looks like war paint. The cat one looks like you've dressed up for a birthday party. It's the worst one.
Yeah. So you've got the Star Child, the Demon, the Spaceman, and the Catman. So stupid.
It is quite stupid. Gene Simmons just went through a phase for a while of just saying an awful thing and then another awful thing and then another awful thing, and his publicist being like, would you shut the fuck up for a second? Probably the worst of which was seemingly unprompted. Hey, if you think you have like suicidal thoughts or something, just kill yourself. Don't go out online and be like, oh, I need to say, or like, oh, your music saved me. Just kill yourself. Shut up. That was a thing he said.
It's very rock and roll of him.
Let's chuck that in the out of context quotes on the Discord as well.
Yeah.
But the thing about Kiss is like going into this film, I was like, Kiss suck. Their songs suck. And then every time one of the Kiss songs started and like the riff would come in and the verse would start, I was like, do I like this song? Fuck.
Yeah.
And then it would get to the chorus, and then the rest of the song is just them repeating two lines. And every Kiss song is like that. And I was like, no, I don't like Kiss songs. But I will say, though, that the sequence where the Mystery Inc. gang are escaping from Kisteria in the spaceship while Kiss are putting on a performance to destroy the Destroyer with the power of rock, and they're playing Detroit Rock City as like the Scooby gang are traveling through this like interdimensional wormhole, is not only the fucking coolest thing we've seen in this entire franchise. It might be one of the best sequences I've ever seen in an animated movie.
Wow,
I
you
was
really
like,
came around on this.
Yeah, I was like, and the song like fit it, and I was like, it made me like the song more, it made me like the movie more, and I was just like, God damn, that is a fucking cool scene.
We just talked, the previous one before this was them escaping the moon while it exploded, and I said, like, this is easily the most extraordinary thing that'll ever happen to these characters. I guess that's been blown out the window now by looking back on your life.
Another dimension.
Like, we once escaped back in from a trans-dimensional wormhole with the band Kiss flying on a guitar-shaped spaceship. I guess that is more incredible than going to the moon.
I largely agree with you, Richard, that Kiss songs, by and large, aren't good and aren't interesting, and most of them aren't even rock, which again isn't a bad thing, but just the way they dress them up like they are the epitome of rock.
One of
is
them's
so
dressed
weird.
as a little kitty cat. I don't think that is the epitome of rock.
But I think the way all of the Kiss songs are used in this, perhaps with the exception of Rock and Roll All Night, they're all used really well. I think, like, when they're going, I can't remember what song it is, but there's a song in the beginning where Shaggy and Scooby are running away from the Crimson Witch, and they like go on like a log flume ride in Kiss World.
Shout it out loud.
Shout it out loud. That one's used quite well. I Was Made for Loving You is used quite well, and as I said at the end, Detroit Rock City is used excellently.
Did you notice the one new song that Kiss wrote and performed for the film?
I did.
AJ,
I
did you
a real
notice this?
deep dive into
I
this.
had no idea. Tell me.
So at the start, when Fred says, "I hate Kiss. The only band I like is the Ascot 5," and he puts on a song, and it goes, "Don't touch my ascot, don't." That's Kiss.
Don't touch my
That's
ascot.
actually very funny.
Don't pug my
that is
ascot.
like-
Great. That's great.
You can have my ascot, 'cause girl, it's mine. That song is... So here's a funnier thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last Kiss single was released in January of 2015. This film came out in July of 2015.
That's the most recent.
The last released Kiss song is Don't Tug My Ascot by the Ascot 5. Which is a banger, by the way. It's also the best Kiss song.
Well, they ended on
Go
a
and
high
listen to it
then.
if you listen to this. Yeah.
That is so fucking funny.
Yeah. They've released things since then, but they're all like compilations or live things.
There's a Wikipedia page list of songs recorded by Kiss, and you sort by date, and the last one is "Don't Touch My Ascot." That's so good. That's so good. This song before that, they did too. It looks like they did too, like a collaboration with a Japanese band, Japanese idol group. That's not very fucking rock and roll, is it, Kiss? Kiss are
hanging out with Japanese people.
That is really funny. Thank you for pointing that out. Carlyle, yeah, they suck, man.
That's like that. Just the like. It's really funny when they didn't really do anything after this film came out.
Yeah, right. It's not like a tie-in or anything.
Yeah, that this film is about
Weird.
how fucking immensely popular Kiss are. And I was talking to Chris about this, and he did point out to me that, like, this doesn't make it make sense, but there was a time where, like, maybe this could just have been accurate. Like, they were fucking huge.
Yeah.
They were the biggest thing. And that must do something to your ego.
Oh,
Where you can just
absolutely.
exist in a world where that's always
Who
true.
approached who, I think, is the question. Did
Yeah.
Kiss approach the Scooby-Doo studios, or did Scooby-Doo like, oh, we need to get Kiss on board?
Unfortunately, I don't think there's much information about that. I couldn't find anything, but I shall continue to look. I will say though that Beth by Kiss is a good song.
I don't know it.
So it's like their first sort of piano ballad, but it was their biggest commercial hit in the States. They but yeah, like the whole thing about Kiss is like, yeah, this huge iconography, and I don't think I've met any people that are like fans of their music, but I can understand people that are just fans of like the mythos of Kiss. And
Sure.
like having like I stayed at the Rio when I was in Las Vegas recently, and that had like a Kiss memorabilia museum. It had like Kiss mini golf and like, and I think probably
Kiss mini golf.
one of those things that like Kiss it was just they gave themselves a super iconic look and were willing to just plaster that on anything. And so I think that they became this symbol of just like the idea of rock and roll. And so, for like an entire decade, because they started in like the early 70s.
I'm glad you brought up the idea that there was, Kiss being plastered on bloody anything, because that's a running joke in this film. Actually. So Kiss's manager keeps selling merch of any kind of thing, but it's got a Kiss stamp on it. And this joke annoys me for a couple of reasons. They do it way too many fucking times, for one. Like, it gets old. But the second part is you can't be this cynical and self-referential about this like it isn't your actual
I
way
had the
you
same
operate
thought.
in real
I had the
life.
same
This is
thought.
actually your business model.
Yeah, I actually thought it was less aware than how you're putting it, Carlyle. I think that Kiss signed off on these jokes because to them, this is what being a rock star is, and that cynicism and that sort of like consumerist bent to it goes over their heads. I don't think they realize it. I think they just saw it as like, yeah, that's what it's like being an incredibly rich and successful rock star.
Yeah.
Kiss have appeared in What's New Scooby-Doo.
I was about to ask that, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, maybe they're just friends with the mystery gang.
Yeah, I can imagine that Kiss approached Scooby-Doo
Yeah.
for two reasons. I feel like they probably had something of an idea of this plot because it makes Kiss come across just so well.
Yeah.
Except for, the whole Daphne thing.
Maybe the worst way you could come across.
Not a fan of them as people or as musicians particularly. Pretty good voice actors.
Yeah.
I reckon. I think they did a good job.
Good on them. Good on. Let's start saying things we like about Kiss.
Well, I think that's the thing about Kiss is that, like, yeah, I mean, they marketed the hell out of themselves. Like, the designs of Kiss are based on comics by Jack Kirby that Kiss appeared in, and I believe put their own blood into the red ink that was used to print the comic books, or like a certain run of the comic books.
That's
so
unsafe.
Yeah. So if you want a little bit of Kiss, you got to buy that
Kiss.
specific run. Oh, do you? Well,
Carlyle, get in on this.
Carlyle, get in.
I was in on it before you were, mate. This is how we start every episode of a podcast for everyone. With just a big wet one.
All right, should we just warm up our vocal cords?
There is one good use of that merchandising joke, I think. Well, when it kind of starts, you're like, that's a bit funny. And then like the 9th time, you're like, shut the fuck up, please. But one time that I was kind of getting bored of it, and I enjoyed it, was Scooby and Shaggy are out and they use some Kiss branded smelling salts to wake them up and then they don't even work. That's quite funny.
That is funny. So now it's like, now they're okay with making fun of themselves.
Yeah. Carlyle, I believe you took some notes during your watch. Is there any that you feel worthy sharing
have
with
a
us?
look through.
Because we will be judging them.
And if you don't have any more notes, I do have a question to ask you.
Okay. Well, there's a kind of running conflict between Kiss's tour manager and the theme park manager. And it's a point of contention that the tour manager wants Kiss World to shut down, so the gang are often pinning things on him because he's like, well, he stands to benefit. And the reason he wants them to shut down is because when Kiss are on tour, he can sell merchandise. And that's the most confusing thing to me. Like, you couldn't sell Kiss merchandise at the Kiss theme park? What are you fucking talking about?
I do want to say on the who you mentioned, the theme park manager is like voiced by this very old man. And oh my god, like, I can't tell if it's a great performance or not, but there's it's summed up right at the end of the film when it's revealed who the Crimson Witch is, and he's like, I know it, I didn't, I just want to sound smart.
Speaking of voice acting as well, Jason Mewes and Kevin Smith play characters in this film. I don't know who, but they were in the credits as Worker 1 and Worker 2.
At the very start of the film, when there's the two guys repairing the ride, because the camera keeps catching the Crimson Witch, that's Jay and Silent Bob.
Nice.
Wow.
Carlyle, I have a deeply personal question to ask you, and I know this is a podcast and this is going out into the world, and so you might not want to answer it, but I really want you to consider answering it before you immediately write it off.
You know what? I've been ignoring your DMs for long enough that I'm just going to tell you. It's 4 inches. I'm not proud of it. But there you go.
No. My question for you, Carlyle, is when's your birthday?
My birthday is in 1997.
Mm-hmm.
Is there tie-in merch to this?
No, not
we
exactly.
we want the date. We don't need the year.
You didn't need to out yourself as how fucking young you are, bro. 1997?
Of course he doesn't appreciate Kiss.
How old is that? That makes you what? 25?
That makes me 25.
Fucking hell. I thought we were talking to an adult, Richard. You didn't tell me he was 25. I'm kidding. What's the date? What's the date of your birthday?
19th of June.
19th of June. Carlyle, what we've done is we have collated when every episode of Scooby-Doo aired, the date, like any TV show, all TV shows, and found the monster that debuted or was featured in that episode.
Yes.
We're calling it the Scooby-Doo Villain Horoscope, so we're hoping that the villain we tell you debuted closest to your birthday or on your birthday will resonate with you in some deeply spiritual way.
Okay.
So the 19th of June, we have got for you, what is the closest to the 19th of June? You have got the Scarecrows from Be Cool Scooby-Doo Season 1, Episode 21, Eating Crow. Does that work?
Well, it depends. Is that from a Scooby-Doo continuity where the monsters are all real, or is that a guy or several people pretending to be scarecrows? And what would determine to me if it resonates with me is like what crime they were covering up.
God,
like, is it one I can get on board with?
I think it was pedophilia.
Okay, yeah, no, I totally.
Do you know what? I've just googled it. Doesn't look
pedophilia,
unlike your vibe. The scarecrows.
What a great thing to say after I just said speaking of pedophilia. There's a bit in Scooby-Doo and Kiss where Starman's talking about his fantastic eye that can see everything. That's his superpower. And he says it puts the X in X-ray suggestively at Daphne and then winks. And did that fucking mean anything to you guys? Because the only thing I can think of is the sexual connotations of the letter X.
Yeah, like X-rated.
And I hated it.
I've found a TV Time like message board for the Eating Crow episode that Carlyle used.
Exciting.
It has 2 comments. One says, "Loved this episode." The other one just says, "Poor Velma. Also, ooh."
I can tell you the plot synopsis of Eating Crow. I found it on Wikipedia. The gang goes to a farm where Fred develops a crush on Beth, a fucking Kiss song, right?
Wow, yeah.
A farmer's daughter. When a living scarecrow appears...
All people called Beth are a reference to that Kiss song.
Yeah. When a living scarecrow appears, Fred tries to impress Beth with his mystery-solving skills, while Velma gets severe hay allergies and Daphne begins hoarding animals as pets after becoming jealous of Shaggy and Scooby's relationship. The scarecrows are revealed to be Old Tom and Jonathan. And the chase scene song... Here we go, I got a song, is Old Stomping Grounds by Adam Levin, James Barrion, and Lewis Castle. There's a lot of Be Cool Scooby-Doo references here. This episode actually aired after the Kiss movie we just talked about, so there you go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. From Be Cool Scooby-Doo, which we were just talking about, is where they look fucked up. All right, well, we've got one last game to play with you, Carlyle, on this beautiful Kiss episode. We have been making a leaderboard with all our guests, and what it's called, we're calling it the Scooby-Doo Impressions Leaderboard. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to do your best Scooby-Doo impression. In a moment, not right now. And then after you do that, Rich and I will grade it out of 3. If we think it's good enough, we will ask you to perform your best Shaggy impression, and then we'll grade that out of 3. And then, if you're still going strong, we will ask you to perform any Hanna-Barbera or Scooby-Doo character impression, and we'll grade that out of 3 for a possible 9 points. The highest currently is at 8.5, so if you can ace it, then you'll be at the top.
I will not reach that far. I am bad at this, exactly.
All right, so can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
Reggie?
That was pretty fucking good.
That was fantastic.
That was a Scooby 3, I think.
Yeah, that's an easy Scooby 3.
Woo!
Okay, can you give us a Shaggy impression?
Like, man?
I reckon maybe a 2. What do you think, Richard?
I want to give you. We made Rhys go to us for the first one. I reckon a 1.5.
1.5.
Fair enough.
All right, and finally, any Hanna-Barbera character. You can.
All right, gang, let's split up and look for clues. Me and Daphne will go upstairs while you guys go down to the basement. Don't come upstairs where me and Daphne are going to be alone. We're looking for clues. Just leave us there by ourselves.
It's an absurdly good Fred. I think that's a 3.
Was it Fred?
So I'm going to give you full 3 points for Scooby and Fred. Interestingly, played by the same voice actor. So presumably you could replace
I never knew
Frank Welker as the voice of Scooby and Fred. For a total of 7.5 is your final score, which is a pretty good score, dude. Well
Pretty good.
it puts.
Where does that
Let's
put me?
find out. It puts you. Oh fucking hell! What just happened?
I was made for loving you, baby.
Equal with Alistair Tremblay Birchall in, what is that, Richard? That's 3rd place or 4th place because it's equal.
Do you want me to pull up the list as
Well, they're both in 3rd place, so does that make them both 4th
They're
place?
3rd equal.
They're 3rd equal, okay.
And then the next person is in 5th place.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, well done, Carlyle, and that's probably all we need to talk about when it comes to Scooby-Doo versus Kiss or whatever the fuck this movie was called.
What other band would you like to see Scooby-Doo and the gang interact with?
I mean, there's a... So I'm trying to... You say that and my mind goes, oh, what are all the, like, you know, big concept bands? And, like, none of them are appropriate for this children's
I would say
medium. I'm a
Kiss
huge
wasn't
fan...
either, though.
Kiss
they're
are
more
wussy.
appropriate than Slipknot,
Yeah, Slipknot,
or
right.
Sleep Token.
Cannibal Corpse.
I would say,
Gwar.
yeah, I
Gwar
would say
would
like
be really
Iron
funny.
Maiden is another one that's probably about the same.
Yeah.
Like I could see them interacting with Eddie, the like Iron Maiden's mascot.
Yeah.
I mean, they have run into Simple Plan. They did the theme song for What's New Scooby-Doo and then appeared in an
Yep.
episode.
And they have songs in both of the live-action
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo movies that are written just for those movies.
Yeah. AJ, what about you?
I would like to see
Me without you.
Scooby-Doo meet up with one Busted. Speaking of,
I'd love to see that too.
you're quite intimate with the band Busted, aren't you, Carlyle? Can you plug your podcast?
Yeah, we fuck on the reg.
Is that your plug?
Just cut the episode there. Just so if you... Well, I'll say if what you liked most about me being here was the music... then check out me on Spotify. I'm Carlyle Laurent. If what you liked was my insane cutting wit, check out my role-playing podcast called Dice So Nice. I said dice twice with my 2 friends while we try out a different game every episode.
I love that
And if your
title.
favorite thing about
That's
this was
such
that...
a good title.
Thank you. And if your favorite thing about this was that Richard was involved, then listen to the podcast we have together, which is called A Podcast for Everyone, where we analyze the lyrics of British pop rock band Busted and fold them into a narrative.
Very funny show. I've been on it a few times. You can even find one of the episodes in our feed if you look hard enough. It was a while ago now, but it is there. Thank you so much, Carlyle, for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
And please wish us luck as we trudge forth into the wild Scooby yonder. Our next film is called Scooby-Doo.
Lego Scooby-Doo.
Lego Scooby-Doo. I forgot there were Lego. There's 2 Lego ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
How many have you done?
33.
This is 33. It's Kiss.
33.
Kisses.
How many are left?
14.
14! 14! That's almost like 3 franchises worth of films. Oh,
Yeah. That's nothing.
Well, best of luck,
I think
boys.
the fact that we've been breaking them into 3s is so easy to get through.
well, I'm glad you're having an easy time, Richard.
I have a full-time job. It's not been easy.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Well, AJ, it's been a hot goddamn minute since we've been recording.
Oh, God. Why do we do this?
Why do we do this to ourselves? We're such silly boys. For you at home listening, it has been seamless from when we last recorded with Carlyle to now.
That wasn't you forgetting Carlyle's name. That was, we haven't recorded in so long, we can't remember who the last guest was.
Yeah, so It's been over a week, I think, since we last recorded for this episode. And yeah, there was like a nice week of my life where I didn't watch any Scooby-Doo films. But I will say, I went back and I revisited parts of Scooby-Doo and Kiss Rock and Roll Mystery quite a few times. that film's really grown on me. And I've put it right up at the top of my ranking, or near the top, I should say, not at the top. And yeah, good movie that.
Well, I'm glad that happened to you. For me, I've had nothing but a negative experience with this whole thing. I think that it feels more dangerous to have given ourselves a semblance of a break, and we didn't necessarily do it intentionally. It was all to do with like when certain guests were available and not wanting to like preemptively watch the movie and then forget about it when we had to talk about it. But like Barbie, again, to compare to Barbie, the one thing I know how to do, comparing to Barbie, is like we just did that all in one lump and it was over, and it was ripping a very long Band-Aid off. But this to return to Scooby-Doo after already having watched over 30 of them, and then returning to them and knowing that it wasn't over. It's still got so much longer to go.
We are almost approaching the point in just a few movies' time where we will have equaled Barbie.
And I feel so different to Barbie. I feel like Barbie felt like a marathon. This feels like the rest of my life, Richard. It feels like Scooby-Doo movies are just something I've adopted into my daily life, and that
it's just something you have to factor in, like going to the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. And I wish I could say that like I had a pleasant week not watching Scooby-Doo's. I had a miserable week. I've been miserable all week. And
you missed Scooby-Doo.
I get, maybe that's the problem, but watching Scooby-Doo didn't feel like medicine. It felt like salt on the wound that is my sad little life.
Wow. Well, speaking of your sad little life, we've had a few storylines running through this episode, and you know, like I said, for the people at home, it won't be this, but this is the longest we've gone without an update. So I don't know, your glasses, you have COVID.
No, I updated the glasses. I told everyone I had a tear in my retina, didn't I?
I think so, yeah.
That was only a couple movies back, I think.
Right, so no updates on that. And yeah, you never came down with COVID?
No, I never had COVID. The glasses, I bought glasses online and they're on their way. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just this fucking Scooby-Doo has just been this spectre, this
Mark
Scooby-Doo
Spectre
monster. This Mark Spectre. Who's that?
He was the character in Moon Knight.
Oh, why'd you... What?
Well, it's because you said Spectre, you know? And
do you just bring up any character that has the surname of a word that gets spoken in conversation? Yeah,
I feel like that was pretty clear as my intention there.
But where's the motivation is what I'm asking. Like, does someone go like, oh, this guy's a bit of a prat, and you're like, Chris Pratt.
Is
that just what you do?
think, AJ, you're backing up my point as to how funny that is to do that.
I don't think it's funny.
Like, don't give the audience an example of, you know, doing something else hilarious. You know, if I was to donate to a charity, you'd be like, oh, so you would just donate thousands of dollars to the SPCA, and I would be like, yeah.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You're the one who focused on this Mark Spector gag.
You're the one who said it. It's not a gag. It's not motivated by anything.
Well, I think that... What? How deep are we into the podcast by this point? Probably approaching 18 hours.
I haven't been editing it either.
I think, who are you to talk about a lack of motivation?
You're right.
What's your motivation for doing this Scooby-Doo episode, AJ?
Just want people to like me.
Well, it's not working, is it?
No.
You've made me like you less, your best friend in the whole world. And now I feel personally attacked by you. So you really, it's a net loss for friendships and people liking you and doing this endeavor, isn't it? And all you had to do was say, that's the guy from Moon Knight. What a fun observation.
You're making me so angry.
So this segment of the podcast is on Lego Scooby-Doo Haunted Hollywood. We're now diving deep into the world of not Mega Bloks, but Lego.
It's interesting, isn't it, that Barbie, I feel like, was just every movie was another Barbie movie, but Scooby-Doo is sprinkled with these format breaks that should be refreshing, but they're all bad. all the format break ones are bad, except arguably the first two live-action films.
Well, and also I would say the Blue Falcon crossover was one of the better ones.
I guess so, but that's still like traditional animation. The puppet one, the live action prequels,
right.
The Lego ones, none of these are scoring particularly high on my Scooby-Doo list.
So this came out in 2016. This is directed by Rick Morales. And fun fact, if we did Scooby-Doo as the first episode of film franchise Fortnights, this would be where the episode ends.
That is a fun fact.
So this is the last film to come out before the podcast started, is another way of wording that.
Right. And have you looked into how many Lego movies there are? Like, if we did the Lego franchise for film franchise Fortnights, would we rewatch this one? We rewatched Spider-Man Homecoming when we did Spider-Man after the MCU.
Well, yeah, I did say that I did that, didn't I? I don't know if there's a Lego.
I looked it up once, but I can't remember what the answer was.
Yeah, because you talk about obviously there's the spin-offs of the Lego movie franchise, which is Lego Batman, Lego Ninjago, and Lego Movie Part 2. But then there's other ones like this that I'm not sure there's like a collated list properly anywhere. Let me just scroll down. Yeah, no, I ain't seeing it.
I do want to talk about the Lego aspect of it because I think it's stupid.
Well, I want to say what's it about first, and then...
Oh, what's it about? So what's it called? They go to Hollywood. They win...
It's called They Go to Hollywood. They strangely didn't even put Scooby-Doo in the title. Or the fact or Lego, yeah.
They win a trip to Hollywood, and they go to Hollywood where they discover that the studio lot that they're hanging out on is being haunted by someone dressing up as the characters of this Boris Karloff analog, and they're trying to work out who's done it. And there's there's this spooky. Well, it's not really spooky, but the studio.
Not for me.
No, I don't even mean that. I said the wrong word. The studio is about to be sold off, which, spurs all kinds of motivations or motives for why someone might be attacking people dressed up. Who does it end up being? I can't remember.
It ends up being Atticus Fink is the Headless Horseman who wants to scare everyone away so that Chet would sell the movie to him. And then unrelated to this, there is also a character previously only known as Junior is actually revealed to be Boris Karnak Jr., the son of the Boris Karloff analog, who just wants to bring back his father's movies and make classic horror cool again.
Yeah, because the studio is trying to make a rom-com, and he doesn't like that because he's like, no, rom-coms aren't as good.
Rom-coms are for girls, and I am a boy.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, then this is what I wanted to talk about. Is speaking of motivations. Why is this Lego?
Why is this Lego? Great question. I don't know. The only way it embraces being Lego is when Scooby-Doo will crash into a building or whatever, it falls apart into Lego pieces. But that's only because that's something you do after you've already decided it's Lego. Yeah,
they didn't picture, if only there was a way to... We have this great idea for a set piece where the whole building comes crashing down, but it'd be too depressing if it was a real building.
Yeah. But the worst thing of all that I think is like makes the whole Lego thing pointless is that like so all the mystery gang are Lego what are they called? Minifigures. And Scooby-Doo, because there's no like house style for how they do animals in Lego, he's just a like plasticky looking normal Scooby-Doo. So like your title character in your Lego rendition of your franchise just looks the same as he does anyway.
Yeah, but like if you were to actually buy the model, like,
do you think that's the point?
That's what Scooby-Doo looks like in those sets.
I know that, but I'm saying like it makes sense to do Lego Star Wars, where a lot of the characters are Lego versions of themselves. I think it's slightly less interesting when your Lego-ified IP just takes on a pretty much identical image.
See, I was about to say then IP my pants, but then I was like, he's going to come at me for not being motivated.
He'll bust a fucking nut.
So there was a 20-minute TV special called Lego Scooby-Doo Nighttime Terror in 2015, which predated this. Now, I know what you're thinking, AJ. Well, that's not a very fun or funny title. What's the motivation, you might be thinking? Well, night in Nighttime Terror is actually spelt with a K.
Oh my God.
It's a classic Shanghai Noon, Shanghai Nights kind of
or the first ever episode of Scooby-Doo Where Are You was called A Night for a Night.
Yeah, so stick that in your motivational pipe and smoke it.
Well, what's the motivation?
Well,
is there a night in it?
No, actually, they just thought it'd be funny.
See, you're making a joke, but that's exactly the same thing you just did. It was just apropos of nothing, bringing up Moon Knight, which is also a night. So it was motivated.
It was. Totally
all right, all is forgiven.
All right, so this is also in Be Cool Scooby-Doo, which was the show running at the time, Kate Micucci took over Mindy Cohn as the voice of Velma. This is the first non-TV show thing she voices Velma in, which is funny that it's the Lego one. But yeah, what did you think of Kate Micucci as
I think
Velma?
She is a very natural fit for Velma, and it also got me thinking about how in a live-action Scooby-Doo made today, Kate Micucci would potentially be quite a good cast for Velma, and then also Ricky Lindholm would be a great Daphne. Like Garfunkel and Oates would make a good Velma and Daphne. That was my main thought. The voice actress behind Daphne changes as well, doesn't she? They've got very similar names, so I don't notice.
You're
it
talking
as
about
much.
Gray Griffin and Gray DeLeslie?
Two women named Gray, an incredibly uncommon name.
Well, I hate to break this to you, AJ, but it's actually one woman named Gray.
Oh my God! What happened?
She may have got
She
married
turned
or
into a
something.
griffin.
But it's like Gray or Gray Delisle.
I think she's back to Gray Delisle now, though.
It says just sometimes credited as Gray Griffin.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, yeah. She's also taken over Russie Taylor as the voice of Martin and Sherry and Terry after Russie Taylor died from The Simpsons. Yeah.
Oh, right. I follow her on Twitter, and she was tweeting. She retweeted the fact that the Velma TV series, which she does not star in, is now the lowest rated series on IMDb of all time. Which I thought was funny. It's funny that there's no like contractual rules when you're part of a franchise to be like, don't fucking make fun of our spin-off shows.
Yeah. Do you know the game 1-2 Switch on Nintendo Switch?
No.
It's the one that it was one of the big ones when the game first it was a launch title for the Nintendo Switch. It's the one where you stand with it at your side and you do the draw. It's like a bunch of mini games like that. Mm-hmm. It's Gray Delisle or Gray Griffin is the woman in the top right corner of the cover art for the game, but with her nose doctored to look slightly bigger than it is.
Why?
I have no idea.
What's the motivation?
Yeah, so she tweeted, "So excited to be featured on the Nintendo Switch box. They photoshopped my nose a tad bigger than it is, but still a huge honor."
Maybe she's making a joke. Maybe she thinks her nose looks big.
Yeah.
And so she's saying like,
yeah.
Sorry if you can hear the kindergarten child crying next door. I don't have a choice. I woke up this morning before the kindergarten opened, and then slowly I started hearing as the wind came through, just the laughter of children. And it reminded me of that bit in Mary Poppins when he's like, the wind's from the east and the wind's from the west. Something has happened before. It's like something wicked this way comes, kind of. I don't know what I'm talking about.
So did you notice this was on Scoobypedia? Did you notice this was on the sort of real world references? The newspaper in this world is called the Lego News, and that actually alludes to the Lego world that they live in.
Right.
Did you pick up on that?
No, that's interesting though. That this is this a parallel timeline thing? Because we've got another Lego one coming up.
Yeah, but did you wonder why it was called the Lego News then?
No, I didn't notice it was called the Lego News.
Right. Yeah, well, it's called that because it's a Lego world that it's set in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Fred becomes a director in this movie.
Yeah, and he has a funny line about how he can't be a director because he has no creative vision or original ideas, and I thought that was very funny.
What do you think about that?
I feel
accurate...
seen by that.
Do you think that's an accurate critique of why most people don't become famous directors?
Well, no, I think that the idea is, like, the joke is that, because he says, like, no, you're hired, you're most directors don't, and I think that it's funny that it's a criticism of there are plenty of directors in Hollywood who don't have those things. What did you think of it?
Right, no, that's an interesting way of looking at it. I guess, like, I thought it was just more rich intrigue into the character of Fred Jones, a character who we started this podcast with a completely different opinion, I think, to how we're ending the podcast.
Yeah.
Because I just thought he was sort of a blank slate character, but he's really come into his own, especially in Lego form, being slightly cocky, slightly nerdy.
Yeah. I think that another way, like, the same sort of joke that they're going for here would be if Fred was, like, they said, hey, Fred, how would you like to become a police officer? And he said, I can't be a police officer. I spook easily, and I have incredible racial biases. And they would say, no, that's fine.
Right. Or it could be if, like, he was like, hey, Fred, do you want to be a Spectre? And he went, oh, Mark Spectre. It could be like that joke. That hilarious joke.
I think you are way too hung up on this. I think that, you know, no one would have thought twice. You could have cut it out of the podcast and it would have made no difference. And now, part 4 of the Scooby-Doo episode is going to be, oh, are you up to the Mark Spector part yet?
If you're in the Discord, on the Barbie episode, we gave people a password to say and you'd get a prize. The first person on the Discord to say, are you up to the Mark Spector part yet, will get a prize.
I think that though, that's too, like, what if someone accidentally says Spectre and then someone obviously would just say Mark Spector because it's such a funny joke?
Because it's such a funny thing to say.
Do you know what, so I got real mad at someone one time for a very similar thing that you were getting mad about, that she came up to me and she was like, and this was like, oh, Richard, you're a funny guy. You will like this. And she was like, it's too late to order fries. And I was like, what's the motivation of that? She's like, and she got real mad at me that it was like, you're supposed to find this so funny. I'm trying to impress you because you're like the funny guy and I am, you know, but a lowly peon.
That's not funny. I don't find it funny, but I don't have any.
Well, but where's the motivation?
It rhymes. And I guess the hang up I would have is, in which context are you in which it's too late to order fries?
Exactly.
If someone was like, I'm going to order fries off Uber Eats, and they went and McDonald's was closed, and then they were like, it's too late to order fries, I'd be like, very funny.
Yeah, exactly. Or if, you know, you were like, oh, Timberland's face when he arrives just after closing. Or
yeah, right.
But no, it was just, she just came up to me and expected me to double over laughing.
What she should have done is pitched it as like a song parody.
Yeah.
hey, Richard, I've got an idea for a song parody. It's a parody of Apologize. It goes, it's too late to order fries, and then you could have workshopped it together. Because imagine if you were listening to a parody of Apologize and you didn't know what it was called, and you get to that line, I actually think that would make me laugh.
Yeah.
If like the setup was like you're heading to the McDonald's and it's closed, and then that was the chorus,
Right.
I think I would legitimately find that quite funny.
Yeah, what if it was just the normal Apologize song, but just that one line change?
No, I wouldn't find that funny. I'd find that incredibly frustrating.
Oh, food delivery.
Oh.
Yay, thank you, sweetie.
Okay, I didn't give you a new bowl.
That's all good. Do you want to say hi, Jess?
Hi, Jess.
Hi, Jess.
This is Jess's first appearance on the Scooby-Doo episode.
Oh, very exciting. First and
She's
only,
like, you're doing
probably.
Scooby-Doo?
I haven't been invited back. Very rude. And I just bought you sausage rolls.
Yeah, thank you.
Bitch. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, AG. Love you.
Bye. Loves me. Your fiance. Rot-row,
Sorry,
as Scooby-Doo would say. As Scooby-Doo would say, rot-row.
All right, well, I'm going to huck into these sausage rolls, and do you want to... do you want to mosey on down to the next film?
Yeah, all right. I mean, it feels like the Lego Scooby-Doo movie should have more to talk about, but I guess you could say that for...
Well,
for
okay, you're
Scooby-Doo
emceeing
movie.
the next one, so maybe you can motivate yourself a little bit more.
Am I emceeing the next one?
Yeah, it's the next film after Shaggy's Showdown.
Oh, the next Lego movie. I thought you were saying I'm emceeing the next film we're about to watch. You have some sausage roll pastry in your beard.
I know.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake. Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
We're back, and we're back. Moments ago, Richard is still eating sausage rolls. I assumed he would finish. Oh, he's finished them? Okay. I've got a bag of little nice and natural...
I fucking love
the
those.
natural gummy gems.
I
that
also got Jess to bring me this sparkling margarita, Alba.
Oh.
It's like a new drink. Jess brought one home. She just wrapped on filming on a show. And part of the like thing, she got this like sparkling, and I fucking love. Lord knows I love a margarita. And then I just saw on the table, I was like, "Can I have this?" And Jess was like, "Yeah, sure." So I put it in the fridge, and then waited a couple of hours, and then I was like, "Oh, can I have that? I might have that drink now." She was like, "Oh, like it was mine, you know, like I got it just again." And I was like, "Okay, that's fine. When you have it, can I have a sip? Because I really want to try it." And that was like a week ago, and she still hasn't opened it. And so on my way home from the movies this morning, I bought a 10-pack of them because I was like, you're taking too long. I want to try this. So here we go. This is the first sip you're hearing.
Okay. And it's fucking disgusting.
Oh, that's nice.
What's it taste like?
Margarita. It's interesting because it's like a sparkling one, and so normally, you know, your margarita would be either, you know, shaken or it would be frozen. I don't think I've ever had like a carbonated one, but yeah, it's interesting because it's got a bit of salt in it as well, which I quite like. I love a salty rim on my margaritas.
I would actually not drink it if it wasn't carbonated. I would find that revolting.
If it wasn't what?
If it wasn't carbonated.
Interesting. Well, I think like a canned drink you expect to be carbonated.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying
Yeah.
is that...
Sounds like we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, well... So you wouldn't drink a margarita just normally?
I probably would, but that's served and like feels fresh and stuff. If it's a canned drink, I would want it to be carbonated. Is this good to talk about?
Yeah. So do not... It's better to talk about than Scooby-Doo and WWE Curse of the Speed Demon, also known as Scooby-Doo WrestleMania Mystery 2, apparently. It's come out in 2016 as well.
Right, so this is the follow-up. We should have had... well, initially I was like, maybe we should have got Rhys back on for the sequel to the WWE episode. But sadly, this is a very strange direction to take a WWE paired Scooby-Doo movie, because this movie is about there's like this rally, there's this race that the WWE wrestlers do, like a car race. Like a monster truck race, which is not real, is not a real thing, and it's not about wrestling. It just stars wrestling, but it's about a rally.
Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf all over again.
It is. I thought that while watching it, I was like, this is like a new and improved Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf, because it essentially becomes wacky races by the end.
Yeah. What is it about?
Well, I just said it's wacky races.
Okay.
So I'm chowing down on these.
So who is revealed to be the killer?
Well, it's not the killer, is it? There's a speed demon who is sabotaging the race or whatever. And it turns out that behind the speed demon is none other than
Stephanie
Triple
McMahon
H and Stephanie McMahon, who are married, I think, in real life.
Yeah.
And I quite liked this. Because one criticism I have of the previous WWE movie is that the bad guy ended up being a fictional character invented for the movie. And it's kind of like, oh, you cowards, you didn't want to, like, besmirch anyone's name by saying that they're the villain. Whereas this one is like, no, it's Triple H and Stephanie McMahon, and they go to prison at the end of it. Steve, and is it Steve McMahon?
Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon. He, like, just disowns her. He's like, well, you deserve to go to jail. And I was like, wild stuff.
Yeah.
Wild stuff, especially coming from the monster himself, Vince McMahon, to be like,
so
judging others.
Their motive, just for the record, is, a lot of talk about motivation in these last couple of segments. But the motivation is to win the race contest and make muscle motocross a huge success. Stephanie was also mad at her father for not letting her join the race.
Right.
Also wouldn't let her be fucking CEO, so...
Art imitates life.
Do you reckon when he came back earlier this year, she was like, oh, this is just like Scooby-Doo and WWE Curse the Speed Demon?
Absolutely. There's also like a misdirect in this film where they keep noticing Vince McMahon leaving and suspiciously leaving to go somewhere. And it turns out he's not he's doing something relatively innocent, but it is very...
It's just his coke habit.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, it's very funny to have, like, a man who's been cancelled for dubious activity in real life have scenes in this movie where he, like, suspiciously leaves.
Oh, God, I've got sausage roll crumbs all over me. God damn. God damn it. Good fucking... Anyway, so...
That's just part of that's part of the game when it comes to eating sausage rolls.
It is. I had a sausage roll at work yesterday and everyone was like, where's Richard? Follow the crumbs. That
Really?
actually happened. I cried. I felt real bad.
That sounds like bullying.
It
That
does.
sounds like workplace bullying.
Yeah, I called HR about it and they said...
Oh, crummy boy, come down to call it to HR.
Yeah.
Is that what they said, Richard?
Yeah. Thank you. So, it was announced in 2014 that a direct sequel to WrestleMania Mystery will be released in 2016, and it was given the title, and Hulk Hogan was billed to be the sort of the most prominent feature of this film. Then he made some pretty racist comments, and he was taken out of the film. It's also the final film for Dusty Rhodes, who died a year before this film's release, but had recorded his stuff.
No.
Well,
He's quite a prominent role in this. I thought he was one of the better voice actors as well.
well, who knew he had it in him?
But it's The Undertaker who has the most screen time.
Yeah, he's the sort of John Cena of this one.
Yeah, he becomes the because it's like wacky races, they have teams.
Yeah.
And Shaggy and Scooby join this team.
Yeah.
I like the bit where he delivers a pile driver and they have to sort of frame it quite interestingly
Yeah.
because they don't really want kids to like consider the ramifications of what a real pile driver would be like, where you're dropping someone on their fucking head.
Yeah. Do you remember that viral video of that kid that like did a pile driver on? It was like this sort of larger redhead kid, and
No,
this kid was
I
like
don't.
smacking him, and he flipped him upside down and smashed him on his head, and then they both like came out and were like it was this, everyone's like, oh fuck yeah, this kid's like standing up to this bully, but I was like, this is a monumentally more violent act than what this kid was doing. And it is also because allegedly it was that actually the the larger kid had been the aggressor, and this was the smaller kid finally fighting back, and then got it so much worse for fighting back. But this is the thing that, these viral videos of playground bullying, there's always a lot more to them. Like, there's that kid who was crying, and he was like, I just don't understand. I feel sorry for these bullies because, they feel hatred and all this stuff, and all these people were like, yeah, kiddo, like, you're the best. And then it turns out, allegedly, that these two black kids were beating him up for calling them the N-word. And
was this the kid that got invited to the premiere of Infinity War?
Yeah, Chris Evans was like, hey, there's a seat next to me at the Endgame premiere. And then people were like, oh, thank God it's not next to Chadwick Boseman.
Wow. I quite liked this one. I liked this more than the previous WWE one, which I found quite boring. I think even though it's an incredibly incongruous idea to have wrestlers racing in race cars, I thought it gave it a little pep. It's as if it's the kart racing spin-off to a WWE game. And I quite like that. I thought that was fun. There's a weird plot twist in it that, like, Shaggy and Scooby know how to navigate Dead Man's Curve because the shape of the pretzels they were buying or selling is the same shape as the road. And there's a couple of things that feel like a bit of a reach, but overall, I thought this was all right. What did you think of it?
Hated it.
Hated it?
Mm.
Where does it land on your rank?
I haven't added it to my ranking yet. I hadn't added like the last 10, and then I had to add them in, and I thought, I can't remember what I thought of this one. So,
you forgot how much we liked Stage Fright.
Yeah, my ranking is utterly meaningless at this point. Let me tell you. Sure,
I've been very like persnickety with mine.
Oh, look at you. So let's have a look at my Scooby-Doo ranking. So, yeah, my top 5 currently are Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed, Scooby-Doo the movie, Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, Scooby-Doo and Kiss, Rock and Roll Mystery, and Scooby-Doo and Legend of the Vampire.
Legend of the Vampire is a bit of a strange outlier, but the rest of them,
yeah,
I think makes sense. I can look at my list if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, whoops! I'm gonna.
Oh, whoops! I just made it public. Oh no! I told the Discord.
Edit or delete this list. So I'm going to add Lego Scooby-Doo Haunted Hollywood. I'm going to add, what's this called? WWE Speed
Demon.
And I'm going to put Lego Scooby-Doo Haunted Hollywood. I'm going to put it above Big Top Scooby-Doo. Yeah, Stage Right's in 24. I'm going to add that up. That can go above.
My top 5, at number 1, I've got Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. At number 2, I've got Scooby-Doo Stage Fright. At number 3, I've got Scooby-Doo and the Alien Invaders. Number 4, I've got Scooby-Doo Music of the Vampire. And number 5, I've got Scooby-Doo Camp Scare.
Nice.
So that's my current top 5.
Well, keep an eye out for those.
I stand by it.
Okay, good. You should. So what I've done for this film is I've gone through Letterboxd and I've found 5 different reviews, one of each star rating. I didn't go for half-star ratings. So I this is the one with the most likes that's actually a review, sort of, like, doesn't just appear to be like, WWE meets a talking dog, this is crazy, So Dot gave this 5 stars, watched on the 7th July 2020. So much better than the first WWE movie. The Miz got his dues, Kofi was there, Fred was adorable, and I thought that a movie about wrestlers racing was going to be boring, but it was not. It was so much fun. Only downside is The Undertaker is a dumbass Trump supporter IRL, but that's not this movie's fault. Did I mention Fred stayed up all night to make a car for his friends to race with because I love him?
Fred is cute. That's an outlier in this review, isn't it?
Yeah. What'd you think of that?
It reminded me of, actually what you said before. It reminded me when you were like, the WWE meets a talking dog. There are 2, I guess they're wrestlers, but they operate more like whimsical sprites in this movie. These 2 guys who like wear quite like sort of cosmic makeup.
Yeah.
And they disappear and appear and are quite cheeky. When they first meet Scooby-Doo, he says something to them and they're like, whoa, did you just see that? There was a talking dog. How strange. Which is another one of these things that's just these fascinating implications for the world of Scooby-Doo. Lego or not, Richard, where like a talking dog is so normal for one person but can be so crazy for another, and these other people being like magical fairies.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you think of the other new wrestlers? Paige is in this, who was played by Florence Pugh in Fighting with My Family.
But not in this.
No. Paige is played by Paige in this.
I didn't know Fighting with My Family was based on a true story. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Which I thought...
And it's like, so Paige actually had a very short-lived career. She like fucked her back up. And...
Right. Fuck my back up!
So it's one of these things that like, there was like a 6-month period where Fighting with My Family would have been like put into production.
Right.
Because otherwise it's like, you know, why are you doing this story?
Right. If she's the character I'm thinking of, I thought she was pretty bad as a voice actress.
Yeah.
They should have got Florence Pugh.
Yeah. So Dreamscape 40 watched this on the 2nd of April 2022 and said, Team Taker, after watching the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame last night and The Undertaker's speech, I had to watch the Scooby-Doo episode this morning. It was a lot of fun, excited for WrestleMania this weekend, and then a little emoji of a racing car.
And that's 4 stars.
Yeah. And
Interesting.
Yeah, this is post-Trump supporter Undertaker as well.
Right.
JCX94.
Do you reckon Hulk Hogan was kicked off because of the racist comments, and he's just like, no, I thought I was starring in a race movie.
Nice.
I thought I misunderstood.
Nice. That's very funny, AJ.
I'm on top of it today. I'm coming up with jokes 10 minutes after you've said the thing that inspired it. Like
JCX94 watched this on the 26th of September 2021. It said it got the ratio of WWE to Scooby-Doo wrong, in my opinion. This was more of a WWE movie featuring Scooby-Doo than an SD movie featuring WWE.
I agree. Yeah.
That's because it was in HD.
Ah.
I'm just going to write some of my thoughts rather than a proper review. This was like a mixture of SD and The Reluctant Werewolf and the old WWE game Crush Hour. Undertaker is the GOAT, and seeing him driving the Mystery Machine was amazing. The rest in peace message during the credits for Dusty Rhodes was a nice tribute for him. Kofi Kingston riding a camera drone to comment on the race was a great idea.
Right. Okay.
2 stars from London. They watched this on Halloween 2019. Have you seen the Scooby-Doo film The Reluctant Werewolf? In it, Shaggy gets turned into an actual werewolf and is forced to drive in a race against Dracula and a bunch of other monsters in hope of his freedom. It's completely ridiculous and a ton of fun. Curse of the Speed Demon is Reluctant Werewolf, but much less creative, and with WWE shoved into every corner. Also, it has a weirdly hyper-capitalist, and there were just many strange choices being made. All of the cars were also 3D animated, something that the Scooby-Doo films have done sparingly in the past decade or so. But with this film, since it's a race with all these 3D animated vehicles, you cannot escape the poorly animated speedsters, and it really drags down the film as well. Can we just get a sequel to Reluctant Werewolf, please? It is a canonical event in the new lore for the Scooby-Doo films, so there is no excuse.
Interesting. When I noticed the Reluctant Werewolf connection by myself independently, I was like, oh, I'm a genius. This is going to be like a big hot... I promptly forgot to mention it until you brought it up. But it's interesting that a lot of people have also discovered it. And also that this person thinks that this movie is worse than The Reluctant Werewolf, because The Reluctant Werewolf, out of the 36 movies we've watched in this franchise, I have placed at number 36. So I think that was the worst one. And
really? Worse than the 2 live-action prequels?
Yeah, because the 2 live-action sequels at least kept me awake, because it was like, oh my god, what's happening now? Oh my god, what's happening now? I think that's
insane of you to say.
Whereas,
I've got one more review, and then we have a guest champing at the bit, waiting.
You said chomping! You don't know the idiom either. He's waiting in the wings. The guest.
I'm just an idiom idiot. So this one is 1 star from Joz Trower, whose display picture is John Cena, who watched this in April 2021. The premise of this movie is bizarre. It is WWE, but it has little to no wrestling. It's about racing for some reason, which makes me think that it might have been a pre-existing script that got the WWE brand slapped onto it. One of AJ's favourite theories about films.
Is it? That's funny.
Yes. Oh my god. Every time a movie doesn't work, you're like, I think this was a pre-existing script. Like Together Christmas.
Yeah. I reckon that was a pre-existing script.
I disagree. And if this was a pre-existing movie, then it should have been an actual movie. This was instead repetitive, mindless race scenes held together with no sense of personality and a shockingly flimsy mystery, genuinely painful to sit through.
Interesting. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what that review's saying, but I also agree with a lot of, I'd say that applies to a lot of Scooby-Doo movies. I think we've maybe not touched on enough how funny it is that this is, for some reason, a racing movie. I think that's a very strange decision. It's something that's I don't know, it's just kind of delightful to watch something so... And do you know what it is, Richard? It's Space Jam syndrome.
I was waiting for you to say that. It's Race Jam syndrome.
Why can't you one day just be like, great observation? Oh, good call. You're always like, I knew you were going to say that. Or,
well, it's because...
oh, here we go again with one of his favourite little things to say. I don't do that to you. You're always talking about,
What?
I can't remember now, but there are opinions that you will say, it'll be like a episode of... most anticipated, and you'll say your opinion on a movie, and then when we cover it in most disappointing, you'll echo that same opinion. This is a shit critique. My point is that I don't call you out for it.
Right, yeah, I'm not really sure what you're getting at.
It would be refreshing if,
when you say you feel when you say you feel one way,
it's not about
and when
you,
you
it's
ask
about me.
the same question, you give the same answer.
I'm sorry that, fine, it's not like Space Jam. Is that what you want me to say?
No, I wanted you to say it's like Space Jam. I was just thinking Space Jam because I was thinking of the cancelled sequel Race Jam.
Well,
which I always say that I'm glad didn't come out because I think edgy right-wingers would have referred to, the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 as a race jam.
This is a crazy movie, and I think it's better than Space Jam. I think it's better than the first WWE movie. I thought it was a load of fun, and I love The Undertaker and his political views. What else can I do to condemn myself?
Yeah, bro, let's end it there, shall we? We've got a guest ready to record, so let's bring that person on.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake.
Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
All right, here we are now. We are joined by a guest once again. This time, it's Andrew Todd. Andrew, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, Andrew.
Andrew, do you want to tell the nice people about yourself?
Yeah, Andrew, what's the best, if we were to be like, it's blank, 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 Andrew Todd, what would the blanks be? Are you, what do you go by?
God, I don't even know these days. Former film and games critic, current, taker of your tax dollars to write a science fiction romance movie.
Yes,
what would you describe yourself as, blank meets blank?
Oh my God. I don't know.
Using only Scooby-Doo characters.
Jesus, I don't know enough Scooby-Doo characters. I'm limited effectively to the Scooby-Doo characters from Shaggy's Showdown.
Yeah, I'm sort of like Dapper Jack meets Benny G, or whatever the little kid was called.
Yes,
G, thank you very much.
We are here to talk about Scooby-Doo Shaggy's Showdown, which, fun fact, is the only Scooby-Doo film to feature another character's name in it, another member of the mystery gang.
And it's so good that it's Shaggy, because he's the best character.
Oh yeah, he deserves the shout out. He needs a win.
He deserves it. Yeah, exactly.
Just generally.
Yeah.
So Andrew, what is your history with Scooby-Doo?
I saw a couple of episodes on, I'm guessing, Nickelodeon growing up in the States.
You'd be guessing wrong. It's Cartoon
It's Cartoon Network. Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know. This was a while back. It would have been early days of Cartoon Network. And I have not seen any of the movies apart from Shaggy's Showdown.
Wow. So most of the people we've asked what their relationship is with Scooby-Doo, most people had relatively the same answer, but you, which is they're not that into it. And we haven't had a single person on who's been like a Scooby-Doo fanatic, but you might be the least exposed we've had so far, so this could potentially...
Yeah, like, I think my exposure to it is more of, like, just the cultural osmosis of, like...
this dog that won't die.
Yeah, and I think like I honestly think that my understanding of Scooby-Doo comes more from it being referenced in the Wayne's World movie.
Yeah, sure.
But than actually having seen a lot of Scooby-Doo. Like I have in numerous like script assessment meetings referred to Scooby-Doo endings.
Well, what's a Scooby-Doo ending?
A Scooby-Doo ending is like an ending where like there's a surprise, like, oh, this person was behind it all along, and they're gonna monologue about like what their plan was, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Yeah, Jordan Peele used this famously in Us as well.
Yeah.
That's a great point and a really unique answer to what's your relationship with Scooby-Doo is you've used it as a generic trope name basically.
It's and there's like the French farce type chase sequences and that sort of thing. Yeah.
I haven't brought this up in the hours we've been recording yet, but the one thing I always think of when it comes to Scooby-Doo is there's an episode of Lost where Kate gets information out of Hurley by pretending she already knows it, and so he confirms it for her, and he realizes after he does it, and he goes, "Oh, you totally just Scooby-Dooed me, didn't you?"
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. There's another. It's taken the world by storm, despite the fact that no one in the world seems to watch this series.
But
at all.
It's like
now.
it's like it's just spread into popular culture so much. It's like how people are like, oh yeah, I know The Godfather, when it's like they've seen it referenced on Family Guy or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's like for New Zealand listeners, it's like 660. That it's like they're the biggest band in the country. I've never met a single person that even likes them, but like they sell out stadiums, like almost monthly.
Yeah, I couldn't name you a single song by 660,
and yet they'll never break America either. They'll never break out of New Zealand.
Yeah. So Shaggy Showdown. This is a cowboy themed one. We've been dying for a cowboy themed one. AJ, you were just saying a few hours ago, God, when are we going to get a cowboy film?
And look, that's why we got Andrew on, because he's the best cowboy we know.
Yeah, I grew up in Texas.
I genuinely was just making a joke. Did not know that.
Yeah. Did you grow up on a ranch?
A very small ranch in a suburb.
That counts.
We had a backyard.
Nice. Were there cows?
I'm sure there were.
There was wildlife. Let's just leave it at that.
There were frogs.
Wow. Did you try and ride them?
No. Even as a child, I was much too heavy to ride a frog.
Oh, Andrew, you look great.
It's all right.
Andrew, could you please give us a quick précis of what this film is about?
So this film is set on a dude ranch. It's kind of in like a tourist trap, like western town that has been built up around the legend of this outlaw called Dapper Jack, who, as it turns out, is like a distant ancestor of Shaggy, who has been invited there by his like second cousin 3 times removed or something. Yeah. I forget why he was invited there, but like it doesn't really matter.
They found out each other existed, I think.
Yeah,
they met on the
it's their genealogy fans, I guess.
Mm.
So the gang goes to this dude ranch where the ghost of this outlaw has been terrorizing the town and driving down property values.
Yeah,
Yeah.
most of Scooby-Doo is real estate related.
Yeah, the moment I saw a real estate company kind of mentioned in the background, I was like, oh, yep, there we go.
They did it. And what happens in the Scooby-Doo ending of the Scooby-Doo film?
The Scooby-Doo ending is that the guy or guys who kind of run the ranch and the town have been doing this on purpose to be able to buy up the property and for cheap and sell it to a third party, which feels like without having seen any of these other movies, I feel like that's the same plot as a lot of them.
No, this is a massive outlier.
The one that comes to mind is Aloha Scooby-Doo, which essentially had the exact same motivation, but for a Hawaiian island. It's not always real estate, but it is quite often, I don't know quite a grown-up concept for a kids movie.
Because
it's often the motivation.
It feels very unemotional.
Yeah. The worst kind of motive.
Yeah, because kids movies, I guess kids movies are often emotionally motivated, but I guess this makes it so that they're just nasty grown-ups.
Yeah,
because it's a very nasty grown-up thing to do.
Yeah,
is kind of engage in a real estate scam. Yeah,
and we also find out that the legend of Dapper Jack as this cold cutthroat outlaw is actually a lie, and that he was actually a kind guy whom the sheriff or whoever altered history to make look like he was the villain.
Yeah, history's written by the victor, and the victor is the cops.
Yeah, very interesting life lessons that you learn from Scooby-Doo.
It's a story about a cop killing an innocent guy and then saying that he had a gun. Basically.
Yeah,
that's
literally the plot, except it happened in the Old West.
And thankfully, a bunch of teenagers took the law into their own hands. These vigilantes and took them down. And
both of the historical figures, dead ringers for their generations later, extremely distant relatives.
I did like so that they're retelling the story of Dapper Jack and his faithful dog companion, and in the flashback, the dog is Scooby-Doo, and then when it flashes back to the present, did you guys all picture the dog as Scooby-Doo as well? Yeah. I enjoyed that.
There's no historical reference to what the dog looked like.
That's hilarious.
So, Andrew, given that this is your first real exposure to Scooby-Doo, what did you think of the film?
It was better than I expected. I will say that. I think one thing that impressed me was how much they ran with the Western theme. It had its own Western opening title sequence and theme song, and used Scooby-Doo as a Western yodeling call, which was okay, great. Yeah, the story was kind of the story is what it is. I was impressed at the supporting cast. It's got Stephen Tobolowsky and Gary Cole. I love those guys.
Yeah.
It also has there's a young pop star in this film.
Yeah.
A Western sensation who I got the name wrong before. What is it? It's
Buddy G.
Buddy G. And until the credits rolled, I was like, is this the Yodel kid? Because this movie came out in 2017, and I was like, that's when the meme of the kid yodeling in Walmart went viral. And I was like, did they get the yodeling kid? And then the credits rolled, and it was not the yodeling kid. He's a prolific voice actor who's in a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, he plays young Peter Parker in the Amazing Spider-Man films.
Yeah.
It is a funny thing though, because it's obviously this kind of Western dude ranch outlaw kind of vibe generally, but then into this you plunge this quite large cast of supporting characters, including a goth girl and Buddy G, the fucking YouTuber who then has this huge concert attended by thousands of people, even though this ghost is driving away all the tourism.
And his song sucks.
His song is so bad.
thought it was such a badly made song. The goth teenager as well was written by like someone who hates teenagers.
Yeah.
Like just the most like unsympathetic light. She's just the stereotype. At one point she calls something she doesn't like bourgeoisie and Shaggy's like, what does that mean? And she doesn't know what it means. And I was like, teenagers didn't call things bourgeoisie. This is written by the bourgeoisie.
For one thing, it's like literally the wrong word.
yeah, it's literally the wrong word. Yeah, exactly.
Did you like the running gag of her being dead named?
Did you like that, Andrew?
You know what? I love dead naming. It is just one of my favorite hobbies.
Yeah, she's clearly changed her name. Doesn't want to associate with her family or whatever, and her mum keeps calling her the wrong name, and she corrects her.
Yeah, it feels like
why is this still here?
Yeah, it feels like that particular element feels very much like a relic of like. It feels like something you'd see in 90s movies where it's just like...
rebellious teens.
It's just the petulant kid going like, it's like Flynn in Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought the strongest element of the story is that there's a big storyline for Shaggy learning to be confident and learning to be able to ride a bucking bronco that I thought, it's a Scooby-Doo movie, so my enjoyment of it peaks at a certain ceiling. But if this was, I thought it was effectively told that he like becomes more confident and in the end uses his horse riding abilities to catch the bad guy. It was cool. It was well done, I think. And there's some cool action sequences.
I tell you what, like the fact that horses were a big part of this really made me sort of question the internal logic of Scooby-Doo's existence. Because no other animal has Scooby's emotive eyes or like there's lines about his pronunciation of words. Like
that's the first time this has happened that it's been like
I wondered about that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, these are all words that Scoob can pronounce.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of words starting with the letter R.
I'm like, oh my god. So this is just... there's a lot of things in this show that are just kind of taken as read.
Yeah.
Like a dog riding a horse, which is a little weird. Or just like people going like, oh yeah, there was a ghost here last night.
Yeah.
It
is kind of like, you mentioned like being like a Family Guy thing, but it is like, I do think it's very similar to like Brian and Stewie and Family Guy, that it's like, unless they want to make a joke about it, they're effectively just people and can talk to anyone.
Yeah.
Until it's like, oh, it's funny that it's a dog. And then they'll just add something.
Yeah, and to catch you up to speed, Andrew, in one of the early movies, Shaggy makes mistakes based on how Scooby has pronounced a word.
Oh.
But that was like the first time. It was, I think, the second or third movie that happened. And then in maybe like around the 18 to 25 movie mark, Scooby-Doo works out like the password, but no one can understand him because he's speaking with
an impediment.
Scoobish, as we've dubbed it. In the previous movie before this one, two characters meet Scooby-Doo and go, oh my god, a talking dog, which no one else in the film does.
Yeah.
And in this, they specifically say, Scooby, you can pronounce these words. So...
I will also say, like, it is, like, given all that this gang of characters has experienced, they're very credulous. Like, until, like, I don't know, like, they seem very, like, blasé about, like, oh, yeah, a ghost. Until they find evidence otherwise. Like, never expose these characters to Facebook. That's what I'm saying.
Right, I see what you're saying. I think this comes from if they were real well-written characters and not just written in a vacuum for the individual movies they're in. I think what it comes from is like they have been trained and skilled to like never look down at a clue, never turn away a clue. And like we talked a lot on this podcast already about how it's cool that Shaggy and Scooby are often the two characters that will run into the scary thing in the movie, and they are very rarely not believed by the rest of the mystery gang, who have learnt, like, no, it is gonna get us further if we believe what they're saying. So maybe it comes from that. It's actually very consistent character writing.
Yeah, I made notes, and I was like, this group of people goes through life with the trusting naivete of a child.
Well, they are children.
They are meddling kids.
Yeah, I suppose.
Are you more
I guess
of
I see them as being old people because their origins in like the 60s or 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you more of a Velma or a Daphne kind of guy?
I wrote something here.
I've prepared something.
No, I was gonna. I wish I could say that I wrote this like well considered treatise on the characters, but I wrote one line saying "basic bitch Daphne versus hot nerd Velma."
So you're a Velma guy, interesting.
Even with the allergies.
1,000,000%.
Voiced by Kate McCucci for the last couple of films.
Yes.
Yeah, and it is like I didn't mention this when she sort of took over the role, but I thought I would find her voice distracting because I was like, oh, she's an actress, I know, and but then I feel like there's specific lines where I'm like, oh, that's obviously Kate McCucci, and then the rest is like,
yeah,
she just sounds like Velma.
So, that's right. You're actually an actor.
Yeah. One of Velma's big bombshells in the film is figuring out that who the villain was because of a font choice.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole movie is like predicated on effectively like a Comic Sans or Papyrus joke.
Yeah.
That's what solves the mystery.
Yeah. The font is called Al Kabong, which is the alter ego of Quick Draw McGraw. It's another like Hanna-Barbera character, which is like a fun little
and that
thing.
feels like something you would name a font.
Yeah, it's a great
because fonts are always like some oblique reference to something.
Yeah, right.
You guys Comic Sans fans? I think it's a fun font.
No, not particularly.
If you ever want to add a little bit of silliness to your website.
When I was a film tutor a couple years back, I had to make a rule that banned Comic Sans from any projects because the Zoomers were just at that point in that generational shift where like Comic Sans was a very funny thing to use,
like as a meme.
Yeah, exactly. So if because we do like day-long projects where we all watch what everyone's made at the end of class, and the amount of times Comic Sans showed up in there, and I was like, all right, new rule, no Comic Sans. And then the tutor that took over my class after we switched semesters was like, I think Comic Sans has a place. And so he repealed it was like going from one president to another, rejoining the Paris Agreement. It was like he repealed my no Comic Sans ban when he was in charge.
Oh, wow.
So you banning Comic Sans is leaving the Paris Agreement?
I guess so. I guess I'm Trump in this analogy.
No, surely banning Comic Sans is the equivalent of like banning combustion engines, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Let's think of it like that. I'd rather be the progressive.
You don't want to be like the banning trans people from the military.
No, exactly. I don't want that to be the metaphor. Just to be clear, that is not the metaphor I was going for.
I think Comic Sans is funny. I'm sorry. I agree with your students.
Well,
and the fact that the teacher goes so far as to ban a font, that's even funnier.
Well, there you go. I contributed. What's your problem? I made it funnier.
I think it's all part of this, like, the very funny cultural joke that Comic Sans has become. I feel like this all feeds into it. I initially thought actually though that the El Kabong thing was a joke on Papyrus, and maybe it's just because there's an Avatar movie in the theaters, but like, because it's not just because it seemed like it was a font that was specifically like Western themed. So it's like, this is just the font that everybody uses when they do something Western themed, like how Papyrus is for, what
herbal teas.
So I thought it was a Papyrus joke, but then I think it is more of a Comic Sans joke.
It's a different font on the website. So the website that it has much to her chagrin. It's like it has this big sort of very Western typeface headline, but then the buttons on the side are in this handwritten-ish looking font, which at the end, when she figures it out based on the guy's business card, she's like, no, there's no way two people would use this font. that, yeah, it's like, oh, this is just a normal looking font, which I guess kind of adds to the humor of like why is she being so crazy about it. But it is also like, why base your whole joke around a font and then show us something where the most prominent font is a different one than the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I thought it was funny how when they catch the bad guy and she goes on this tirade about how horrible of a font it is, and he's like handcuffed and everything, and he just goes, I think it's cool. I like it. It's like, that's so relatable to be so angry at someone for something, and for their only response to be like, I just like it. Back off.
I mean that's literally James Cameron with Papyrus, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It the disconnect between like the script and the art for the website. This came up a lot of times watching it because the animation's outsourced to a Korean company, and like it's these things are made, I'm assuming, like kind of on a pretty tight schedule, like a conveyor belt.
There's
of releases.
at least 2 or 3 of these a year.
Yeah. And like something that always it comes to mind a lot in video games, but it did a little bit here, is where like the voice acting doesn't quite match what it seems like the intent was on the page.
Totally. Yeah.
And I keep getting fascinated watching stuff like this, where it's like you've got all these different teams kind of working in isolation to make this thing, and they're kind of generally their ships are pointed in the same direction, but it's like there's subtle things where it's like, oh, you didn't quite match the intention here between all the different departments.
I've had to re-record lines in films I've made before because the emphasis has been on the wrong syllable.
Yeah.
And it's like, if the line's supposed to be like, oh, we're gonna go follow him, but then the delivery on the day was, we're gonna go follow him. And it's like, well, now it doesn't make sense. It's that kind of thing that slips through, I guess.
Yeah, there were a couple lines in there that I was like, oh, I don't think that's how it was meant to be said.
Nice.
There was also, according to the Scoobypedia, there was some inconsistencies, continuity errors, and or goofs / oddities. One of which was that Daphne claims that 98% of the gang's mysteries involve real estate. This could be considered hyperbole, since the majority of their mysteries also involve stealing, revenge, and smuggling, along with real estate. So
the worst mistake of them all. One thing that I think is a real kind of wake-up call to where we are on the Scooby-Doo timeline, and this is our 36th out of 47 films that we've got to watch for this podcast, Andrew.
Well done.
And when we started, the first film we watched came out in 1988 and is like full of Three Stooges references and things like that, like very timely stuff. And it is quite like confronting, and I've mentioned this before in a previous movie, to get to this point where like now there are jokes about a viral teen sensation, and when he's doing his concert, like little text box pop-ups of people texting show up, and it all feels very modern. This came out in 2017. I'd say we're still in, or maybe are only just beginning a new era that was the era of 2017 and around it.
I would say the thing that struck me about that is that I think we're still in the era where that is a thing. We're not in the era anymore where it is like new and novel enough to make the center of a storyline.
Yeah, absolutely. But one thing that I thought was very funny, and the kind of thing that was like, this could be in a movie in 2023 and would probably be just as funny of a joke, is that they're following these two suspects at one point, and it turns out they thought they were up to something, but all they're actually doing is preparing to shoot a film based on Dapper Jack. And they're like, oh, you're preparing to shoot a film? And they're like, yeah, exactly. Because, films these days are all sci-fi and superhero and zombie, and we're sick of that, and what we really need is westerns. And what's funny about that sentence is they're right. Like, I think western is so primed at the moment to come. I feel like there have been modern westerns, but there hasn't been like a movement of them, and it just made me think about it, like, God, we really are at a time culturally where the western is potentially quite primed to have like a massive resurgence.
People have been saying that for a long time, and I remember like Cowboys and Aliens was going to be one of the big ones.
Yeah.
Like 3:10 to Yuma.
Django Unchained, Hateful Eight.
Some of those movies were like pretty successful, but they haven't like started a craze of westerns.
Yeah, Logan.
Kind of in cinemas.
I guess I'm thinking with, especially compared to zombie and superhero, which zombie's kind of over now, but it had its 10 years in the sun.
With Last of Us, it's back, baby.
That's bad. It's back. That's true. Like, I wonder, like, because Hollywood doesn't generally make new things, they repeat things, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's been a while since we've had a lot of westerns, and I just thought that was such an astute thing that this movie probably accidentally said that I think might actually come true.
I think one interesting thing about westerns as well, though, is that like with the benefit of hindsight, looking back now, we go, oh my god, there were so many westerns at the time. But from what I understand, they were never like the biggest genre in the world. It was just that it was this one they made quite a bit of. You probably made them quite cheap, and yeah, now they just sort of stopped making them because I guess they weren't making any money, but they did have that kind of longevity because it was this sort of unique genre.
I think it was also like the cultural and sort of, I guess, in business industry attitude towards movies was quite different back then as well, because nowadays we get like fewer movies coming out in cinemas, but they're all these big blockbusters, whereas like, you know, people used to go to the movies a lot more.
Yeah.
And, you know, it would be like, it's like, oh, what's the new Western this week?
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think of the death of the mid-budget movie, Andrew?
Oh man, this is not what I expected to talk about. Scooby-Doo.
Gotta mine content from somewhere on your Scooby-Doo podcast.
Because it was this big thing that people were talking about a lot, and now I'm sort of starting to see people say that this idea of the death of the mid-budget movie is bullshit.
I think it's not so much that the mid-budget movie is not getting made. I think it is getting harder to see them. Like, it is pretty objectively visible that, you know, there are fewer movies playing at certainly multiplexes where you would have previously had a lot of things like just like comedies, and like there haven't been that many just straight up comedies compared to like the 2000s or 2010s or earlier.
Yeah, we haven't had like a Superbad or anything like that for a long time.
Yeah. Like Bros is the only one recently, and that's
the thing about like Bros. And then there was also Long Shot a couple of years ago, which was like a pretty good rom-com. But
that was a good comedy.
Yeah, these are films that people love to just chuck these on Netflix, and you know it's harder than ever to get people to leave their house.
Yeah, like I think it's less about mid-budget movies and just how people watch movies now, because people only seem to leave the house for spectacle. Because like I was at the movie, what was I seeing? I think I was seeing The Fabelmans, which is a sign of like like my devotion to cinema. I'm one of the 5 people who went to see The Fabelmans.
Yeah.
And there was a couple behind me who like obviously had not been to the movies in a while, and I saw it at Alice Cinematheque, which has a DVD rental store attached to it. It originally was that, and long may it survive. And this couple were like, I just don't understand why people would want to rent DVDs now that you can get everything on Netflix. And I think that really made me go like, oh, this is what
the common man thinks.
This is what the common man thinks.
I do like I remember Wonder Woman 1984 was like one of the first films I saw in like after COVID, or you know, was still very much in the middle of COVID at the end of 2020. It was one of the first blockbusters that still had a cinema release. And I remember I went at Hoyt's in Christchurch, which is a cinema chain. It's less popular in Auckland, but it's a lot more expensive. And went there, and it was like $25 for the ticket, and then this is, everyone's complained about this, but then like Jess wanted a bowl of water that was like $10, and then just being like absolutely reamed with the cost, and then this packed cinema, 30 minutes of trailers, and people behind us talking the entire time. Someone just next to me had their phone out, and I was like, fuck, maybe movies deserve to die. Like, fuck, like people have forgotten how to go to the movies in the last year. I saw The Whale the other night as well, and there was this woman behind me who got like a little Duck Island ice cream, like a little bottle of ice cream at the Hollywood, and was just eating. I've never heard anyone eat so loudly, and it was like. Just like right in my ear, and Jess, and then when I heard her finish it, I like said to Jess quite loudly next to me, like, "Oh, thank God she's finished her ice cream." And like The Whale, very serious movie, very depressing movie.
Yes,
she was cracking up throughout the whole thing. Like all these moments where you're supposed to be like, "Wow, like look at how his body's so out of shape." She was like, "Oh, fuck, he's fat." And then also someone farted really loudly, like near the end of the film, and it was so fucking funny.
Someone farted when I went to see Smile. There were a bunch of rambunctious teens at the front of the cinema, presumably kids who were too young to have gone to the cinema before COVID. and they were just so obnoxious and loud and horrible, and yeah, they farted. And at one point, there's a part in Smile which, to their credit, had I been a bit younger, I probably would have also cracked up at. There's a bit where a character goes, "Are you serious right now?" Which is like a meme on TikTok at the moment. Yeah. And I think they were familiar with this. So when they said this meme line, they just burst out laughing, and no one else in the cinema's laughing. I nearly went up to them after the movie. It was like, you guys need to learn to shut the fuck up in movies. This is so unacceptable.
I had an experience like that when I went to see Megan last week or the week before. The house was like pretty full, and there's two things that I noticed. One of which was when she did the dance that is on TikTok, there was I am shit you not, there was an applause break.
That's like a positive version of
that's
of
a positive
the TikTok
version.
generation.
But it's like that scene, of course, is about 5 seconds long.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I was there with a friend, and like sitting next to us was this couple who were obviously there on a date, and like this guy just would not stop fucking talking to the girl he was with. Like literally physically his body was faced towards her most of the movie, while she was just like trying to fucking watch the movie and going like, shut up, and he's just like mansplaining the story. And I'm just like, oh man. At the start of the movie, the curtains were across for a 1.85 to 1 movie, and it's a scope film, so I, of course, am the one who always is the person who goes like, fuck, somebody's going to tell the staff that it's not being shown properly. And if you have a cinema that is, and I think Hoyts is a prime example, because like it is a cinema that like they clearly have taken steps to have as few staff as possible. And it sort of sets this social expectation of like, we're just going to put you in the room and let you go. We're not going to project the movie properly. We're going to, our bulbs are going to be running at half brightness, and like,
what are you going to do about it?
And what the fuck do you care?
Yeah.
And I think, without like trying not to sound like a fucking snob, but like, you go to like theaters that kind of put a bit more care into the audience experience and that sort of thing. And it's like,
it's way better.
Yeah, it's like the movies can be really good.
Yeah, I think even one of these common people we've been discussing could even tell the difference in a good cinema.
I very rarely have to pay for movies anymore, but on the off chance that I do, it's because I'm supporting a local like cinema. I've been offered free tickets for like to go to a cinema I love, but I'm like, no, I'm more than happy to pay for it.
Yeah. When I was working as a film critic, it was much the same for me. It was like, I'll pay to support a local business that I think deserves to. And
it's like, let me at least buy some popcorn, and they go, no, we'll give you that for free as well. Like, curse this influence I have.
But it's popcorn is that's the free revenue for you.
Yeah.
And I think while we're bashing Hoyts, because I love to do that, and I was once banned from from a Hoyts because I had this run of like complaining about the projection for like several movies in a row. Which it was fucked up, like in my defense. Like they did not project their films properly. They recently redid all the seating, or they built a new cinema and like redid all the seating. So like there's this huge like void between rows to the point where you can recline your seat and have your feet sticking out, and there's still enough room for like 2 people to cycle abreast down each aisle. And while leg room is good, it means that like you are so separated from the other cinema goers around you that not only do you feel like you're just in your lounge or whatever, and like some people might see that as positive, but it also means that like in a comedy you can't hear other people laughing, and like that makes objectively makes, or I guess no, it is technically subjectively makes the movie less funny.
Yeah.
Oh man, objectively but technically subjectively is the perfect movie nerds.
You're talking about like we've all done or like been to live events in there and spoken to people in there, and it's such a horrible feeling because it's like just the mood just dies because there's no one there. Like we've
the acoustics just suck up all the sound, and there's you talk about like theater cinema as a collective experience, and like obviously if the people you're with are assholes, then that's a bad experience, but if the people you're with are good people just there to see the movie, it can be a great experience. But it can't be if you don't psychologically have a connection to the other people in the room, because you literally can't hear them because they're so far away and there's a 2-foot thick seat between you.
It's such a complicated issue because it's the balance between people being too loud and people being too quiet. But because there's people who will go like, oh, I'm just responding to the movie, and to me, there's a fairly clear line on like what is acceptable, and like like laughter and cheering and applauding, I'm like, yes, great.
Yeah.
But going
I have no crime.
haha, did you see when the guy did that? It was very funny. Like, that's not okay.
I'm gonna fart now because that's what you do in movie theaters.
Andrew, have you ever seen Daddy's Home 2?
This is a question that I would only ever be asked by one of you two. No, I have not seen Daddy's Home 2.
Not only would I actually recommend it, the climax of that film takes place that they're snowed in at like a cinema on Christmas Day, and it's all these people that have been fighting with each other, and there's this whole thing about like, no, the cinema is the last place you can go to have this communal experience. And then they're in the cinema, it's like, turn to the person next to you and just tell them you love them, even if you don't know them. And watching this in a cinema was so awkward. Like,
oh my god.
Thankfully I was sitting next to AJ. But my god.
And you tell me you love me every day anyway,
yeah, so it was fine.
Yeah.
But no, Daddy's Home 2, that's a surprising little gem.
It's the movie of the Cult Pop Show podcast, I reckon. It's probably the most obscure movie we've championed this intensely.
No, you lead the way, AJ.
I was going to bring us back to the center of the record. So unless there's any more comments on the state of cinema, Andrew, I would love to ask you, when is your birthday?
It is February 23rd.
Oh, coming up soon.
February 23rd. Oh, it is.
It is coming up soon.
So what we've done is we have made a spreadsheet on our... We've called it our Scooby-Doo villain horoscope, where we have collated when every episode of a Scooby-Doo show, because there've been dozens, came the day the episode came out, so I can tell you which Scooby-Doo villain appeared in an episode on your birthday, and you can tell us if that feels like it's in any way relevant to your life, right? So on February 23rd, we've got Morgan Le Fay, who is the villain of a movie we're going to watch.
Is that an Arthurian legend thing?
Yes, it's The Sword and the Scoob, 2021.
I believe, didn't Britt Miggs has the same birthday? I think, AJ?
Ah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so this is our second 23rd of Feb.
Not sure it was Britt Miggs, but someone's definitely had Morgan Le Fay. But yeah, they're from Arthurian legend, and there's also, I believe, a Marvel character.
Right, no, we have definitely talked about this before.
Yeah.
Then.
Marvel did it first, clearly.
So I think that's the two sides of your being.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
You think Marvel is one side of my being?
I think it's a side you hate of your being.
when I asked you X meets Y, it's Andrew Todd is Arthurian legend meets Marvel.
Use that in your next pitch meeting when you're pitching a Western.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yes, I remember that. So in the 1978 Doctor Strange film, this character was played by Jessica Walter from Arrested Development.
Oh, nice.
We definitely have talked about this before. Was it on this?
I think it was.
Or did we just bring up Morgan Le Fay?
No, I think my memory, if my memory serves me correctly, it was Brit's birthday.
Okay.
But,
well, I will hear that on the when I edit this and let you know if you're right or not. And secondly, Andrew, we've got another thing we've been doing with our guests this episode, which I think you will either be very good at or refuse to do. So we're on another knife edge.
It depends if we get his Arthurian legend side or his Marvel side.
Richard, do you want to explain what the game is?
Okay, so we've been asking people, how good are you at impressions, Andrew?
Are you going to ask me to do a Scooby-Doo?
I'm going to ask you to do a few impressions, if you will.
Oh my god!
The way we've been doing this is we have a leaderboard. So we've been asking all our guests, and once again, you can absolutely refuse to do this. You wouldn't be the first, but
we have people with 0 points on the leaderboard.
So the idea is that we'd ask you to do a Scooby-Doo impression. We'll mark that out of 3. If you do good enough, you will then get the opportunity to do a Shaggy impression, which will be marked out of 3. And then after that, you would have the floor open to any Hanna-Barbera character, anyone from Shaggy's Showdown, any of the rest of the Mystery Inc. gang, anyone in Hanna-Barbera.
No one has gotten 9 points yet. Someone has got 8.5. So the floor is open to champion this. Would you like to participate, Andrew?
Fine.
Yes, that's an enthusiastic yes from Andrew. All right, well, can you give us a Scooby-Doo impression?
What the fuck am I saying?
Be like, hello, Raggy.
Hello, Raggy.
That's a 3. I reckon that was a 3, Richard. What do you think?
It's like Yoda.
If you continue it, it turns into Yoda. But I think in that little smidgen we got there, that was a 3 for me.
Yeah.
Alrighty, what can you give us in way of a Norval Shaggy Rogers impression?
Norval Shaggy. God. Like, my whole character is based on food and hunger, Scoob. I don't know.
I think you've got the sort of the vibe right. I think the timbre is a little off. I'd probably go like a 2.5. What do you reckon, Ryan?
I would say like a 1.5.
Oh boy, harsh.
Alrighty, well, we'll give you the opportunity now to do any Hanna-Barbera character you want.
So, if you're wondering Hanna-Barbera characters for inspiration, you've got like the Flintstones, the Jetsons, Yogi Bear, someone's done Quick Draw McGraw, of course, Johnny Quest, Huckleberry Hound, the Smurfs.
Does Harvey Birdman count as Hanna-Barbera?
Absolutely, I would love to hear a Harvey Birdman impression.
I don't know if I could do her, because Harvey Birdman is Gary Cole, eh?
I'm not sure. I know the version is not strictly a Hanna-Barbera.
Like in Attorney at Law, I'm pretty sure it is Gary Cole, who is in this movie that we were just talking about. I mean, my favorite character from that is Phil Ken Sebin.
Mm-hmm.
And the best line of his being there. No, not there. There. Ha ha. There.
I know the character you're talking about. I think that's great. I would give that probably a 2.5.
Alrighty.
To a 3. What do you reckon, Richard?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw the characters voiced by Stephen Colbert. That sounded Colbert-ish.
Bearish. Haha. Yeah, I watched probably like all the Hanna-Barbera cartoons at some point when I was a kid, but it has been a very long time.
So
I do have one. I have one final thing to say about
yeah, please.
Shaggy's
we'll
Showdown.
tell you we'll just update you on the score, and then we can do one final thought. So where are we, Richard? We've got
7 points all up, which puts you tied with Rhys Mathewson and Alexei Toliopoulos.
Congratulations.
Nice. Okay. My final thought, because I've made notes and I think I've talked about everything, except for there's a pair of cowboys. Are they gay cowboys? Because the name of their ranch is like Crazy Q Ranch or something, and they're like, does the Q stand for blah blah blah? And they're like, nope.
Oh yeah,
Right,
he says the Q stands for cowboy, and he's like, no, it doesn't.
Oh yeah. And it's like these two male cowboys who like have no association with any other character in the thing. And I'm like, is this a gay cowboy thing?
Let's say yes. Let's say yes.
And the other thing being that like I wondered if the movie would nod to like stoner culture, which is kind of adopted for some reason. Scooby-Doo and Shaggy
for some reason, it's pretty fucking obvious what the reason is.
which is that like the ghost like fires flaming J's into everything.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so is the Dapper Jack ghost, his like calling card is green flame, and he fires J's, that like the letter J for Jack. Yeah, right.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
like,
they don't refer to it as flaming J until late in the movie, but when that came up, I was like,
green,
yeah.
I did the first time he did one, I thought it was a Nike swoosh. Because it was like sideways. I'm like, okay.
Nice.
Well,
I'm going to say yes to both your theories.
Great. Love it.
Andrew, thank you so much for coming on the podcast. We've been trying to get you on for bloody years.
Yeah.
And turns out all we needed to do was give you 48 hours notice.
Hey, that's the thing with me is like, tell me to do it right now. Do not give me the option to do something easier or not do it.
But if people have enjoyed listening to you, where can people find you online?
God. Twitter at Mr. Todd, MisterTodd. AndrewTodd.co.nz. I don't know.
And you had a blue check on Twitter before you.
I did. I'm an OG blue check. So you can trust me.
We had Dr. Aaron Harrington on a number of hours ago, and you share that. Well, you often appear on the Nerd Degree as well, don't you?
Oh yes, I'm on that sometimes.
Nice.
If you live in Christchurch, come and see Scared Scriptless. I'm in that sometimes.
Nice.
Wait several years, and this movie I'm writing might get made.
Yes!
Or they could watch your other movie you made.
Or you could watch my movie Ghost Shark 2 Urban Jaws, which I must stress I shot 13 years ago.
Now, do people need to have seen Ghost Shark 1 to understand it?
You do not, but the confusion that you get having seen the completely unrelated Ghost Shark 1 may help.
Nice. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Andrew, and we'll let you go now and
watch The Last of Us, episode 3.
Happy Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, I've got a watch party I need to get to. Also on Zoom.
All right. Sweet. Okay, dude. See you around.
Okay. See ya.
We got a mystery to solve, and the mystery is why did they make the monsters real and fuck up the franchise? How much more can we take? This podcast was a fucking mistake.
Every single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering.
Richard, on what looks like my calculations put it at probably a 28-hour podcast.
Wow.
That's the new projection. You got to find ways to reinvent things, to find not just new things to talk about, but new conditions in which to talk about them. You know, we've done a couple of podcasts drunk before. I want to do one of these Scooby-Doo movies stoned because I think that would be appropriate.
Yeah, well, you got to stop just talking about it and do it.
I've ran out of weed, but hopefully before the end. But right now, I'm doing a podcaster's gauntlet where it is 32 degrees today in Christchurch, 32 degrees Celsius, which is about how hot Christchurch can get. I'm up in my loft. I've closed all the windows. I've closed all the doors. I am trying to make it as warm as it can possibly be in here, just to see what that produces for content.
I imagine a lot of sweat. See, Auckland is, last week, we would just come off the rainiest day in the history of Auckland. And it's now a pretty balmy, pretty nice day outside. And I am recording with the window open.
Wow. Thank you for showing me.
See what that does.
What was the rainy day cold?
It was actually a little bit cold. Like, Auckland has a tendency to not be very... because we get a lot of rain over the summer months, which is very annoying, but... Yeah, I'd say Friday, Saturday was kind of cold, but it's in the last few days, there's been on and off rain, but yeah, the thing that makes Auckland so frustrating to live in is that it has how humid it gets at the best of times, and so often when it rains over summer, it's full on rain, and then just for the next 2 or 3 days, it's just unbearably humid.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk about a movie, Richard, that the two of us, I reckon, we saw upwards of 4 to 5 days ago. And the only way you're going to remember any of it is because I luckily wrote it down at the time. Nice. And that is, of course, do you know what movie it is? Or is that...
It's been too long.
Well, we're first going to talk about Lego Scooby-Doo Blowout Beach Bash from 2017.
I think you made that up.
It does sound like I made it up, doesn't it? This is the second...
Because I feel like you would call it Beach Bash Blowout.
Yeah. It's a good point.
I
probably wouldn't put blow in a kids' movie title, I reckon. That's my position on the matter.
Okay.
This is the second and final Lego movie of the franchise. It was directed by Ethan Spalding, who I tried to name an era after and ended up being the fuck AJ era. This was
that got you.
So yeah, he directed Camp Scare and Legend of the Phantasaur, and we'll see him again in Return to Zombie Island. I don't know what era we're in anymore, Richard. I've lost
Lego era
track and passion for what we're doing.
Yeah, this sort of 1-2 punch is a strange one.
Yeah.
This era between guests.
Yeah.
And AJ, I'm sorry, I'm tired of living this lie. We've already recorded with the next guests.
No, Richard, we can't let them know.
I can't keep up this facade anymore.
We need it to feel linear. We need it to feel linear.
No, we fucked up. AJ's sweating hot. My temperature is fine, and I'm coming clean. I know who our next guests are. I'm not going to act surprised to see them because I've already recorded with them. That's right, guests. And
I don't know if revealing you know who they are is the plot twist.
I've been surprised by every guest, AJ. You've done a lot of the legwork and that's sort of our dynamic. So you organised all the guests and most of the Scooby-Doo horoscope thing. I did one season of the horoscope thing. So you edit the 28-hour podcast. I, go to work and have a full-time job. There's a give and take about our relationship. He's lost his fucking headphones. He can't even hear what I'm bloody saying.
I put them back on. Surely the plot twist is that we've recorded out of order. Is that not what you were meaning? Surely that's the reveal. That we've already recorded 2 films.
No, the reveal is that
you know who the guests are.
I don't know who the guests are until we... Sometimes even during the record, I don't know who they are. They go, "Oh, hi, thanks for having us. We're Alistair and Andy from Two in the Think Tank." And I'm like, what is that? Yeah.
Well, all this aside, I reckon I have a vague memory of this happening during Barbie, to be honest.
Right.
I think we might have recorded one out of order because of a guest with Barbie, but I might be wrong.
I made it clear with a bit of time that it's I'm not going to have a chance to before we need to with these records. And you were like, we almost made it out clean. This never happened with Barbie.
I think it did happen with Barbie.
I think the thing is that we need to embrace the wacky
time travel aspect of
the
it.
Quentin Tarantino-esque non-linear narrative of this episode now. I hope I don't get a flat tire soon, which is something I actually didn't say in the podcast that we've already recorded in the episode, but I did talk to the guests after we recorded about the fact that I had just gotten a flat tire. But of course, in the narrative of the podcast, I haven't had that flat tire yet.
I see. Imagine if every Quentin Tarantino movie ended with whatever cameo he had in the movie, just that character being like, Quentin Tarantino!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they haven't. Django Unchained. Oh, bloody g'day, it's me, Quentin Tarantino.
Confidently doing an Australian accent because someone told me I could do a good one. What did you think of what is Lego Scooby-Doo Blowout Beach Bash about?
Well, thankfully I don't have to know because you have written down.
No, I haven't. You
fucking said you did.
I've written down the information. We trade off synopses. That's how it's worked for years, Richard. That's how it's been for years.
Okay. Oh my god. So this kind of like a surprise. This is a pirate movie.
Okay.
This isn't the teen beach party movie. This is the pirate one.
There's elements of teen beachiness.
Yeah, and also there was Pirates Ahoy, which was definitely the more puritanical of the films. Yeah, they go to. It's the reason it's Blowout Beach Bash is it's a beach bash at Blowout Beach.
Yeah.
It's the name of the beach.
Yeah.
And yeah, they go there for a party to Blowout Beach, and then pirate ghosts threaten their good times, and so Scooby and the gang round them up.
Yeah. What did you think of this movie? Do you remember? What do you think of it? Let me just put into words my opinion on this film.
I think that the main thing with this one is, I think even more so than the last Lego film we spoke about, is why is it Lego? Like, they had more fun in Haunted Hollywood, I think, with the Lego element, but I don't remember in this one moments where I was like, oh, that's why this one had to be Lego. I mean, do they come up? Oh, fuck.
You're right.
Do they come up with a? I got like a little spot on my nose, and then it's like it's like something's under my glasses, and it's been scratching, just like a little bit of sand or something. And the little nose foot of my glasses has scratched away a little hole, which I didn't notice until I took my glasses off, and now jinkies, I can't see without them. What? But I remember in Haunted Hollywood that, there was just fun jokes. But what I was going to say is, like, do they come up with, oh, we're going to do a movie where they go to the beach and there's pirates, and then someone comes in and says, oh, we'll do that as a Lego one? Because it doesn't seem to me like they're like, oh, let's make another Lego Scooby-Doo movie. And then what a plot that naturally follows on from doing it like that.
I think that this one has slightly more motivated. Like, there's dance numbers in this they're popping their hair caps off and shit like that. That stuff you can only do in Lego form. But I would not be surprised if it was still like, all right, here's the slate of the films we're going to make in the next 2 years, and then someone's like, well, 2 of these have got to be Lego, and they go, okay, that one and that one.
But it's like, I guess, like, how would you narratively justify making a Lego one? Like, because something like the dances, and do you remember the name of the dance they do? It's like the Jinkies or something, isn't it? The Jinky, it's fun to be like, oh, they do a dance and we'll make the most of them being Lego for the dance. But if you were writing this film, if they were to give you a script that's like Scooby-Doo, Lego Blowout Beach Bash, how would you doctor it so that it would actually be narratively justified that they're Lego?
I would make it about building something. Something's being built. And I would maybe do like a scene where people are switching heads with each other. Like Shaggy gets the villain's head put on him, and then it's
Shaggy gets head from the villain,
and so Shaggy's body is like fighting against the head that's atop it, that sort of thing. Like we need to be introduced to some rules and laws. Yeah. I thought this one was funnier than the other Lego one. I thought it had a snappier sense of humor to it. I've written here that I think the characters all had interesting arcs. And then I wrote, God knows I can't remember any of them, though, which was a joke, because then I was going to say, nah, the role switcheroo was good, and high time it happened, frankly. But now in real life, I can't remember what that's referring to.
Is that when the like, split up and search for clues is like a different, Fred's not the leader.
So, yeah, they tease Fred and Velma about always being obsessed with mysteries, and they're like, all right, we're going to have fun. And then, so there's a switch in the sense that Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby are the ones that are like spearheading the search for clues, while Velma and Fred hang out and party.
And are obsessed with like good vibes and shit.
Yeah. And as we say, they do a dance called the Jinky. And I didn't like this, Richard. I
couldn't do it. It was too hard.
I didn't like that they adjusted Jinkies to be like, now it's a dance. Yeah, and what's the opposite of a plural, I guess, singular.
Well, they made Jinkies a plural.
Yeah.
What I said was grammatically correct.
It's a sure sign that your property is too old when story beats start getting based around catchphrases, I think. Like, it reminds me of when, like, The Simpsons had an Old Gil spotlight episode, where it's like, wow, we have been here for 1,000 years, if it's now time for Old Gil to have a spotlight episode.
Oh, Gil's getting his spotlight episode!
This was the first film to be released after the conclusion of Be Cool, Scooby-Doo, though it's a few years before the next TV show, which is called Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, which is it returning to the regular kind of character models again.
We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
There's a really funny recurring joke in this where someone will be telling off the gang, and then they'll be saying like what they don't like, you meddling kids or whatever, and then they'll look at Scooby-Doo and read the SD on his collar, and they'll go, and what does SD mean? Strange dog? And that happens a couple of times in the movie, that exact, like, the SD strange dog thing. And I thought that was pretty funny. I also thought it was pretty funny that the real villain ends up being half of the suspects. It's sort of like what happened with Stage Fright, where, like, there are everyone was dressing up as the Phantom for a different reason. But for those playing at home, Chad and Chrissy Holdout are the ghosts of Captain Bash and Bingo Bell, and they're doing this to keep their titles as, like, essentially Prom King and Queen, but the beach party version of that. Rob and Laura Holdout, their parents, are also the ghosts of Captain Bash and Bingo Bell, and they're doing it to find the treasure, whatever that meant. And Sheriff and Deputy, they wanted to destroy tourism so they wouldn't have to work as hard. So all 6 of these characters are dressing up as the ghosts and causing trouble for 3 separate reasons. And there's not really anyone else who could be a suspect, except for the greedy businessman, and it's a lampshade is hung upon the fact that the greedy businessman is innocent this time round.
Have you looked into Scooby-Doo and Guess Who?
Briefly.
It's got like, so every episode has like a famous guest star.
Well, that's what they've always been like.
But so it's like, because it's like Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, so it's like, which is the famous guest star?
Right.
So the first episode, it's Chris Paul, who's a NBA player. The second episode is the ghost of Abraham Lincoln, and then later on you have Wanda Sykes, then Sherlock Holmes, then Ricky Gervais. Like, it's all over the place. But this is where the attack of the that hasn't happened yet.
That hasn't happened yet. Wow. It seemed like it would be super easy for us to not accidentally say something that hasn't happened yet in the storyline of the podcast.
That's so fucking funny. There's an episode with the Hex Girls, though. I might check that one out. And like Axl Rose, Macklemore's in an episode. They're like the most insane.
I don't know. This doesn't surprise me. This is about par for the course for Scooby-Doo guest stars, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, in the third to last episode, Daphne introduces the gang to her friend Frank Welker, his friends Gray Griffin, Matthew Lillard, and Kate McCucci, who are filming a television show about 4 mystery-solving teens and a talking dog.
Oh my god.
Familiar monsters begin kidnapping the voice actors one by one, and the gang must devise a plan to rescue them.
That's incredible.
I just watched the little, like, the cameo of Axl Rose, and it's like, it looks like he only appears for like 40 seconds. And they're like, Axl Rose is laying on his motorbike, and he's like, I was starting to think you guys would never show up, and then Velma's like, Jinkies, and then the whole gang in unison are like, singer, songwriter, musician, and all-around rock god Axl Rose.
That's funny.
And it's like, I hope that every episode has them like explain who the person is that's guest starring. It's very fun. I like that.
We may have a new frontrunner, I think, for the most legible piece of dialogue we've heard Scooby-Doo say.
Oh, yeah.
It was previously, the previous record holder was in the WWE movie where he talks about being, or some of the areas he shaved haven't grown back yet. But in this, when they're taken down, the ghost pirates, Shaggy and Scooby get flung up into the air off a roller coaster or something, and Shaggy says something like, "This could be it for us, old buddy, old pal," and Scooby says, "My only regret is that I wish I'd had more Scooby snacks." And it's such an eloquently delivered, and for the first time, I'm starting to hear the midway point between Fred and Scooby and Frank Welker's vocal performance. Like, I'm starting to it's sort of like how you can tell that Seth MacFarlane plays all the Family Guy characters. Like, I'm starting to hear, whereas previously I was like, he's quite a diverse voice actor, but they're giving Scooby too many lines, and I think it's becoming harder and harder to sell them as being a talking dog and more just a guy talking.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's all any of us are, isn't it?
I guess so.
Am I gonna download the whole series of Scooby-Doo and Guess Who?
Not right now.
I'm so interested.
I've got an IMDb goof here. Are you interested, or are you going to do your thing and not pay attention?
I'm probably just going to torrent this series.
All right. Well, shall we stop recording then? We can start recording again in another
when my internet isn't being used up. No, please, AJ.
You couldn't do this after. You could.
AJ, I like to think that I was just making content.
Oh, so was I.
Oh, my God! You got me.
It's not a piece of IMDb trivia. It's a goof.
Oh, well, then I don't care.
This is what it says on the IMDb goofs page for Lego Scooby-Doo Beach Blowjob, whatever it's called. It says, when the gang checks into the hotel, the owner says he has only one room available. Then suddenly someone comes rushing out, leaving behind another key, making another room available. However, if you look behind the owner and his wife, you can clearly see 2 keys available, which would have been enough for the whole gang. This is the only goof listed.
Someone fucked up
on the IMDb page, but we do have a pretty interesting entry on the Scooby Wiki for inconsistencies / continuity errors and or goofs / oddities, which says even though the characters don't have fingers, they still know what they are. So there's a part in this where they're like, everybody snap your fingers, but then they're like, we don't have fingers because they're Lego minifigs. And I guess that's a joke you can't make. Wouldn't make any sense if they weren't Lego. Yeah. So there you go.
Well, I mean, we don't have tails, but I know what they are.
I don't think anything in Lego world. Lego's like AI generated images where they haven't quite figured out.
They haven't quite mastered hands yet. Yeah.
This reminds me of a lot of VeggieTales. Because VeggieTales growing up...
Reminds me of a lot of VeggieTales.
Yeah. There would often be jokes about, like, how they don't have hands. And, like, there's a scene where, like, someone does, like, an inspirational speech and then everyone claps. And then one of them's like, how are we clapping?
Maybe they do have hands, they're just invisible.
Well, that's the implication because they move stuff as if they did have hands.
Like the Fudge Homestar Runner that I made.
It's like they have...
Deep cut reference for podcast fans.
It's like they have, like, a little mini orbit around their vegetable bodies and they can pick up things.
Wow. What is the sound of one cucumber clapping?
That sentence made me uncomfortable for some reason. At one point, Fred and Velma falsely claim that they come from Cool Town. It's sort of like they're panicking and they don't want to tell them the truth. So they're like, we're from Cool Town. Which is interesting because canonically the gang is from Coolsville. So it's like a joke that ignores that their actual hometown is already silly.
Yeah, well, it's like an MCU joke where they're like, "We know the name is silly."
Yeah. Good point. I asked
or
you,
is it like or they don't want to give away that it's Coolsville, and they're like, "We're from Cool."
No, it's they're trying to seem
Town.
cool in front of the cool
Yeah.
beach teens.
Yeah. I was just riffing.
No, but yeah, I get you. But at the same time, it's like they could have just said Coolsville. That's literally where they are from.
Well, but maybe they know Coolsville to be actually a famously lame town.
Right.
And the next town over, their Shelbyville, is Coolstown.
Are you saying that
Cooltown.
you think they think Coolsville sucks? Is that
Yeah,
what you're telling
yes,
me
I
right
am.
there? I asked you on the last Lego movie if you knew how many Lego movies had been made, and you said you didn't think there was a comprehensive list, and I knew you were wrong at the time, but I didn't say anything because I didn't want to embarrass you because I'm a good friend. But there is a list. It's very
But I
easy.
actually couldn't find one.
And there is. It's very easy to find, and it includes both theatrical and straight-to-video movies. So for anyone champing at the bit for us to cover another mega franchise, I can tell you that there are 25 Lego movies.
That's
this
way
includes
less than I would have thought.
This includes the 4 theatrical ones, the ones you're probably thinking of when you think of Lego movies. It also includes the 2 Scooby-Doos, which I guess we would have to rewatch, plus 4 Bionicle films, and several DC superhero films. If we covered the Lego franchise, I reckon it would be one of the most disconnected, incongruent franchises, and we'd learn nothing, because Lego is a form, and as we see in this movie, not a governing narrative idea. And so it would just be like, for some reason, we release a podcast which talks about Scooby-Doo, Batman, and Bionicle in one, as if they're part of the same series, you know?
Oh yeah, that was quite easy to find.
Mm-hmm. Well, what did you learn?
To not trust you.
Okay, interesting lesson to take away from that.
How is there no Lego Marvel ones?
Because I think Warner Bros. Owns the...
Yeah, I guess. What about like isn't there Lego Star Wars as well? That's like a big one. There was a Lego Star Wars Christmas
that'll be
special.
Disney by the time they're like doing them, I imagine.
I guess they did. Oh yeah, there's a lot more under TV specials, which includes Avengers and Star Wars.
There you go. Well, Richard, do you have anything else you want to tell me about Lego Scooby-Doo?
That I want to tell you about it.
Yep.
I want to tell
hiding
you
from me?
that... No.
Okay. Well, then, what we can do now is travel forth valiantly into the next film. So let's... God, it's hot. I'm sopping wet, Richard. I'm sopping wet.
Wow.
All right, cut. I'm keeping that cut in, and this one.
It is here where all things must come to die.
Well, I just said, Richard, how stupid it would be to talk about Batman and Scooby-Doo in the same episode. And yet now I've put my bloody sweaty little foot in my gaping maw. Because Scooby-Doo and Batman, The Brave and the Bold, came out in 2018. This was directed by Jack Castorina, and it has a 92% audience score, which I usually am not bringing up the audience scores, but this is probably the highest rated Scooby-Doo movie. Though I feel like while it's a Scooby-Doo... While it's a Scooby-Doo movie, I feel like it's a lot of the development team were actually more on the Batman Brave and the Bold side of things.
Yeah.
And it's funny.
Batman Brave and the Bold has been...
It's relevant.
Off air for... it's been off air for a while.
Yeah,
at
exactly.
This point, right?
Yeah, the series that... So Batman the Brave and the Bold started in, I think, 2011, and the film came
Ended
out.
2011.
Ended in 2011, and the film came out in 2018. And this is a crossover with that. The series premiered in 2008, and based on the comic book series The Brave and the Bold. This incarnation of Batman focuses on team-ups, which this movie definitely is, and it's probably worth saying that we're recording this a mere few days after James Gunn has announced the new DCU lineup, in which the DCU version of Batman is going to be Batman the Brave and the Bold, which will supposedly focus more on team-ups. But yeah, outside of both being championed Warner Bros. Properties, I thought the Scooby-Doo IP and the Batman IP have similar timelines in terms of film and TV.
Yeah, and also and whoring themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean, because it feels like they are two characters and, subsequent cast members that are destined to be just reinvented over and over again with different continuities and different art styles. And even this movie coming out after the show finished feels reminiscent of us trying to track which Scooby-Doo movie would belong to which TV show. Like, we haven't done that in a while, but, the Brave and the Bold movie came out 7 years after the show had finished. Like, that's an entire generation in which a kid grows up. So who is this for? I guess is the question.
Yeah. I also think that, AJ, I want to raise a glass, a can, to you, sir.
Okay, I don't have anything to raise because I intentionally wanted to be as miserable as possible in my hot room.
Nice. Well, AJ, the Scooby-Doo and Batman Brave and the Bold marks a very auspicious moment for us, because we have now covered more Scooby-Doo films than Barbie films.
And any other franchise ever as well.
Well, yeah, but obviously Barbie
No, I know, but so that's a great milestone. This is the 38th Scooby-Doo movie, beating Barbie's 37 at the time. But this also means that this is, right now, the most amount of films we've ever talked about for a film franchise Fortnights episode, and that will continue with each subsequent film.
Yeah. But I do want to say about this film as well, is that watching this, and I've mentioned this before already, I think, but I consider Scooby-Doo the dog, Scooby the Doo, to be such a small part of these films. And when I think about these films, I am thinking about Fred. I am thinking about Daphne. I am thinking about Velma, and I am thinking about Shaggy, and I am thinking about how much of my time they take up. I am thinking about discussing them with my good friend AJ. I am thinking about surprise guests who I don't know who they are until I'm speaking to them. I am not thinking about the talking dog.
Yeah, right. I think as well, I was thinking about this as well, and I think that maybe it's it's actually like, how in the 2016 American election cycle, how all of the people who are running for president got to go and guest on an episode of SNL, but there was a stipulation that was they have to be offered the exact same amount of screen time as each other. What if this is a situation where, between the four human characters, they are all so power hungry that the only compromise they could reach was to be known for the dog, their mascot, apparently. They are the Scooby Gang. It's not Fred and the Mystery Machine. It's the Scooby Gang. And that makes sense to, if, in real life this happens, you name yourselves after your mascot or vice versa.
Yeah. You say to me, picture Scooby-Doo. When I hear those words, those two magic words, the two double O's in the center of them, I'm not thinking about the dog. I'm not thinking about the titular Scooby-Doo.
No.
Which is just an odd phenomenon. And it's maybe the idea of a dog that can talk is just, I turned 30 on Wednesday, and maybe in my older age, I'm just not impressed by that anymore.
Yeah, but imagine if a dog talked in real life.
Oh, that'd be insane.
Do you have the same feeling about a man who dresses as a bat, perhaps otherwise known as the Batman?
Yeah, I also don't love Batman.
Yeah.
Gotta say, I think that his treatment as the be all and end all, the brave and the bold,
I don't know if he is the brave and the bold. I think that's referring to.
I think the writers intentionally left it ambiguous. But I've never been that wowed by Batman as a character. I remember talking to you one time, and again, I think I've said this on the podcast before. This idea that you said Marvel has like all the best characters, but DC has the best one, and that's Batman.
Yeah. I probably don't think that anymore.
Okay.
I think
you just really like The Dark Knight.
Yeah, I mean, and I like Batman, but it's more like I just know about Batman. I don't know. Like, I had a Batman phase when I was 15 I still retain knowledge of storylines and stuff, but not since 2008. Whereas I don't really have that for any other superhero. I don't really like superheroes anymore. That's what the world has beaten down to me. And I mean, at the same time as well, I think Batman's story in general needs an update, because I think it's problematic to be sympathizing with a billionaire that beats up the mentally ill instead of, using his money to help them in real ways.
To kill them. Yeah.
And people go like, oh, but it's a comic. Wouldn't that be a boring? It's like, yeah, so don't make him a billionaire. I don't think him being a billionaire is actually that...
He can be a millionaire.
Sure. I just don't think him being a billionaire is that relevant to his character anymore. Once you can get over the hurdle of how does he get his gadgets, there you go.
Well, I just think that billionaires are cool and are good for society.
Well, Scooby-Doo has dozens of evil billionaires in it. Have you learned nothing?
No. It's interesting and I mean, I guess because Scooby-Doo is part of such a large... I mean, Barbie is also a larger franchise, or larger media entity, I guess, that... I like feeling like a Barbie expert. I like talking to people at work who grew up with the films and knowing more about it than them. I don't feel that way with Scooby-Doo. I feel like it's I'm scratching... I know that I'm scratching the surface of Scooby-Doo. I know that there's 20 years of TV show before I even started the films, and there's now all these TV shows except for the one I have downloading that I haven't seen. And
I can't believe you are voluntarily watching more Scooby-Doo than you have to, bro.
I'm not. This was all part of a bit.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, it's like, remember when we got to ranking the franchise of Barbie, and I said I think it actually belongs in the top half, and then immediately checked myself and realized that was an insane thing to say. Maybe I'm at that point with Scooby-Doo now. I've watched more Scooby-Doo films than I have seen Barbie films. I don't feel like as much of an expert on the franchise. But yeah, maybe I'm just Stockholm syndroming myself into thinking that I like it.
This is what I was saying, and you were like, no, you're Stockholm syndroming yourself into saying you think... Because I floated that Barbie was a better franchise, and you were like, you were being foolish.
I don't remember that.
Well,
in my defense.
I have quite literally got it on the record, Richard.
Wow.
I've got it. You could even say I've got it on the record.
I thought everything we were saying was off the record.
No. It is being recorded. Could you...
Oh my god, is that why they call it that?
Yeah.
I thought we were recording. I didn't realize it was on the record.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were the same word.
You learn things every day on this podcast.
Yeah.
Well, that should be a new segment. We learn things every day on this podcast.
Yeah. I had someone the other day tell me that someone had said to them, oh, Richard seems really serious. And he's quite quiet and he seems very serious. And I don't know that I've ever been accused of that in my life.
I think you've got a very serious face, but I think you're a very silly Billy. You're probably one of the silliest Billies I know. I
mean, even if you don't, someone in the newsroom where I work might not know me that well, but I think I have a famously booming, boisterous laugh that you hear, from the other end of the room, and I just can't see how you would hear that and think, well, that's a serious guy.
Yeah.
I'm the silliest of Billies, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just me trying to cling on to my youth and the last dwindling embers of my 20s.
You can never go back.
So what is the Batman and the Scooby about?
Well, I was going to ask you the same thing. What is this movie about, Richard? You watched it more recently than me, i.e. 45 minutes ago. Can you relay the plot to me?
So, the mystery gang are just investigating thefts by Peppetto. And then Batman just shows up and saves the day. There's no like, oh, we're off to Gotham, gang, or anything like that. They don't even really acknowledge that they're in Gotham until the Batman shows up, which is crazy because all the other crossovers we've seen have been like, oh, we're going to this place. I'm so excited about Kiss. I'm so excited about Blue Falcon. This one is just, oh, of course Batman's here.
Yeah.
And then
interesting that Batman exists in the same universe as the Blue Falcon movie, which is a superhero TV show in the universe of Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. So the mystery gang get initiated or they get offered a spot in the Mystery Analysts of Gotham, which I so thought was going to be referred to as an acronym at some point, and it's so close to MAGA. But because it turns out it was Batman and Martian Manhunter and Detective Chimp that were actually Pepetto, and so it was a test to see if they could solve the mystery, yada yada yada. Anyway, there's the Crimson Cloak starts bloody fucking shit up in Gotham, and so now it's up to Batman, and now teamed up with the Mystery Machine with the Mystery Gang, to solve the issue. And they team up with who have they got? Black Canary, Plastic Man, The Question, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter and Detective Chimp, of course. And we see a bunch of his rogues gallery. It turns out that it was the Riddler.
One of the rogues gallery you see is King Tut. You see him; he appears in Arkham. They walk past a bunch of criminals in their cells, and you see King Tut peer out. And do you know much about King Tut?
From my Egypt phase.
So King Tut is a Batman villain that was invented for the 1960s Adam West TV show, and has shown up in barely anything since the Batman TV show. In fact, outside of this movie, the only other times King Tut has appeared has been in the two. Do you remember when they made those two animated Adam West Batman movies just before he died? And it was called like Return of the Caped Crusader and Batman vs. Two-Face, I think, and William Shatner played Two-Face. So he showed up in them, and I think in similar cameo roles. And the only other thing he appeared in was the Lego Batman movie. What a connection! Wow. There it is.
Yeah, because the Lego Batman movie was like, we're going to use the stupidest villains.
Yeah. I'm sweating down my back. I'm feeling trickles of sweat down my back, which has never happened to me before.
There's a friend of mine at work who, the first time I met her, we were working on a shoot together, and we were at the airport. It was very hot.
Is this going to be a quick anecdote? No, just kidding.
Yeah. She was like, I have so much sweat dripping down my ass crack. And I was like, the fact that you tell me that on the first time we meet each other, it tells me we're going to be friends. And now she like goes out of her way to tell me when she's really sweaty. And so, and it's just this funny little like, she'll just message me and be like, oh, I'm at this, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm dripping.
Do you refer to her by her last name?
No.
Okay. That's how you know it's platonic. If her last name was like Taylor and you called her Taylor, that means there's something.
That means what?
That means there's a sexual tension brewing.
Right, yeah.
So you're safe.
I do have a friend called Taylor.
Right. It was just a last name I pulled out.
There's sexual tension.
Yeah.
A lot of sexual tension.
Okay. Well, so I thought this one was pretty fun. I thought this was actually and maybe it's the Batman of it all, but it's actually a pretty... I reckon this is the most compelling mystery we've seen in all 38 movies. Like it's because it's taken so seriously and is like Batman's partially to blame for the red cloak the Crimson Cloak getting created. I don't know. I was like mildly captivated by a lot of it.
Wow, mildly captivated. Yeah. You're right. This is one of the best ones. Yeah, have you seen Batman: The Brave and the Bold?
No, it came out. I should have though, because it was the one that came out as The Dark Knight came out. And that was when I got into Batman. But I think I was like the kind of Batman fan that was like, I am not interested in Aquaman or any of the other. Like, I want just Batman in a vacuum.
You're like, actually, like, Marvel has good characters, but DC has the best one, and then I don't care about the rest of them.
Exactly. And so I think I didn't want to watch it because Brave and the Bold, obviously being... That's what it is. It's the team up property.
It's the Brave and the bonus.
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't interested in seeing other characters, so this is my first indoctrination into it. Diedrich
What did
Bader
you think
plays.
what did you think of
Plays
Diedrich Bader?
Batman. He's a good Batman. I think it's a voice I've heard before in a lot of things, so it's funny to see it applied to Batman. But I thought he was a compelling character. I thought Aquaman, it was really funny in this movie.
Wow.
I thought that
What a 180 you've done.
Plastic
John
Man,
DiMaggio as well, though.
Yeah. Plastic Man was really funny.
Yeah, his introduction is when he tries to get Daphne to sit on his face.
Yeah. He's stretched
And I
out
was
into
like,
the
damn,
shape of a chair.
This guy's got it. This guy knows what's up.
I thought it was funny to make a story that heavily involves both the Question and the Riddler, and then have it be that the Riddler is the Question in disguise. And I was like, this feels like two characters that they made independently and kind of avoided putting together because they're too similar. So that
because
was
their
pretty
name
funny.
is the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, it's so like when. It's very obvious that it's the Question because there's a very lampshaded moment where they're like, "Oh, Question, you're not asking us questions anymore," and he's like, "Oh, it's because."
Yeah. So this is not the first time that Batman and the Scooby Gang have first interacted. I would say this is quite a well-known piece of trivia.
Absolutely fucked.
They crossed over before in two 1972 episodes from the Hanna-Barbera's new Scooby-Doo movies, and the episodes were called the Dynamic Scooby-Doo Affair and the Caped Crusader Caper, where Scooby and the gang team up with Batman and Robin to capture Joker and Penguin. This is that they are modeled after Adam West and Burt Ward, but are not played by Adam West and Burt Ward in these iterations.
You know, if you tried to tell me before today that they'd crossed over before, I would have told you to get fucked.
Well, you did. You just said that anyway.
Oh yeah, no, today as well.
Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
If it had been earlier than today, I would have had the same response. Is what I'm saying. Can you do an Adam West impression?
I'll come out when they're all gone.
I don't think I've ever heard you do Mark Hamill's Joker.
I don't think I can.
Wow.
What? So getting no love for the Adam West impression I did? Not even.
I haven't said this anything because I didn't want to ruin the charade or the peek behind the curtain. Your recording volume for some reason today is so low, and I cannot hear half of what you say. I've got my speakers turned all the way up, and your Adam West one was so quiet I actually couldn't hear it. I'm sorry.
I wonder if it's on Zoom.
Well, Zoom usually corrects because we record our microphones lower and then boost them in post, and the Zoom can correct for that. It can normalize them to a volume. So if you're in a Zoom chat with a lot of people, you don't have everyone at wildly different volumes.
Oh, well, I don't know why. Nothing else is different.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's fine. I will listen back, AJ, and some 20-something hours after the episode releases, I will message you and say, AJ, I did love your Adam West.
My line button is pressed in on my mixer. And I don't want to unpress it because then it'll make it too loud. But I can fix that in post. All right, I'll do a louder Adam West. You ready?
Thank you, yes.
I'll come out when they're all gone.
Thank you.
There you go. The episodes of Scooby-Doo that Batman and Robin appeared in before, these episodes were packaged into a compilation release titled Scooby-Doo Meets Batman, which IMDb erroneously lists as being 1 hour and 17 minutes long, giving me a moment of dread thinking we'd missed the first film in the franchise, and how funny that would be if the first film in the franchise was Scooby-Doo Meets Batman.
Yeah.
But I don't know why IMDb says that, and from what I can tell, these two episodes are two episodes. Yeah. The gang has also met before in the continuity of The Brave and the Bold in an episode called Bat-Mite Presents Batman's Strangest Cases, which is the 25th episode of the second season. The Scooby Gang teams up with Batman and Robin to stop the Joker and Penguin from finding Bulldog Benson's fortune during a Weird Al Yankovic concert. Or something.
Wow.
So that
reminds me of the Weird Al reference in
the following
It
record.
hasn't happened yet.
According to Scoobypedia, though, it's debatable whether this episode should be considered canonical. The gang is placed in a death trap that hinges on Scooby eating a large quantity of Scooby snacks. If he does, a scale will go up, and on the other side, the whole gang will be lowered into a shark tank to die. Scooby says that he can't help himself and begins to eat while his friends plead for him to stop. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
Not read this before I copied and pasted it. This crosses a moral line the real Scooby would never cross, apparently.
The real Scooby.
Yeah. Batmite is an extra-dimensional prankster. He may be presenting something he made up or something from an alternate universe than the normal Scooby canon. Okay, I thought that was going to be like, it's not canon because they meet for the first time in this movie. This is clearly a Scoobypedia diehard, which we love, you guys. You guys take your shit so seriously, and it's really pathetic, and I'm insulting you, but I love it. This is saying Scooby-Doo would never do that.
Yeah. I do want to say, though, there was a moment at the end of this film that I thought of you, and I thought AJ is going to fucking love this. As Batman is leaving the mystery gang, he says, "Oh, I almost forgot a bat snack for Scooby," and it's this little Batarang-shaped Scooby snack, and he throws it at Scooby, and Shaggy gets in there first and eats it himself.
Yeah.
The first time in the canon, possibly, that Shaggy has stolen a snack from Scooby, and I know it tears your heart in two every time Scooby steals a snack from Shaggy.
Yeah, no, I felt very.
I'm glad to finally see that dog get his.
Yeah, I hate that fucking dog, Richard. He's always eating Shaggy's food, and now he's finally got a taste of his own medicine. Probably a limited edition bat snack as well. Like, you're not going to get these. You can't just go down to the store and get these. And Shaggy ripped it away from Scooby, and he fucking deserved it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I actually disagree with Scoobypedia. I actually think that episode where Scooby chooses Scooby snacks over his friends pleading for their lives is actually entirely accurate to the kind of villainous, psychopathic, narcissistic douchebag that Scooby-Doo is in real life.
I also would add that he's not real, and he is a dog.
No.
Have you ever tried to get a dog to stop eating something?
Scooby
Can't do it.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's actually a realistic portrayal of a dog. The unrealistic part is I'm talking, idiots. Put that on Scoobypedia.
The real Scooby would never.
The Scooby-Doo-pedia should mention that it's not real because dogs can't talk in real life. 2023 is for cutting toxic people out of your life. And that includes Scooby-Doo.
And we're going to stop visiting Scoobypedia and stop visiting the Scooby pedophiles.
Yeah. Yeah. ACAB includes Scooby-Doo. I think it's insane. The villain of so for those wondering who did it and yada yada yada, Clayface is revealed to be the villain. He is dressed as the Crimson Cloak and is looking for a cure to his condition. And as we said, Riddler is posing as the question, and he wanted to use Milo's weapon to destroy Gotham and have Clayface frame Batman and the gang into stealing the isotopes. And I think it's insane that Batman, the world's greatest detective, doesn't immediately clock that Clayface is behind everything.
Yeah.
Because it's like we've got the security footage of Shaggy doing this thing, but we know he didn't. And I was like, oh, it's Clayface. Because that's Clayface's MO.
Well, and also he's like, this mud or clay isn't from round here.
Yeah.
Go invest. It's like, surely by now he would just be able to go, oh, this is what the Clayface clay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I thought it was stupid, but I liked the movie. And there's a point in it as well where they go to the Arkham Asylum cafeteria, and the food is named, and they say these out loud. Shaggy does. He says, we've got the Bates Burger, the Hanny Bowl, the Pasta Al Capone, and just those three. So those are named after Norman Bates, Hannibal Lecter, and Al Capone. And I thought that was a strange reference.
What, like, it's okay. Oh, cool, horror movie villains, and then it's like, and Al Capone,
and a real monster, like a real life monster. But I don't know.
Depending on who you ask,
that's true. A fun connection to Psycho that we've watched, and Hannibal.
A fun connection to
I'm sure
Al Capone.
Yeah. To finish up our conversation on Scooby-Doo and Batman the Brave and the Bold, I want to read out a Letterboxd review that I found for this. This is 3.5 stars. It was written by Dave Taylor on Letterboxd.
Dave Taylor!
It says,
Don't call him just Taylor, because that means you guys are the
I
sexy
want to
together.
fuck. I want to fuck. This is the review. Interior, bathroom. Dave is giving his 6-year-old son a bath. Dave: so, what do you give Batman and the Scooby-Doo movie? Son: 5 out of 10. Dave: oh wow, that is lower than I expected. How come so low? Son: the scene where you could see the bones. Dave: what? Son: where that guy went into the portal and you could see his bones. Dave: oh, where the guy got vaporized. But then at the end he was okay. Son: I didn't like the bones. Dave: okay, so before the vaporizing scene, what would you give the movie? Son: 10 out of 10. Dave: let's say they cut out the part with the bones. What would you give it? Son: 10 out of 10. Dave: so because of those few cells of animation that showed the dude getting vaporized, even though they showed he was actually okay in the end, your enjoyment of the movie was cut in half. Son: I didn't like the bones. End of scene. I thought this was very funny, and I wanted to like it, Dave Taylor, but I thought people might see me liking a review on Letterboxd and put 2 and 2 together, so I did not, but I like it in the real way, not the social media way.
Wow, yeah.
Everybody go follow Dave Taylor on Letterboxd
but don't
Penance.
just call him Taylor.
He's got heaps of followers. He's got more followers than me.
Fuck him. Wow. That's saying something. So, AJ, put me out of my fucking misery.
Okay.
Who the fuck are our next guests? I have no idea. I haven't met them.
Yeah.
You haven't told me. I haven't already recorded with them. I haven't told them about my flat tire. I want to know.
We haven't referenced Weird Al Yankovic around them either.
We haven't referenced Weird Al Yankovic together. Who are they?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go meet all 3 of them.
That's the obvious thing that when, like, you were like, I don't know that I'm going to have a flat tire yet. I could have said, and I don't know that one of the 3 guests couldn't make it. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our Mammoth Scooby-Doo episode, and you can probably tell by the excitement in my voice that Richard is not the only person joining me to discuss the next film. We have some more guests. It's Jess, Perkins, and Dave Warneke from Do Go On. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Ooh, hello.
Hello. Cop that, Richard. He's not excited for you.
I don't feel excitement.
He doesn't even feel excitement for the 2 of you, so everyone's miserable to see each other.
Well, I don't really feel any emotions.
Right.
Okay.
One thing I want to point out, AJ, that I don't know if we've been talking about having a Do Go On guest spot for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think until last night when I was driving home, I don't think I put together that, like, Do Go On, like, with 2 O's, like Scooby-Doo.
Ah, right. There you go.
And we're getting them on for one of the only films that doesn't have the word "do" in the title.
It is probably worth pointing out as well, there is a third member of your podcast who I did most of the planning for this guest spot with, who ended up being sick. Matt could not make it, unfortunately, but he did watch the movie, which is a very funny movie to watch for no reason.
He did, and he watched it from the bath, he told us.
Yeah.
Which he calls his wet desk.
Yeah.
He has some of his best ideas in the wet desk. So I'm sure he would have had some really good contributions, but unfortunately we'll never hear them.
Yeah, I watched it on land. Sorry.
No, yeah, I think it is more of a land watch though. I'd worry if you dropped your laptop or something in the bath and fried for this movie of all movies.
What movies are wet watches then, AJ?
Yeah. Avatar: The Way of Water.
Yeah.
Free Willy.
Yeah.
Is it Shape of Water, the one where she falls in love with a fish man?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's a wet movie if I've ever seen one.
These are wet watches.
Yeah, agreed.
So, as Richard alluded to before, you guys are joining us for the 39th film in the Scooby-Doo franchise, which does not have Scooby-Doo in it. It is called Daphne and Velma. It came out in 2018. It is a live-action spin-off that focuses on the high school years of Daphne and Velma. It was directed by Susie Unisi, who quick research told me she also directed an award-winning indie film in 2009 called Dear Lemon Lima, and was a producer on the fantastic rom-com You and Me and Everyone We Know, which bears the question, how do you wind up directing this movie after such a pedigree of film? It has no
I think
critics.
the answer is just to be a woman in Hollywood.
That's probably true. This has no critic score on Rotten Tomatoes, as barely any of these films were watched by critics, but it does have a 29% audience score, which is also very low for an audience score.
Now, just to confirm, is that out of 100?
It is out of 100, correct.
Oh no. Is it out of 30? That'd be incredible.
Imagine if the Rotten Tomatoes was out of 30%.
Yeah. And they never explain why. It's out of 30%. Don't worry about it.
Every film looks like it's bombing. The Godfather's 30.
Dave and Jess, would you like to tell us briefly what the film is about? If you can.
Oh, look, having watched it yesterday, it's definitely still fresh in my mind. I wasn't doing other things while I was watching it. It's I mean, it's about, as you mentioned, the teen years of Daphne and Velma, who are internet friends. Essentially, at the start of the film, they are friends.
A bit like us. Hey!
Hey, let's solve a mystery.
Why was this movie made? Yay!
That's actually so cute.
That would be really fun.
I can't believe that. We're like Daphne and Velma.
Yeah.
They're best friends on the internet.
Did anyone else get the feeling when they were watching the start of the movie that I felt like I'd missed something, like maybe you'd sent me half the movie or something? Because it starts with them being best friends of the internet. None of that's ever explained.
Yeah.
Sort of their backstory.
It's super convoluted.
What that means. It just sort of starts, and then I was going, oh, okay, they're best friends to the internet.
Daphne's travelled around a lot because of her mum's work. And so they've just become friends on the internet. That's what kids these days are doing.
Yeah.
They're making friends all over the place, Dave. It's not just, the kid who lives next door now.
I don't know about you guys, but I like a little bit of subtext in my films. I don't like it to all be explained to me.
Yeah.
No,
and
I like a big old spoon straight into my mouth.
Dave's got a very American approach to watching films. He loves it to be spoon-fed to him.
What the hell is going on? Who is this?
Yeah, I think it is very convoluted because it feels like if someone was like, it's the origin story of Daphne and Velma, I would assume, right, they start off, they're not friends, they're from opposite sides of the tracks, and the film is about them growing closer. If that had been the plot of the film, I wouldn't have even called it out for being unoriginal, but instead it's like, no, they know each other on the internet, then Daphne moves to Velma's town, starts high school, but Velma doesn't want to be friends with Daphne in real life for a reason that I thought was ultimately underexplained, but I think it's that she didn't want her to be associated with how uncool Velma saw herself.
Yeah.
And there's a character named Tobias Bloom, who is a tech giant, sort of a Steve Jobs, Elon Musk type that for some reason has made a high school. And in this high school, there is a leaderboard for how good you are as a student, which is just like such a bad idea.
It's so fucking dystopian.
Yeah. And if the film was more self-aware, I think that would have been something fun to dig into. But unfortunately, it's not as self-aware as it could be. And so you're just left being like, this is a terrible practice for a high school to go under. But
all these teachers like, let's rank the kids
and
publicly.
You get points for test scores and school stuff, but also social media posts.
Yeah. Make it relatable for the kids so they'll be invested, I guess. And the main mystery at the heart of it is that the top students, the people who reach the top of the leaderboard, keep turning into mindless zombies. And so Daphne and Velma put aside their contrived differences that were invented for the plot and try and figure it out. And it ends up being that Tobias Bloom is wiping kids' minds when they have brilliant ideas and taking the ideas for himself, but it turns out he is actually not the mastermind. He's just an actor from Japan, and that the real mastermind is one of the students, who's actually the ripe old age of 26 and masquerading as a teenager.
I love that. You look great for 26.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell is happening?
I wouldn't say I liked this movie, but I did jot down jokes I liked in Daphne and Velma, and that was one of them, was when they find out the villain is 26, Daphne says, "Your skin looks incredible for a 26-year-old," and she's like, "Okay, it's not really that old, but thanks." That's a great joke.
Thanks. It's a good bit.
Other jokes I liked in Daphne and Velma, and I didn't like this movie, but I had a good time with it. That's and maybe that's the 38 other Scooby-Doo movies talking, but I don't know. I found great jokes. One of them was when they're trying to eavesdrop on the popular jock boys to see if they'll say anything incriminating, and they're like hiding and listening to them, and one of the jocks is like, "I don't really know what I want to be when I grow up, but I just want to be a really good dad." And the other one's like, "Dude, I wish you were my dad." And I was like, if I just saw this clip in isolation, I'd be like, that's a fantastic joke. What is this movie?
Yeah. A delightful conversation that I wish more teenage boys would have.
Absolutely. I also thought, and we'll talk about the scene properly in a second, but I thought the scene where Daphne and Velma are faced with a security system which tries to scare them away by rattling off their biggest insecurities. Horrifying scene. We'll talk about it in a moment. One of the things that you hear, one of the insecurities you hear floating around, because you hear like, "You're ugly, you'll never be good enough." One of them is, "There will never be a female president." It's a pretty good joke for like a straight-to-DVD kids movie.
Also, that came out in 2018, like post-2016 election.
Yeah, exactly. And finally, the last joke that made me laugh in Daphne and Velma was when so the whole movie, Daphne thinks that supernatural stuff is afoot. She keeps saying, like, "I think ghosts are responsible." And then when they find out that Tobias Bloom is a hologram by throwing something at him and it goes through him, Velma goes, "Oh my God, he's a ghost." And I was like, that's such a good punchline to like this recurring setup. But so that's about the only praises I can sing for the film. What did everyone else think of this movie?
One of my favorite bits was that Daphne's dad was behind all of her success. Picking her outfits to...
What did you say, 4 years in some sort of fashion school?
Which, I mean, nightmare helicopter parenting, but pretty funny. And I like that it was the dad and not the mum.
A unique spin.
Nice change.
Yeah.
A helicopter dad. I thought that was pretty funny, but it was also revealed quite early on. I wish they'd like held that off a little longer, and she just kept having all this good luck and then finds out it's her dad. Because that was pretty funny.
That's an excellent note for the script, Jess. I think you're absolutely right. It should have been revealed later on.
Because it's a fun bit. They're just like, within the first 15 minutes, they've revealed that dad is the one who's like, you know, you've been lucky all this time because your dad is making exactly what you want for breakfast. And
luck.
Making sure... Yeah, it's luck.
Because you could have done a whole film about, like, Daphne's so lucky and Velma's, she's so clumsy and unlucky, but... Yeah, it's a waste.
It's like an early note for the premise of what the film would be about, that by the time the script was finished, they'd abandoned that whole part of it, but then still kept it in for some reason.
Yeah.
I liked the principal. I enjoyed her performance.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool.
Super wacky.
Yeah.
I can't remember any of the things she said off the top of my head now, but I just enjoyed it every time she was on the screen.
And there was no need for her to be Velma's aunt, but she was.
A lot of unmotivated ideas in this film.
Well, I think there's no need for them to be Daphne and Velma, really.
That's absolutely right, isn't it?
That's so true.
There's no real other sort of links to Not that I picked up. I mean, I haven't watched 30 plus Scooby-Doo movies.
Yeah, you guys are the experts. But apart from her wearing glasses and saying jinkies about 3 times, is there any other reason they had to pay the copyright?
I'm glad you asked. So yes, it is largely unrecognizable as a Scooby-Doo movie. There's a line where Velma says, "I'm good with dogs," that IMDb told me was a reference to Scooby-Doo. And there's a montage toward the end of the film where they're like running away from the monster, and it's done like the classic Scooby-Doo running through hallways.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, I did like that actually.
Velma loses her glasses. They say jinkies, as you say, Dave. Not that you say jinkies, Dave. But
I'm bringing it back.
I think if there was anybody in my life who I think would pull off jinkies, or not even pull it off, but if somebody was like,
not pull it off, just
someone in your life is saying jinkies a lot now. I'd be like, oh, Dave,
yeah. What is Dave more of a jinkies guy or a zoinks guy though?
I think Matt's zoinks.
Right.
I'm the jinkies.
You're jinkies.
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon Matt would be zoinks.
So that leaves you with
Jeepers.
Raggy?
Just
That would
the
be
dog noises. Yeah.
Well, so what do you guys have a pre-existing relationship with Scooby-Doo at all? A conversation which won't be very pertinent for this movie, but that's what we've been asking every guest. And before you answer, every single guest has said they're aware of Scooby-Doo, but they were never into it. Is the same true for you guys?
Probably. I did go through a little bit of a phase. I don't even remember when did that live action Sarah Michelle Gellar movie come out?
2002.
Yeah.
2002. Okay, so I was 12, so I was probably target audience. So I definitely went through a phase of watching that movie. I reckon I had that on VHS. Watched that a couple of times. Watched it again recently. I was like, okay.
We watched it again recently too, about 3 weeks ago.
And what did you think?
Richard likes it. I think it's a perverted, disgusting movie.
Just like me, baby.
I think it was a bit of fun. I enjoyed it at the time. But beyond that, I mean, I'm sure the cartoons were on, Saturday mornings when I was watching TV or something, but it wasn't something that I really actively sought out.
Well, I guess as well, being Australian, that you guys probably have a great affinity for the Movie World ride that we've spoken about a couple of times already. The last 20 years.
Oh my god, it's awesome!
I love that ride.
It's so good.
And I'm not good on roller coasters because I have a pretty sensitive tum, so I end up throwing up. So I'm usually the one holding the bags, but while everybody else has a good time. But
The vomit bags.
Vomit bags. I loved that ride. And it
so
starts
good.
off so lame. Like it's a really lame sort of ghost train. And you're like, wow, this sucks. Like, things very obviously popping out like, and you're like, oh, I'm so scared. And you're like, why did I waste my time lining up for this ride? And then it just goes into an insane like Mad Mouse roller coaster for a bit in the dark.
Yep.
Oh, man. So much fun. Thank you for bringing that up because
It's come
I
up a few
forgot about it
times.
Yeah, they've
Yeah, I
redone
bet.
it recently, I was reading. So if you haven't been in a few years, it might be time to head back.
well, I guess I have to.
I just can't imagine designing new aspects for a ride that's based off a 20-year-old movie. It blows my mind to think about.
Yeah, what are they doing? For me,
yes.
Scooby-Doo, I might be your first big fan of the
Really?
show.
Wow.
Loved the cartoon growing up. Loved it. Cartoon Network was a channel on Foxtel or pay TV here. Loved watching Scooby-Doo. Love everything about it except a little thing called Scrappy-Doo.
Of course.
Came along and ruined the show.
Yeah.
Hate those episodes. But the other ones, like I had Scooby-Doo t-shirts. I had stickers on my school books. Big fan. Maybe a Scooby-Doo hat.
Oh,
Wow.
I say this with love, Dave, but as someone who's listened to your podcast for a number of years, this makes so much sense.
yeah.
I think
checks out.
because you're into like Agatha Christie, and I mean mysteries are a big part of Do Go On, so that it makes sense that you would be into.
Yeah, I
Scooby-Doo
loved
this
it.
much.
Even though it always turned out to be the exact same thing. The formula was the same every
Yeah.
single week, but I still loved it. I love all the characters.
Still shocked every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Oh my
Man,
gosh.
Warneke? Yeah.
That's one reference I did really enjoy in this one is lines that the villain said, and I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you stinking kids or something like that.
Right,
And
yes.
I was like, yes,
Yeah.
thank you,
And
yes.
also the suspicious janitor. Also,
Yes.
Yeah. I love how these tropes are new and fresh to you guys. We've had a meddling kids line in every fucking movie since. It's been like the point of conversation for a while. I was actually meaning to bring this up, Richard. I reckon the reason it's said so much in the Scooby-Doo universe, I reckon it's this universe's equivalent of like
The C word.
No. I was close. I was going to say, like, conservatives calling left-wing people snowflakes. I reckon meddling in the world of Scooby-Doo is like saying triggered and expecting it to have a reaction.
Right.
So whenever they're called meddling kids, they think it's a real sick burn.
They're like, you triggered snowflakes.
Yeah, that's essentially what they're saying, is it's like a buzzword.
I would have gotten away with it if it weren't for you leftist cucks.
So this is the fifth and final live-action Scooby-Doo movie that we're going to be covering for this podcast. For now, at least one comes out before we wrap up.
The next 2 weeks.
Wikipedia claims that it is a spin-off film to the franchise and also a prequel to the 2002 movie. I don't agree. I think this is a new continuity. I don't think there is a lot of connective tissue between the two canons. And it is certainly a completely different canon to the previous live-action prequels, which were straight to TV, which I think were a lot worse than this. So if you guys thought this was bad, we had to watch a couple of prequels with the whole gang and a very cheaply animated live-action Scooby-Doo. And they were bottom of the barrel. So the laughs I got from this one skyrocketed this one far above the last live-action ones that we had to watch. But also, this is the first live-action Scooby-Doo film in which the monsters aren't real. They've been real in all the other ones. So, and in fact, a lot of people who've come on the show have thought like, well, that's the whole rub of Scooby-Doo is the monsters aren't real. The monsters are real probably 50 to 60% of the time, and at least in the movies. And it's probably because the movies started well after the series, and so there's a need to want to innovate, I guess.
Subvert the formula a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And this is also the first Scooby-Doo movie to not feature Scooby-Doo or Shaggy, though the same can't be said for Fred, the Mystery Gang's most mysterious gang member. Dave, you said you hated Scrappy-Doo. The first 3 Scooby-Doo movies have none of the Mystery Gang outside of Shaggy and Scooby, but they do prominently feature Scrappy-Doo. So
why?
Them.
Why out of everyone?
Fucking character. Love that little guy.
I like how this whole thing we've been talking about, how like none of our guests have seemed to have too much of an affinity for Scooby-Doo, but everyone always mentions whether they loved or hated Scrappy-Doo. Alexi Toliopoulos could not say worse things about Scrappy-Doo.
I knew I liked that guy.
While Hamish Parkinson said it was his favourite part of the show. So a lot of varying opinions on Scrappy, but yeah,
interesting.
He's just a little goofball.
I think it's just such an important character to the sphere of pop culture. Like a Scrappy-Doo is an idea more than a character. Like this idea of this show ruining or IP ruining thing. It feels like Scrappy-Doo is the symbol.
I would love some psychologists to study that and what it says about you as a person if you're really pro Scrappy or if you hate him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're pro Scrappy-Doo, you're probably pro Dobby and Harry Potter, and I just cannot.
Well, I was going to say that, like, hating Scrappy-Doo to such an extent, to me, feels like the people that are like, oh my god, I hate the word moist, don't say that around me. That it's like, at one point it was like, oh, this thing that people actually feel really strongly about, but now it's like...
Not Dave, though, because he's actually got the knowledge
No, but Dave's cool.
Dave, you're cool, though. No.
But, I mean, my point of difference is I cannot get enough of the word moist.
Yeah,
There you go.
Just keep saying it, please.
So I mentioned it before, and we sort of touched on that there's a scene in this movie where there's a security system that's keeping them from progressing in the story, and it tells them they're insecurities. And, like, Scooby-Doo is obviously, like, rubbing shoulders with the genre of horror. There's monsters, there's all sorts of things. The only thing we've seen in 39 movies that has truly terrified me was how they depicted this scene, where they were trying to reference how in the Scooby-Doo cartoons, when the lights go off, you can just see people's eyes, like they're the only things illuminated. And in this, that's what they do, but this is a live action film, and they're doing their best to make these eyes look live action. Google it, listening at home, if you haven't seen it. The insecurity system scene in Velma and Daphne and Velma.
Which I'm sure will be plastered all over the internet.
It
Very
is
easy to find.
Terrifying! It looks so scary. I couldn't believe it.
I'm such an idiot in that I did not even put together that it was like in the cartoons when they're in the dark. And you just said that, I'm like, of course. Why else would they do this terrifying, creepy scene that does not work with live action because their eyes looked really strange. And I was looking away from the screen for a bit there. That's the point where I was like, I'm just going to check my phone.
They get out of the security system by being like, let's overload the machine and show them that we don't have insecurities. And I was expecting, when they said let's overload the machine, I thought they were just going to get so fucking insecure that it's too much for the machine to handle. Which I was like, that's a super interesting scene. If they're just like, Velma, you're so fat, like, and they just make each other feel like, but instead they underload the machine and make it die out. And
they're just confident young women, which is less interesting.
Yeah, that's less interesting to
disgusting. How dare they?
Well, speaking of, the Wikipedia page for this film, I think was written by someone trying to sell the film because a lot of the reception category is sings very high praises, and there's a lot of talk about the female empowerment aspect, which I think is valid, especially if like you're a little kid watching this film. But it is funny. There's one of the quotes that I pulled was like. Danielle Salzman of Solzy at the Movies stated that the film couldn't come at a better time for women, which is an interesting statement to say, like post Me Too, right? Like 2018, just post Me Too, and this movie that, no one has ever seen is listed as coming at a great time for women.
Just what we needed.
Have you checked out Danielle's website? I would love to know how
Solzy
many
at the Movies.
How many Solvy at the movies there have actually been. That was the first and only time.
I reckon Danielle Salzman added this to the Wikipedia page herself as well.
Danielle Salzman, her reviews date back, or archives date back to June 2015.
Right.
Let's have a look at some more movie reviews from her. What else has she spoken about? Most recently, 80 for Brady is hysterical.
I love, on the show, we often get stuck in these rabbit holes where we're finding some obscure reviewer's website and we'll like just put them on blast for a bit.
I love the idea that we have a lot of like mortal enemies who don't know about us.
Yeah, exactly.
I love just picking beef with people. I'm trying to find a movie that like is like a funny one.
It's hard. It's hard on the spot to discover.
Do you guys know
funny review?
Flight holds up 10 years later? Apparently.
Wow.
So does The Trouble with the Curve, the Clint Eastwood.
I've never heard of any of these movies, but I probably wouldn't have heard of Daphne and Velma if I hadn't done this podcast.
Didn't have to.
If I didn't have to. Yeah. All of this talk about
Puss in Boots: The Last Wish gets a bit dark.
Oh, watch out!
Wow. Okay.
I mean, that movie is fucking phenomenal. I don't know if you guys have seen that. But
No, that's the very recent one, right?
Yeah, it's so fucking good.
People have said it's the new Paddington.
Yeah,
like it's really good. I'm very excited.
Oh, it's fucking incredible. Here's a Danielle Salzman. This is like a hot take. Avatar: The Way of Water. You'll love it or you won't.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Compelling, gripping.
Yeah.
Pick a side, Danielle.
No one does it like Solzy. All this talk, and I pulled a bunch of quotes which aren't quite as funny, so I won't go into them, about the female empowerment aspect of the film. It reminded me of the reason that we asked you guys to come on the show is that you guys have like a running gag on Do Go On about Matt being the feminist of the podcast, and I thought it'd be kind of cute to get Matt and the gang on for that he's not even here. So
unfortunately,
if you're wondering why you got strapped with this dog shit movie, it was because that was my thought process.
It was because of feminism.
Yeah. And unfortunately, neither of us are qualified to speak on behalf of women. That's why we need Matt. So we need Matt for the woman's perspective. And
If you had watched this as a young woman, Jess, would this have empowered you? Would this have felt empowering or anything like that?
I don't think so. It's tough, isn't it? Because I remember watching Captain Marvel. And feeling empowered as a woman in her late 20s at the time, and sort of thinking, great.
Your skin looks great for late 20s, by the way.
I can't believe it. But I remember at the time sort of thinking, like, this is great that, like, young women in particular can see this, But I don't know if when you're actually at that age, if you're taking that in and feeling empowered by it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think you have to be beaten down by life a little bit to then recognize anything being empowering.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. It does feel very Disney, like just a lot of the tropes. Like even when they're in like a little cart in the cafeteria and they're trying to, like, they've caused a distraction and they're trying to move through. It feels very Disney, and maybe I would have enjoyed it, but I don't know if I would have been like, yeah, girl power.
Yeah, right. It's about the quality of, like, a Disney Channel original movie.
It
Probably a
absolutely
similar
feels
budget.
like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think to get real for a second, instead of dunking on the movie, I think the real problem with talking about this, whether or not this bad movie was empowering for women, is more like there should be empowering movies for women with 10 times this budget, especially for little girls and stuff, right? And like, I think it's maybe more the thing where the crux of what we're making fun of here is that, like, while boys have, superhero movies, the most expensive movies in the world, that, like, little girls
got this one film.
Yeah.
And it came at the perfect time.
So, before we wrap things up, we've got a couple of games that we've been playing with the guests, if you guys would be keen to partake. The first question that I have for you is...
That's more of a game than a question.
Well, it begins with a question. Much like Do Go On. What a great plug. There you go. What are each of your birthdays? I know they're close together, but what are they?
Now, I do know your birthdays.
I'm actually a bit of a Do Go On super fan, so I know that your birthdays are close together.
Our birthdays are 2 days apart. Mine is the 26th of August, and Dave's is the 28th of August.
Alrighty, so we have a spreadsheet where I have collated every single episode of Scooby-Doo that's ever come out, and the villain
I helped,
and the villain that appears in that episode. So it's called the Villain Horoscope. We can tell you your Scooby-Doo birthday villain, and you can tell us if it resonates with you or not.
I love it. Fantastic.
That was the 26th and the 28th, was it, of August?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
You're right in the dead zone of, and no episodes have ever aired on those dates. But I can give you
sweetie pies.
I can give you your closest example. So, on the 23rd of August, so this will be Jess, your Scooby-Doo villain.
I think it's better, AJ, if you look down at the 29th, there's one that I think can encapsulate both.
Oh, you're so right. This has happened so many times where I've just gone for the answer and you've been like, wait, AJ, you're missing a much better joke. All right. On the 29th of August, I'm going to give the both of you the two dinosaurs from Scooby-Doo and Guess Who Season 1, Episode 10. Get this, Attack of the Weird Al-osaurus from 2019, presumably featuring Weird Al Yankovic.
How do you feel about the dinosaurs?
I feel pretty positively about dinosaurs.
I feel great.
You're wearing a jumper with a dinosaur on today.
No shit! Wow!
Look
So the best one was the first one. Alexi was our first guest, and his horoscope villain was Aphrodite, the Greek goddess, and we were like, "Holy shit, this thing works!" And then it hasn't quite landed as hard until now.
That's right. But I'm in the dino jumper. This is great.
Yeah.
We've done it!
I love like all of these are like the ghost of Friar Sarah, the abominable snowman, the spectre of Ebenezer, and then this one just says two dinosaurs.
Which is
still
presumably
doesn't
it's just an episode where they go back in time and there happens to be dinosaurs that you.
This happens to be 2 dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And one of them's actually Weird Al, and that's how he gets his parody ideas, is traveling back in time.
And finally, our final game is we've got a leaderboard, much like the one featured on the wall of the school in Daphne and Velma. For all of our guests. It's called the Impressions Leaderboard. You can absolutely say you don't want to do this. We've let guests just take 0 points, but we've got a leaderboard of all the guests, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna give each of you the opportunity to give us a Scooby-Doo impression, and if that goes well, you get to do a Shaggy impression, and if that goes well, if that goes well, you can do an impression of any Hanna-Barbera or Scooby-Doo character,
or Daphne and Velma character, You can bow out at any time or not do it altogether. We have had at least one did not attempt of the guests so far. The score to beat is 8.5 out of 9.
Whoa!
Wow, that's huge. Who was that?
That was Lily Hansen from Comedian in the States. So,
jeez,
can you beat her?
Impressive.
So we'll start with a Scooby-Doo impression if you want to give us each a Scooby-Doo impression.
I used to be, this is in primary school, I was pretty good at like the Scooby-Doo laugh, but I haven't attempted it in 20 years.
Oh, incredible. So should I go first, maybe, because I will not be as good as your laugh.
And I also did a raggy before.
Oh, that's the only, I'm trying to think of what else I can say.
But I'll have a go at the laugh.
Well, that's why we made this a game, is because Scooby-Doo impressions are so hard to resist when you're talking about it, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. You could go for a raggy.
Okay, just a raggy.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon that sucks, Jess? Is that your?
Yeah.
Your call?
I think that I will not progress to the next round.
All right, I'll give you 1 point for your Scooby attempt.
Out of
3. It's not that bad.
It's out of 30.
Yeah, 30%.
Everything should be, from now on, it's out of 30.
That Scooby-Doo impression, I would rate 29% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh, almost perfect.
Wow.
All right, Jess, you've talked it up. Let's see if you can deliver.
Here we go.
Let's see if I can still do it. Oh no.
That's really good. Wow. I'm going to give that, what do you reckon, Richard? You reckon that's a 3?
Yeah, let's go 3.
3.
Just to make Dave feel worse.
Scooby laugh. All right.
That was at least 3 times as good. Absolutely.
I'll let you attempt a Shaggy if you want, Dave, or you could have the distinction of scoring the lowest score that isn't 0 on the leaderboard so far.
I do like that.
Yeah, golf rules.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
give me a 1.
Okay, all right. Jess, did you want to attempt a Shaggy for some more points?
I don't know if I can do a Shaggy.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe I want to bow out on top.
Yeah.
Doing that spot on.
Nice.
Scooby-Doo laugh.
Nice. Okay. No, that's fine. Well, Dave, as I said, that puts you in technically second to last place because Christchurch musician Pickle Darling did not want to do it.
Fair call, absolutely.
So you're on 1 point, and Jess on a strong 3 points. This puts you 1 point above Grace Jarvis at, I think, 10th. I don't know. The spreadsheet's confusing to which order to read it.
11th place.
11th place. There we go. Congratulations. Thank you so much for participating. And we've learned a lot about the people we've had on the show by whether or not they think this is a fun game or whether they clearly regret having agreed to come and be a guest on it. So.
I just think if the film we had watched had featured more of the original Scooby-Doo characters, maybe it would have been more fresh in our minds.
Yeah, right.
So, you know.
Well, do you want to maybe sub it out for like a Daphne impression then?
I was regretting it as I was saying it because I'm like, now I'm opening myself up to have to do a Daphne and Velma.
Daphne got to be the hardest of the characters to do an impression of. I feel like she doesn't have a distinguishing voice.
She's more of like a vibes. Like you got to get the vibes of Daphne.
Yeah, that's right.
Voice.
And Velma just says jinkies. And that's about
Velma's
it.
got a nasally.
Give her a point. She said jinkies.
Thank you so much for appearing on our little show, gang. It's been awesome to talk to you and have you chat Daphne and Velma with us. If there is anyone in the world who knows about our show and happens to not know about your show, can you give us a plug? Do you want to tell us what your show is about?
It's called Do Go On, and we take it in turns to report on a topic from history, and it could be a famous person, it could be a disaster, it could be basically anything. We've done nearly 400 episodes over 7 years, so yeah, hopefully we'd like to think there's something for at least, nearly something for everyone.
Yeah.
It is funny. I thought about this as soon as we started recording, I was like, there is like a genre of podcast that is like guys watching bad movies on purpose and talking about it, and we are that podcast a lot of the time. You guys
we kind of initiated it.
Yeah, that's true.
It,
yeah, exactly. You guys are not that podcast at all, and I think we've had mainly comedians who maybe don't have a podcast or podcasts that orbit that genre, but I think I was worried. I'm glad you guys wanted to come on because I was worried you'd be like, this isn't really our shtick, but
this genre of podcast is beneath us.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was worried about.
We hate to have fun. We hate to chat to fun people. We're podcasting divas, so this is a big get for you, and probably the only appearance we'll make all year. We do one charity appearance.
Wow.
Just knock it off at the start of the year.
Buried 21 hours deep into a podcast as well.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. That's where we like to be.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for coming on. And Richard, let's journey forth valiantly into the next film, which is called Scooby-Doo and the Gourmet Ghost. And to highlight how many Scooby-Doo movies there are, that is the first time I've read that title. If you had a gun to my head, said, tell me what the 40th Scooby-Doo movie is called, didn't know it was called that. So
we're shoot me.
I would say shoot me, please. I've watched 40 of them.
Suffering.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a
Suffering.